An epoch remains until the Void Gate opens, a span of 1,520 years. Beyond the portal, a sudden surge of hazy light and shadow materializes, resembling mountains and forests. "We have arrived," Wu Yi remarked nonchalantly. Hearing his voice, Chi turned her gaze towards the indistinct shapes. Her spirit instantly lifted. She sprang up from the ancient floating vessel and joyfully took a few steps forward. "Finally, we are here!" Chi exclaimed with delight. "I thought I would lose feeling in my bottom from sitting so long." As she spoke, she reached back to rub her delicate posterior. "Hey," Wu Yi hurriedly cautioned. "You are a stunning beauty, tall and graceful. How can you make such an unrefined gesture in front of men?" Chi froze mid-motion, her hand halting midway. After a brief moment of hesitation, she feigned nonchalance and replied, "What do you mean?" Her suspended hand then changed direction, moving outward as she summoned her 9th-level magic cube, which she began to toy with. "I believe you have misunderstood. I was merely pondering how to restore the disordered cube. I would never engage in any indecorous actions." "Tiske," Chi said, suppressing a hint of fluster as she fiddled with the cube. With a sudden whoosh, the scenery before them opened up, revealing a vast expanse of void, suspended tens of thousands of feet above the ground. Wu Yi channeled his divine energy, his eyes shimmering with golden ripples, enhancing his vision to perceive scenes from light years away with crystal clarity. Before them stood a grand architectural complex, towering tens of thousands of feet high, encircled by a massive wall that soared to the heavens. "It seems we have reached the luminous continent," Wu Yi conjectured. They descended rapidly in their ancient vessel, hurtling towards the colossal city ahead at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, Wu Yi sensed a formidable presence moving swiftly to their side. It was 3 ferocious beasts of divine rank, with 2 human figures ahead, both at the demigod level. In the realm of divine cultivation, being a demigod signifies having 1 foot in the threshold of divinity. It appeared the 2 individuals were being pursued by the 3 monstrous beasts Wu Yi contemplated as he turned his gaze in that direction. Shortly after, an elder and a young girl came into view, seemingly a grandfather and granddaughter duo, desperately fleeing and doing all they could to evade the fate of being devoured by the beasts. "Wu Yi, let us rescue them. Look at their tattered clothing and the bloodstains on their bodies. It seems they have endured a fierce battle," Chi implored, unable to bear the thought of the beasts consuming the living. "Very well," Wu Yi replied, intending to inquire about the way, but ultimately assenting. They plunged swiftly towards the pair, but just as they neared, the 3 pursuing beasts abruptly veered off, fleeing in terror. Sensing the distance from the beasts, the grandfather and granddaughter gradually halted, puzzled, and soon spotted Wu Yi and his companions descending from the sky, their aura notably formidable, leading to an immediate understanding. "Thank you, divine being, for saving our lives," the elder said respectfully, approaching to express his gratitude. "Spare me the thanks," Wu Yi replied gently. "Might I inquire if you know which city lies ahead?" The elder looked in the direction Wu Yi indicated and, upon realizing, responded with reverence. In answer to the Divine One, "The city ahead is Liuli City." Wu Yi nodded slightly, preparing to depart. Seeing this, the elder hesitated momentarily, then hurriedly caught up to Wu Yi and his companions, saying, "Might the Divine One grant us a ride? We too wish to go to Liuli City." In a rush, the young girl tugged at the elder's sleeve, seemingly reluctant for them to become entangled with Wu Yi and his companions. But in her haste, she could not restrain him, and thus followed closely. Chi, observing the pair, smiled at Wu Yi and said, "Let's give them a ride. They seem so vulnerable. If those beasts were to return, they would be in grave danger." The elder cast a grateful glance at Chi, understanding that the decision lay with the esteemed divine figure before them, anxiously awaiting Wu Yi's verdict. "Very well," Wu Yi consented without much thought, waving his hand to have the grandfather and granddaughter board the ancient vessel. On their journey to Liuli City, Chi, ever the sociable one, engaged the duo in cheerful conversation, occasionally inquiring about various tidbits regarding the city, and later delving into their personal circumstances. "Are you not residents of Liuli City, but rather travelers from afar?" Chi inquired, somewhat surprised, as she had assumed the pair were locals. Chapter 2. The Dark-Robed Deity Indeed. We have journeyed from a small town at the intersection of the Fire Kingdom and the Rain Kingdom. where a large-scale battle is currently unfolding, with numerous powerful deities engaged in fierce combat, and even formidable great Luo deities making their presence known. The elder recounted candidly. Observing the elder's lingering trepidation, Chi-Chi felt a surge of relief for their narrow escape. "Then, it seems you too seek opportunities in Liamo City?" Chi-Chi inquired, having traversed the vast void from their distant homeland, Blue Star, alongside Wu Yi, in pursuit of great fortunes. The omniscient one spoke of the Liuli Continent harboring the grand opportunities Wu Yi yearned for, concealing the soul of an unparalleled being. By inheriting this soul and awakening the power of the supreme ruler, they could return to Blue Star, vanquishing the malevolent life forms poised to break free from their seals within the mechanical race's lair, thus averting an apocalyptic calamity and saving countless lives from a grim fate. The elder's expression turned sardonic, his response non-committal, accompanied by an awkward smile. "Grandfather, Liamo City is a major metropolis, and the cost of living is exorbitant. However, we lack sufficient funds and do not even know if we will be granted entry. What if we find ourselves barred like we were at Shuyuan City, stopped by the city guards?" The elder's granddaughter's countenance grew serious. Moments ago, their banter with Chi-Chi had significantly improved their previously distant rapport. "Lacking funds?" Chi-Chi queried, glancing at the girl and then at the elder, taking the initiative to assert, "No worries, we have money. Just tell us how much you need, and we'll cover it." "How can we accept money from a deity?" The elder hastily objected. "Not at all. I merely inquired about directions earlier. Now I will contribute some funds as a form of exchange," Wu Yi remarked coolly. "Indeed, Wu Yi is quite affluent. The entry fee is hardly a burden," Chi-Chi proclaimed, exuding the demeanor of a wealthy heiress, as if the money were all hers to dispense. Wu Yi shot Chi-Chi an exasperated glance, lightly flicking her forehead with his hand. "You're the only one who can play the benefactor, as if the money I earn is inconsequential." Seeing the elder's reluctance to accept, Wu Yi firmly declared, "It is settled." As they passed a divine lake, Wu Yi sensed the faint essence of rare treasures. Generally, such treasures conceal their presence as they near bloom. Yet before a being of profound cultivation, this tactic proves largely ineffective. There are rare treasures. Chi-Chi also sensed the unique aura, sniffing the air and alerting, "Over there." Indeed. Wu Yi nodded slightly, maneuvering the ancient floating vessel closer, addressing the elder and his granddaughter. "We shall investigate briefly. It will not take long. Go ahead." "The rare treasure is of utmost importance," the elder responded promptly, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable curiosity and envy. As a demigod lacking power, status, and wealth, he knew that to grow stronger, he must persevere in training, for fortune rarely favored those like him. Upon reaching the cliff near the divine lake, Wu Yi piloted the ancient vessel to an ancient locust tree, where he beheld a vibrant crimson spiritual plant, the blood crystal May. This rare treasure is seldom seen except in treasure trading centers. Today, as fortune was indeed remarkable, for it stood at the lake's edge. The blood crystal May was on the verge of blooming. In a few hours, when the flower was about to open, it would be the optimal time for harvesting. At this juncture, the divine essence within the pollen could be preserved to the greatest extent, ensuring the best absorption. Suddenly, Wu Yi sensed the approach of formidable presences, 10 individuals in total, one a deity at the pinnacle of perfection, the others demigods. "You two should stay hidden for a while," Wu Yi instructed, concealing the grandfather and granddaughter within his space. Before long, the 10 individuals arrived nearby. The leading deity gazing at the blood crystal May at Wu Yi's feet with fervent desire. Cloaked in dark robes, only his face was visible, a faint black mist occasionally wafting from above his head. "Friend, that blood crystal May is mine. Do not harbor any notions," the dark-robed deity said with a cryptic grin. "What nonsense. It is clearly Wu Yi who discovered it first," Chi-Chi retorted coldly, her eyes narrowing at the dark-robed deity. "What, do you wish to contest with me?" The dark-robed deity scoffed, glancing at the 9 shadowy figures behind him. "If it comes to blows, you stand no chance. I am a deity at the pinnacle of perfection, capable of crushing you with ease. Is that so? If that is the case, I would not hesitate to send you on your way," Wu Yi replied, preparing to strike. The sinister smile on the dark-robed deity's face vanished abruptly, replaced by a wary expression. Observing Wu Yi's demeanor, it was evident he harbored no fear. Could this individual possess an exceptionally powerful killing move? It was unlikely he would act so carelessly. I must not underestimate him. The dark-robed deity retreated swiftly, conjuring a large bowl from within, inscribed with a prison formation. "Since you refuse to recognize my generosity, do not blame me for being ruthless." He signaled to the 9 shadowy figures to attack, while he remained vigilant, focused on Wu Yi's every move. Chapter 3. Decapitation. Allow me to engage you. Chi-Chi summoned the 9th order magic cube, releasing its power, which immediately dispersed. Instantly, 729 magic cube cores spread around the 9 shadows, subtly forming a siege. "What kind of technique is this?" one of the shadows exclaimed in astonishment, focusing intently on the confrontation. "Chi-Chi scoffed lightly as the 729 cores divided once more, creating 9 encirclements that enveloped each shadow within. Turning to Wu Yi's side, the black-robed true god summoned a large bowl, inverting it in the void, spinning above Wu Yi's head, projecting a green light curtain that entirely cloaked him. Young man. This is an heirloom passed down from the ancestor of Blue Mountain, the god-suppressing bowl, specifically designed to subdue deities. Encountering this treasure today, you can only blame your ill fate. Had it not been for me, you might have lived a few more days, but alas. The black-robed true god mocked. Oh really? Wu Yi, trapped within the green light curtain, showed no sign of panic. A great blade emerged from within him, slowly manifesting with the might to obliterate the heavens and earth, presented before the black-robed true god. Wu Yi gripped the blade with both hands, instantly emanating a violent aura that swept through the surroundings. What a powerful presence. The black-robed true god was slightly taken aback. The might of this blade exceeded his expectations, and its material was extraordinary, radiating waves of profound intent. This was indeed a rare divine weapon. The black-robed true god immediately unleashed the first form of the god-suppressing bowl, Majestic Mountains. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure emanated from the bowl, as if the weight of the entire Liuli Continent were bearing down upon Wu Yi. Abruptly, a nearly transparent figure flashed behind the black-robed true god. Sensing this, he turned to look, but a sudden, excruciating pain caused his heart to race. Foreseeing disaster, he hastily activated his escape technique, attempting to flee. However, his life essence could not be controlled. It was currently gripped by a massive claw, slipping beyond his command. How could this be? How was there someone behind me that I had not sensed? The key is how this fellow found my life essence with a single strike. The black-robed true god's thoughts raced, utterly bewildered. Master. A young man's figure emerged behind the black-robed true god, revealing Wu Yi's soul servant, Qinyu. Wu Yi had discovered him on an icy planet, where they had battled fiercely for 300 days. Had it not been for Wu Yi employing the secret will technique, heart control, to subdue him, the fight would have continued. Qinyu was a three-tailed cat, a creature of the realm, naturally endowed with formidable combat prowess. Wu Yi nodded slightly, shifting his grip on the star-cutting blade to his right hand, positioning the blade's tip before the black-robed true god's life essence. He smiled at the black-robed true god and said calmly, "Just now, I used a terrifying aura to draw your attention, feigning a desire to engage in battle, completely deceiving you into my trap. This made it convenient for Qinyu to strike. Indeed, the effect was excellent," Wu Yi remarked, nodding thoughtfully as he looked at Qinyu. "Well done, young man. This surprise attack was highly successful. You have made significant progress. Previously, Wu Yi and Qinyu's cooperation had lacked some subtlety, but now it was evidently improved. So it was like this." The black-robed true god suddenly understood. Gazing at Wu Yi's seemingly upright demeanor, regretting his earlier misjudgment, he had been misled by this fellow's virtuous appearance, only to discover he was a shameless trickster. Come forth. Although the black-robed true god felt some astonishment and defeat, he remained confident in the strength of his 9 personal guards, who were on the verge of becoming true gods. Yet, as he turned to call for his guards, he sensed something amiss. Upon fully turning around, he discovered that his 9 personal guards had already been subdued by Chi-Chi, each trapped by 81 magic cube cores, unable to move. Panic surged within him, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his palms trembling, and the life essence gripped in Qinyu's hand pulsating violently. The black-robed true god could not comprehend why his 9 guards, so close to the true god realm, were unable to defeat a single true god. Furthermore, he himself had reached the pinnacle of true godhood, the most powerful deity present. Why was this happening? Go ahead, you encountered me. Your death is not in vain, Wu Yi declared, bringing the tip of the star-cutting blade closer to the black-robed true god's life essence. And with a gentle thrust, pierced through it. Blood erupted forth, staining the void crimson. Chapter 4. The Crimson Eye. How cruel, Wu Yi. Could you not show a little mercy and grant him a swift end? Chi-Chi, unable to bear the sight, turned her head away. Ah! The black-robed deity howled in agony, filled with regret in his dying moments, lamenting that had he foreseen this day, he would have refrained from hunting. At this juncture, Wu Yi's star-slaying blade continued its relentless advance, swiftly piercing the heart of life, chilling it to the core, blood nearly drained. In his final moments, the black-robed deity suddenly laughed maniacally, saying, "Boy, wait for your own demise. I have prepared many grand gifts for you. Ha ha ha. Collect my corpse? Humph. Do you truly believe I am merely a deity?" Wu Yi remained unfazed, for he had long been invincible in the Blue Star. Had it not been for the pursuit of great opportunities upon arriving in the Liuli Continent, he would not have bothered to conceal his cultivation. At last, it was over. Chi-Chi turned back, having already dispatched the 9 personal guards before Wu Yi. "Qinyu, take care of this," Wu Yi instructed as he handed the corpse of the black-robed deity to Qinyu. Being a realm beast, Qinyu could devour divine bodies, absorbing their divine power to enhance his own cultivation, a most convenient method, albeit one that could not always be relied upon due to the rarity of divine beings. Most of the time, he had to rely solely on his own training. "Thank you, Master," Qinyu respectfully acknowledged, accepting the corpse of the black-robed deity. His right hand transformed into the front paw of a three-tailed cat, rapidly enlarging to envelop the deity's body, which appeared merely as a speck beneath Qin Yu's colossal claw. The divine body morphed into a swirling fluid, swiftly merging into Qin Yu's palm. Suddenly, a translucent humanoid form emerged from the deceased black-robed deity, which was the deity's primordial spirit. Without the support of a physical body, the primordial spirit waned swiftly, reducing to an ordinary soul. The ground began to tremble, revealing a massive fissure from which a long, brown tentacle emerged, reaching out and swiftly sensing the detached soul, coiling around it and dragging it back towards the earth. Wu Yi and his companions paid no heed to the sudden appearance of the brown tentacle. It was a messenger of the underworld, tasked with capturing the souls of the deceased to bring them to the underworld for judgment and atonement, ultimately guiding them into the cycle of reincarnation. Soon, Qin Yu completely consumed the divine body, yet fully refining it would require considerable time. Shortly after, Qin Yu returned to Wu Yi's side, resuming his invisible state. Wu Yi rummaged through the various belongings of the black-robed deity, discovering a divine bowl, tens of thousands of gold coins, and several materials for cultivation. Quite impoverished indeed, with only a few tens of thousands of gold coins, Wu Yi remarked as he collected the deity's riches and artifacts. He then released the grandfather and granddaughter, who, having sensed the events that transpired due to Wu Yi's lack of concealed aura, were now even more awed by his prowess. Despite sharing the same divine realm, the fact that he could effortlessly turn the tables in battle left them deeply impressed. The elder, filled with admiration, contemplated whether to forge a deeper connection with Wu Yi. Wu Yi summoned the floating ancient boat, setting off towards Liuli City. Not long after their departure, a blood-red eye gradually materialized amidst the dense forest atop a distant mountain, fixating intently on the direction Wu Yi had taken, unblinking, as if pondering something profound. After a considerable time, the crimson orb began to fade, vanishing back into the darkness of the forest. Chi conversed with the grandfather and granddaughter. Learning their names, the elder was named Sun Bing, and the young girl was called Xiao Dai. Soon, they arrived at Liuli City, where the towering walls soared over 10,000 feet, robust and fortified with suppression arrays. Ordinary deities could only fly low within the city and had to reduce their size, lest they succumb to the overwhelming gravity of Liuli City. Most true deities shrank to a height of 1 meter, demigods to 75 centimeters, and immortals even smaller, around 60 centimeters. Upon reaching the city gate, a formidable guardian deity stood sentinel, and newly arrived deities were required to pay an entrance fee. The guardian approached cautiously, scrutinizing Wu Yi and his companions. The entrance fee is 1 gold coin per person, the guardian announced in an official tone, casting a brief glance at Wu Yi and his group before returning his gaze to the task at hand. Chi retrieved a sizable lump of golden material from her storage ring, appearing somewhat haphazard in shape, resembling a rough block of gold. Is this sufficient? Chi casually inquired. Chapter 5. The demise of the distant nephew. The sentinel gods, their eyes wide with astonishment, crowded around, never having witnessed such a dense mass of gold before. Its weight nearly equaled that of 5 men, and its purity was exceptional. Enough, more than enough. The squad leader of the city gate guard said obsequiously, accepting the gold ingot from Chi and examining it with great fascination. After Wu Yi and his companions departed, the guard captain immediately reported the arrival of the new true gods to the city lord's manor. The city lord made a preliminary assessment, tentatively grading the newcomers as Class D, indicating their strength was merely average. Upon entering the inner city, the towering city walls cast immense shadows under the sunlight, stretching far across the ground. Wu Yi selected a luxurious terraced mansion by the shores of Moonrise Lake, the opulent Yonghao Manor. It stood thousands of feet tall, boasting 3 stories and numerous halls and pavilions, exuding an air of extravagance. He then rented smaller residences for Sun Bing and Xiao Dai, located not far from Yonghao Manor. Sun Bing was deeply grateful for Chi kindness and generosity, expressing his gratitude. If it weren't for you 2 deities, I fear we wouldn't have even been able to enter the city gates. We are truly grateful. Thank you for your help, sister. However, I will find a way to repay you. I do not easily accept favors, Xiao Dai said, raising her head proudly, her prominent chin reflecting a radiant halo in the midday sun. Let's go, Wu Yi urged, interrupting Chi conversation with the grandfather and granddaughter. He steered the floating ancient barge into the chosen Yonghao Manor. Weary from the day's journey, the 2 opted to retire early. Qin Yu resided in a side hall, while Wu Yi and Chi occupied the main hall. As Wu Yi's paramour, Chi naturally shared his bed. The following morning, a man with pointed horns and a black mole on his brow emerged from the city lord's manor in Liuli City. This man, named Qian Mu, was the president of the Lushan Society, one of the 27 major dark forces in Liuli City. He also served as the pavilion master of Lingshu Pavilion, overseeing the mining and minting operations of the Lushan gold mine. A rare hint of joy lingered on Qian Mu's face. This time, the city lord had reduced the gold coin recovery quota, allowing him to retain a larger share of the gold coins, increasing his income by at least 20%. Along the way, Qianmu pondered how to further increase gold mine production. Perhaps he could intensify the labor of the workers, procure more advanced artifacts to assist, or capture more demigods from outside the city. He overheard people discussing the arrival of new true gods in Limo City, piquing his curiosity. Dismissing his thoughts, he noticed a gathering of people nearby and approached. He learned that several true gods had arrived in Limo City the day before. He heard that these true gods had even rescued a pair of weak demigods and killed a true god and 9 demigods on the verge of true godhood. Qianmu was taken aback. It was quite unusual for true gods to bother saving weak demigods. If he could get those demigods to work in his Lushan gold mine, it might increase gold coin production. He recalled that many unfamiliar demigods had recently fled to Limo City, mostly from the border cities of the Fire Kingdom. Perhaps he could inform true god Haiyan to carry out a raid. His distant nephew made a living hunting in the wilderness, seeking treasures and robbing others. Returning to Lingshu Pavilion, he retrieved his communication token and discovered unread messages. Upon reading the contents, Qianmu was shocked. His heart leaped with fear. Had something happened to Haiyan? Haiyan, are you there? Are you there? Qianmu asked anxiously, sending a message. He then noticed that his communication token was gray, indicating that the life force of the person he was communicating with had dissipated. This could only happen if the heart of life had perished. Haiyan! Qianmu exclaimed in terror. A surge of rage welled up within him. Who killed you? Who did this? True God Haiyan was the black-robed true god Wu he had killed the day before. Before his death, true god Haiyan had notified not only his distant uncle Qianmu, but also many assassins hidden within the Rain Kingdom. These assassins were all on the bounty list of the Five Ridges Guild. However, these assassins operated in secrecy, and the officials of Limo City were unaware of their exact locations. Only true god Haiyan, who hunted in the wilderness, knew some of their hiding places. Qianmu stared at the gray communication token, his emotions in turmoil. He had been planning to share some gifts with his distant nephew, but now he would never have the chance. His distant nephew was his only relative, and now he was gone. Qianmu felt a profound sense of loneliness and grief. He had to avenge him. His distant nephew could not die in vain. He used his divine sense to examine his storage space. After a brief inventory, he found over 30 million gold coins, enough to issue a bounty for a kill mission. Qianmu instructed his subordinates on a few matters and hastily flew out of Lingshu Pavilion, heading towards the Five Ridges Guild. The Five Ridges Guild was an intelligence organization in the Glass Continent. Here, one could issue bounty missions and purchase desired information. Chapter 6. The Star-Picking Tower. This establishment, the Liuli Guild, boasts an extensive influence throughout the Liuli Continent, wielding considerable power and possessing exceptional intelligence-gathering capabilities. Even information that eludes illustrious figures through various means can be precisely unearthed by the Liuli Guild through their unique methods. The Liuli Guild is affiliated with the imperial lineage of Xiangangju, a lineage of esteemed status. Thus, despite their headquarters not being situated in the Rain Kingdom, none dare to covet their interests. Soon after, Qianmu arrived at the Liuli Guild, where he was greeted with utmost respect by the attendants. Upon articulating his needs, he sought to issue a bounty, ultimately agreeing on a price of 30,000 gold coins. This sum is considered quite substantial for a bounty targeting the assassination of a true deity. Subsequently, he also procured intelligence regarding the individual responsible for the death of his distant nephew, only to his astonishment discovering that the perpetrator was none other than several true deities from Wu Yi, who had just arrived the previous day. To his dismay, those scoundrels had taken it upon themselves to rescue a frail demigod, igniting his ire. He deemed their existence an affront to the world. Although he yearned to confront them directly and claim their heads in tribute to his late nephew, he hesitated. Despite being at the pinnacle of true deity cultivation, surpassing his nephew's strength, he lacked the audacity to pursue the individuals from Wu Yi. After all, life is singular and precious. Even among true deities of similar cultivation, disparities in strength can be vast. Some deities, having mastered enigmatic techniques and gleaned insights into the essence of laws, can effortlessly vanquish those who lack such understanding. Coupled with their unique treasures and varied lineages, the differences in power can be further magnified. As Qianmu exited the Liuli Guild, his hatred somewhat abated. He contemplated visiting the whereabouts of the Wu Yi individuals under the guise of a casual passerby, hoping to conceal his true intentions. At that moment, Wu Yi and his companions were leisurely strolling through Limo City, having heard that the most vibrant district lay ahead. They hastened aboard an ancient floating vessel. From afar, Wu Yi spotted a towering edifice that pierced the heavens, standing at least 30,000 zhang high, approximately 90,000 meters, adorned with countless emerald gemstones that sparkled even in daylight. From within the tower, the harmonious sounds of strings and bamboo wafted through the air, intermingled with the melodies of songbirds, evoking a boundless realm of imagination. Atop the tower hung the illustrious insignia of divine power, the Star-Picking Tower. As they approached, Wu Yi discerned that the Star-Picking Tower comprised a staggering 3,333 levels. The first 100 floors were designated for lounge areas, while the next 300 housed private rooms. Ascending further, one reached the accommodation levels, with the apex of the tower featuring countless grand halls, which served as the core of the star-picking tower. Here, one could experience the astounding illusions crafted by the premier illusionists of Liamo City, immersing oneself in lifelike scenarios, whether it be the melodrama of heart-wrenching separations or the tragedy of familial ruin, or even mythological tales of unparalleled martial prowess unifying the continent. Every narrative could be vividly portrayed, as if one were truly present. Wu Yi, drawn in by the enticing aroma of divine delicacies wafting from below, suggested, "The culinary offerings there must be exquisite. Shall we indulge?" With a fervent desire for gourmet treats, Chi-Chi, filled with anticipation, urged him on. Wu Yi, amused by her eagerness, nodded in agreement. In no time, the two navigated their floating vessel to the ground and stepped into the star-picking tower. Inside, they were greeted by displays of the latest culinary trends. Numerous attendants scurried about, attending to the throngs of diners, while in the center of the hall, dancers showcased their captivating talents, accompanied by musicians. Indeed, the ambience was enchanting and poetic, a spectacle rarely witnessed back on their home planet, Blue Star. Before long, they found an empty table and were pleasantly surprised when a familiar face approached, Xiao Dai, who greeted them with joy. "You work here?" Xiao Dai, initially startled by Chi-Chi's familiar voice, relaxed upon recognizing her, exclaiming, "Yes, Chi-Chi. Today is my first day, and I've been so anxious about serving the customers well." "Fear not, you are still quite young. The patrons will surely be accommodating," Chi-Chi reassured her. "By the way, where's your grandfather?" Looking around, Chi-Chi noticed the absence of Sun Bing. Xiao Dai's expression dimmed as she lamented. "The divine lord in charge of recruitment said my grandfather was too old and did not meet the criteria, so he was not hired." Oh, Chi-Chi sympathized with Xiao Dai, offering comfort. "Do not despair. In a city as vast as Limo, he will surely find work soon." Shortly thereafter, Wu Yi and Chi-Chi ordered a selection of appealing dishes. When the first dish arrived, it appeared to be a whole, fresh clam, its shell ajar, revealing the creamy, glistening flesh within, gently quivering. It was still alive. Chapter 7. The protagonist is in trouble, could it be? Are we really expected to consume live creatures? Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise. Moments ago, the images showcasing the clams had appeared exquisite, prompting her to order one. Yet she was taken aback to find the prepared dish identical to the pictures, with almost no processing. Indeed, it was alive. Xiao Dai, slightly taken aback, regarded Chi-Chi with curiosity. Was it not palatable when alive? That was not the case. Chi-Chi quickly realized that in their journeys across the epochs, they had encountered various civilizations, some of which indeed feasted upon living beings. "No worries, just heat it up," Wu Yi remarked softly, raising his hand as a blaze of stellar fire ignited, his high-temperature technique. The Nine Flames Talisman. The immense clam floated above the yellow flames, and within moments, a rich seafood aroma wafted into the air. Which fool would dare to roast such precious seafood, wasting it in this manner? Suddenly, an unpleasant voice drifted over from a distance. Chi-Chi frowned, glancing in that direction, only to meet the haughty gaze of a young man, whose imposing presence suggested he hailed from a noble family. Upon seeing Chi-Chi's beauty, his eyes lit up, revealing an unmasked desire. Wu Yi also turned toward the source of the discordant sound, immediately catching sight of the young man's lascivious stare, and fury surged within him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, a delicate hand materialized before the young man's right cheek, followed by a forceful slap. The sharp sound of the palm striking flesh reverberated throughout the star-picking tower's first-floor hall, startling many diners who mistakenly believed their chairs had broken, glancing down in confusion. However, from the corner of their eyes, they witnessed a figure being sent flying, crashing into a nearby stone pillar. With a resounding thud, the figure collided with the pillar, producing a dull sound akin to bones fracturing, followed by the young man's muffled scream and a spray of blood that stained his garments. "Young master." Several burly men rushed toward him. Meanwhile, Xiao Dai, who was attending to Wu Yi and Chi-Chi, stood in stunned silence, having witnessed Wu Yi's instantaneous disappearance, followed by the unfolding chaos. It was only then that Wu Yi's figure began to materialize in the very spot where the young man had been seated, first revealing a hand, then his upper body, and finally his lower body. Wu Yi. Chi-Chi hurriedly approached him, feeling a surge of gratitude. "Young man, should you speak so insolently again, beware that I shall break your legs." "Leave," Wu Yi admonished coldly, paying no heed to the approaching burly men or the astonished gazes surrounding them. "You've landed yourself in trouble, young man," an elderly voice warned from the side. "Quickly, while the prominent figures of the Beidou Sword sect are absent, make your escape. If you delay, you may find it impossible to leave." The Beidou Sword sect? Chi-Chi, having reached Wu Yi's side, grasped his hand, wishing to pull him away from the crowd's scrutiny. Are there powerful beings from the Beidou Sword sect nearby? Naturally. The Beidou Sword sect is the foremost sect in the Fire Nation, teeming with true gods and countless great Luo deities. The ancestral gods are numerous beyond counting. The elderly man continued, his expression tinged with urgency. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi felt a sense of unease. Having just arrived in the Liuli Continent, it would be prudent to avoid making numerous enemies. She hastily urged Wu Yi to leave. What's the rush? We cannot waste such a splendid dish. Let us finish eating before we depart, Wu Yi replied, unperturbed, instead leading Chi-Chi back toward their original seats with steady strides. You won't be leaving. Suddenly, a burly man charged forward, ready to swing his fist at Wu Yi. The force of his punch surged fiercely, creating a violent gust of wind that howled through the air. Just as the fist was about to make contact with Wu Yi's head, an ominous claw appeared without warning, meeting the steel fist and shattering it into a mass of mangled flesh that scattered in all directions. The claw pressed forward, pushing against the man's arm, which crumbled upon contact, continuing its path of destruction toward his shoulder, and finally reaching the location of his heart. With a powerful grip, the claw crushed the man's heart into dust, obliterating it from existence. The man was dead. A long, brown tentacle emerged from the ground, ensnaring the man's departing soul and dragging it into the depths of the earth. Chapter 8. So what if trouble arises? What? With just a single strike, he seized the very essence of life from the burly man, who possessed strength nearing that of a true deity. Astonishingly, he could not withstand even a single blow. The surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned, many rising in disbelief to gaze upon the scene. The old man, who limped with a crippled leg, stood frozen in place. But before he could recover from his shock, the lethal claws swiftly retracted, returning to Wu Yi's side, where they gradually faded back into invisibility. At this moment, Wu Yi had already returned to his previous seat, breaking open the barbecued sea clam and offering half to Chi-Chi. Instantly, a delectable aroma wafted forth. Irresistible to the senses. Quite delightful. This is far more exquisite than the clams found on Blue Star, Wu Yi mused in astonishment at the clam's exceptional flavor. Chi-Chi cast an incredulous glance at Wu Yi, who seemed unfazed and engrossed in his meal. She shrugged off her thoughts, reassured that with Wu Yi around, there was little to fear in the face of any trouble. The remaining burly men observed Wu Yi and Chi-Chi indulging in their feast, feeling a twinge of apprehension that deterred them from approaching to scold them further, instead choosing to remain seething in place. The young man who had been struck continued to cough up blood, a testament to the force of Wu Yi's earlier blow. It was evident that he had held back. For a mere youth of the second realm of true divinity would not withstand even a casual strike from Wu Yi. Why is there no effect? He is still spitting blood. One burly man exclaimed in desperation, attempting to channel his divine power to heal the young master, but it seemed futile. The young man's complexion grew increasingly pale, his breath becoming erratic, and the light in his eyes began to dim. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed forth, following a straight trajectory towards the dying young man on the ground. Soon, a hand emerged from within a robe, producing a top-tier energy replenishing pill, which was promptly placed into the young man's mouth, accompanied by a portion of divine power to aid in the absorption of the pill's effects. Before long, a hint of color returned to the young man's face, his breath began to stabilize, and the light in his eyes rekindled. Lord Hidden Guardian. Several burly men inquired anxiously of the man who had produced the energy replenishing pill. As they spoke, the figure enveloped in the gust gradually became discernible. He was a man with striking blue eyes, exuding a profound and robust aura, his physique strong yet devoid of excessive muscle, an embodiment of endurance. Do not move, young master, the man referred to as Lord Hidden Guardian commanded, glancing towards Wu Yi and Chi-Chi, who were finishing their meal and preparing to leave. Lord Hidden Guardian. It is those two. Quickly, apprehend them, one burly man urged, but unexpectedly, the Hidden Guardian raised a hand to halt them, a look of caution in his eyes. We must leave. The burly men were taken aback. It was rare to witness such a grave expression from the Hidden Guardian, and they dared not question further. The young master in his arms was equally surprised, stealing glances at Wu Yi and Chi-Chi, who appeared to be mere true deities, prompting him to avert his gaze from Wu Yi and Chi-Chi as they exited. Meanwhile, Wu Yi and Chi-Chi had stepped outside, uncertain of their next destination. Wu Yi, where shall we go? I've heard that the most entertaining place near Mo City is the star-picking tower, Chi-Chi suggested, glancing up at the tower. Its uppermost levels obscured high above the clouds. The star-picking tower was largely shrouded in mist, hidden behind layers of clouds. Let us go see, Wu Yi decided, recalling the strange music that had floated down from above, conjuring unfamiliar images in his mind, likely the work of an illusionist. They returned to the star-picking tower, just in time to encounter several members of the Big Dipper Sword sect who were about to exit. Fear flickered in the eyes of the burly men, rapidly widening in alarm. As they instinctively prepared for confrontation, their palms soon slick with cold sweat. The Hidden Guardian narrowed his eyes, looked on with trepidation at Wu Yi and Chi-Chi's return, as if facing a grave threat. Scared, Wu Yi and Chi-Chi merely walked past them with icy indifference, not even casting a glance in their direction. Once they exited the star-picking tower, the members of the Big Dipper Sword sect felt as if they had narrowly escaped death, their hearts racing in a state of disarray. Let us return, the Hidden Guardian declared decisively. Uncle Chiu, are we really going back now? The young master questioned, bewildered by the Hidden Guardian's abrupt decision. We would likely have gained nothing and perhaps suffered a great loss, The hidden guardian remarked gravely. A burly man, filled with trepidation, added, "Indeed. The divine being concealed in the void instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within me. With just a single strike, he shattered the heart of life of our second comrade." The hidden guardian, surprised by the mention of Uncle Chio by the young master, glanced around and soon realized that where's the second comrade? He is dead, the burly man lamented sorrowfully. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chio's countenance darkened further. Wu Yi and his companions ascended rapidly using the unique flying disc system of the star-gathering tower, soon reaching the highest point, the illusion zone. The expanse of the illusion zone was vast and magnificent. Apart from the grandest hall at its center, numerous other halls of varying sizes surrounded it, each hosting illusionists performing their arts. Before long, they arrived at the largest illusion hall, casually selecting a spot to sit. A green-clad attendant approached, presenting the fees for the various illusionists. The prices were quite steep. Wu Yi surveyed the charges and nodded in satisfaction. Should I negotiate the price? Chi, adhering to her frugal nature, prepared to haggle with the green-clad attendant. No need. In this world, service is commensurate with cost. The high prices here likely reflect the exceptional quality of the illusions. There is no need for negotiation, Wu Yi interjected, stopping Chi. Rest assured, esteemed divine beings. The illusionists in our star-gathering tower are of the highest caliber, guaranteed to satisfy the divine beings, the green-clad attendant replied with a smile. That was a mistake. It should be 3 of us, Wu Yi corrected him. At that moment, Qin Yu cooperatively revealed a translucent shadow before vanishing once more. The green-clad attendant was taken aback, having failed to perceive the hidden divine being. Even the grand formation of the star-gathering tower could not detect him, prompting the attendant to collect himself. Through their discussions, Wu Yi learned that the finest illusionist in the star-gathering tower was Master Meng Yi, followed by the deputy master and various skilled artisans. At this juncture, the previous illusion performance had just concluded, and many patrons were exiting, while others were entering the hall. Most of these spectators were at the true god level, with occasional powerful figures of the great Luo god realm passing by. The green-clad attendant returned, inviting Wu Yi and his companions to a smaller illusion hall. Wu Yi was surprised. Only upon hearing the attendant's words did he understand that the next round of performances was set to take place in the main hall, while their show would occur in the smaller hall. Are we not experiencing the performance of the same illusionist? Chi also appeared puzzled, realizing a minor error had occurred. Indeed, the upcoming performance in the main hall will feature the illusions crafted by our Master Meng Yi, the green-clad attendant explained. Is there an additional fee? Wu Yi grasped the implications after just a few exchanges, and before the attendant could finish, he inquired, how much more? An additional 30,000 gold coins will be required. That high? Both Wu Yi and Chi were taken aback. However, having made such a bold statement, retreating now would undoubtedly draw the attention of the divine beings entering the hall. Well, I suppose we can part with some blood, Wu Yi resolved. He gestured to Chi, who understood and reluctantly retrieved 30,000 gold coins from her storage ring, handing them to the green-clad attendant. Soon, a graceful beauty entered. Such extraordinary artistry could render each viewer's heart's desire visible. Is this truly Master Meng Yi? He mused, reassured of her exceptional talent. Chapter 10. Intelligence of Limo City soon. The esteemed Master Meng Yi approached, offering a respectful bow to the assembly. With a graceful gesture, the sheet music that lay beside her soared into the air, and countless peculiar symbols and characters wafted from the score, floating within the grand hall before Master Meng Yi. As she released her intent, the various instruments positioned on the stand began to play in harmony with the rhythm of the sheet music. Master Meng Yi unleashed her latest mastery of illusionary arts, conjuring a myriad of enchanting scenes in the void. These mesmerizing projections intertwined, each depicting moving moments in time, resonating within the minds of the divine beings present. Where they attended neighboring universities, they had met for the first time while promoting snails together in a supermarket. Upon seeing Wu Yi, she was struck by his handsome visage and charming humor. Later, Wu Yi had mischievously placed his phone behind a napping cat, setting it to emit a loud tiger's roar after a brief pause. The startled feline sprang into action, dashing in all directions, colliding with passers-by, who shrieked in surprise. The cat, utterly frightened, nearly lost control. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Yi caught a glimpse of Chi's delighted expression. At that moment, she had her eyes closed, fully absorbed in the illusions crafted by Master Meng Yi, even laughing out loud, imbued with joy. Wu Yi, captivated by her blissful smile, felt an urge to tousle her silky hair and share a tender kiss. As the performance concluded, the divine beings in the hall gradually opened their eyes, many reflecting a sense of nostalgia. Like Wu Yi and Chi, they had existed through countless epochs, some for over 1,000 years. Are you the newly arrived true deity of Limo City? A deep male voice unexpectedly resonated near Wu Yi's ear. Turning, he saw a gentleman seated to his left, clad in a flowing azure robe, exuding an air of sophistication. Indeed, Wu Yi replied with a smile. I happen to possess detailed intelligence regarding Limo City that you might find beneficial, the refined gentleman said, producing a parchment scroll that floated before Wu Yi. Gazing at the exquisite parchment, Wu Yi recognized its considerable worth and hesitated to accept a gift without merit. Noticing Wu Yi's reluctance, the gentleman explained with sincerity, Please accept it. This intelligence contains crucial information about Limo City. Ignorance of these powerful factions could lead to grave consequences. Seeing the genuine intent in the gentleman's demeanor, Wu Yi felt compelled to accept. Very well. As he perused the document, Wu Yi noted the numerous sects and factions within Limo City, most being minor forces, while the true major sects resided beyond the city. He also learned of the 5 prominent families, the core powers of Limo City. The city lord was selected from one of these families. To the north of Rain Country flows a boundary river, beyond which lies Fire Country. Both countries are separated by this river, yet share the same continent, Creation Continent. Aside from Creation Continent, the entire Liuli Continent is flanked by the eastern Xiangang Continent and the southeastern Tai Continent. Between these 3 continents lies the abyss of concealed demons. Beyond them, the northern Black Abyss, the eastern Cycle Sea, the southern Rampant Sea, and the western Shiluo, alongside various islands and unique terrains, are distributed. Retracting his gaze, Wu Yi looked up at the refined gentleman. Such intelligence was undoubtedly worth at least 10,000 gold coins, a considerable sum. Thank you, Wu Yi said with a smile. I am Wu Yi, hailing from the distant Blue Star, and this is my girlfriend, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. What? The gentleman inquired, perplexed. Girlfriend? The leader of Tiangang sect, Feng Ji said with a friendly demeanor, indicating a close relationship with his companion. Chunbai regarded Wu Yi with a casual glance, his expression exuding a hint of aloofness and indifference, as if disinterested in the proceedings around him. Shortly thereafter, Feng Ji leaned closer to Wu Yi and whispered, Brother Wu Yi, I witnessed your remarkable feat in the lounge area downstairs. Quite impressive. Chapter 11. The Dual Masters of Blade and Staff. As he spoke, Feng Ji gave Wu Yi a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration, then turned to Chi-Chi and remarked with a grin, Indeed, you have chosen an excellent girlfriend, worthy of celebration. Chi-Chi felt a bit awkward, waiting for Wu Yi to correct the inaccuracy of the phrasing, while she offered Feng Ji a warm smile. However, Feng Ji then shifted his gaze to Wu Yi, his tone growing solemn as he continued, But Brother Wu Yi, you must be cautious of retaliation from the North Star Sword sect. That sect possesses formidable strength, although it is far away in the Fire Country. It is not too distant from Limo City, situated right by the river boundary. Wu Yi remained noncommittal, offering no response as he lifted a cup of green tea from the table, savoring a sip that was slightly bitter yet refreshingly invigorating. A fine brew, indeed. Noticing Wu Yi's indifferent demeanor, Feng Ji felt a hint of concern. Just the day before, he had heard of Wu Yi's heroic rescue of Sun Bing and Xiao Dai. Such acts of defending the weak and upholding justice were greatly admirable to Feng Ji, who, despite his own limitations and strength, aspired to similar deeds. Nevertheless, Brother Wu Yi, I hold deep respect for your chivalrous act of saving a demigod yesterday, Feng Ji concluded, collecting his thoughts and raising a cup of aged brew towards Wu Yi. Wu Yi paused momentarily, then understanding the gesture, returned the toast with a casual smile, downing the drink in one go. Feng Ji sensed Wu Yi's generous nature, appreciating his disregard for trivialities, and felt an instant kinship, confident that Wu Yi was a person worth befriending. You have a commendable tolerance for alcohol, he praised. As the music concluded, the host of the dreamy pavilion unveiled the second illusion, a technique he had mastered in his youth, born from a poignant past. Wu Yi recognized that he was about to experience an intense illusion of suffering, a perfect opportunity to refine his willpower. Currently, he had cultivated the high-level secret technique, mind control, yet he sought to attain even more advanced techniques. When they finally emerged from the top hall of the star-gathering pavilion, night had fallen, and the sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, almost within reach, some being small universes crafted by powerful beings, continuously absorbing the energy of the void to sustain their essence. As Wu Yi and Chi-Chi strolled under the moonlight, the absence of electric lights transported Wu Yi back to serene rural nights, where tranquility reigned supreme, creating a rare sense of peace within his heart. The two walked in harmonious silence for approximately 20 minutes, eventually arriving at the Yonghao mansion. At a distance of 100 meters, a shadow was discreetly concealed among the trees by a nearby pond. It was Qian Mu, the president of the Lushan Society and the head of the Lingshu Pavilion, who had been fishing there all day, nearly depleting the pond's stock. Upon seeing Wu Yi and Chi-Chi return, he felt a surge of excitement and contemplated creating a distraction to draw their attention and probe into their capabilities. Earlier that day, he had noticed 2 inconspicuous divine lords wandering the nearby streets, known as the Dual Masters of Blade and Staff. At that moment, the duo was slowly approaching the adjacent street, revealing their unusual demeanor, seemingly plotting against someone or something nearby. Suddenly, an idea struck Qian Mu. Why not offer some of the fish he had caught to the duel masters as an act of compassion for the disabled? With this thought, he stretched and yawned, stowing away his fishing rod and carrying a bucket full of skyfish as he stepped out. From several hundred meters away, he called out, "Hey, duel masters of blade and staff, come over. I've caught plenty of skyfish, and I can't eat them all. Let me share some with you." Wu Yi's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing the voice calling out, which carried an unmistakable tone of discrimination. As he rounded a corner, he spotted a divine lord with pointed horns and a black mark on his forehead, the very individual who had been shouting. This divine lord belonged to the pinnacle of the true god realm, one of the most powerful among them. As Wu Yi approached the Yonghao mansion, he paused at a fork in the road, just as the divine lord with the fish bucket arrived nearby, heading towards the elderly couple who stood several hundred meters away, seemingly frozen in time. Only the slight movement of the old man and Appo's ears hinted at their vitality, making one wonder if they had been forgotten by time itself. Is someone offering fresh fish to the duel masters? The elder divine lord's expression suddenly shifted, displaying irritation as he spoke in imperfect standard language. Indeed, I caught a lot of fish and can't finish them all. I wanted to share some with you. The divine lord at the pinnacle of the true god realm replied with a warm smile, moving closer. Just as the two divine lords brushed past Wu Yi, the duel masters of blade and staff suddenly sprang into action, their figures darting forward as they brandished their weapons. Chapter 12. What does it matter if one transforms into a frog? It changes nothing. The old woman brandished a short knife in her right hand, while the old man wielded a wooden staff, both hurling them towards Wu Yi with astonishing speed, imbued with the force of supersonic propulsion. As they traversed the air, the void shattered, compressing the very fabric of heaven and earth, twisting the night and the ground into a terrifying vortex that stirred everything in its path. The true god realm deity was taken aback, hastily retreating to the side, causing a considerable amount of fish to spill from his bucket. An ambush? Humph. Chi sensed the malicious intent of the knife and staff and summoned her 9th-tier magic cube, preparing to counterattack. However, Wu Yi quickly halted her, amused by the approaching weapons. The old woman and old man, manipulating their weapons from afar, coordinated their attacks seamlessly as they advanced on Wu Yi with lethal intent. The debris and soil along their path coalesced into a swirling mire of air, encircling Wu Yi and Chi, compressing the space with the aim of utterly annihilating them. Yet, after a significant passage of time, Wu Yi's casually released spheres of divine energy showed no signs of yielding, completely thwarting the oppressive force of their assault. The earth and rubble could not penetrate his defenses, leaving him unscathed. What formidable resilience! The old man was slightly astonished and exchanged glances with the old woman, prompting them to unleash a more potent attack. Instantly, their auras surged once more as they invoked their respective techniques. The short knife surged forth, executing a powerful blade technique, striking fiercely against Wu Yi's defensive barrier, one blow after another. Concurrently, the old man unleashed a ferocious spell, utilizing the wooden staff to assault Wu Yi's protective sphere relentlessly. Wu Yi felt no pressure at all and, somewhat disappointed, remarked, "You old fools. I just defended your honor when that true god realm deity belittled you. Yet you chose to attack me instead. It seems you are truly here for me. How should I address you?" The old couple exchanged a knowing glance, realizing they faced a formidable opponent. The old man, though blind, was not deaf, relaying Wu Yi's words to the old woman, who, though deaf, was not blind, quickly grasping her companion's meaning. Finally, the old man disdainfully declared, "You've never heard of our legendary duo from Tian Mountain? Truly lacking in knowledge. Listen closely. We are the famed knife and staff duo of the Rain Kingdom." "The knife and staff duo? Indeed, I have not heard of you, but that can be forgiven. I have just arrived." Wu Yi paid little mind, preparing to eliminate them. He glanced up at the true god, who had previously been holding a bucket of fish, only to find him seated cross-legged, quietly observing the battle unfolding before him. In truth, Qianmu was equally astonished. He was familiar with the knife and staff duo, yet perplexed as to why they would engage Wu Yi and his companions. Upon reflection, it dawned on him. He had recently issued a bounty on Wu Yi and his group, and they might have accepted the task. Little did Qianmu know that this duo was, in fact, a gift from the dying Si Huan true god to Wu Yi. As the battle continued, finding their initial assaults ineffective, the knife and staff duo intensified their attacks, transforming into their true forms. In an instant, the old woman's body swelled, and the old man followed suit, both metamorphosing into frogs. Their garments were torn apart, scattering into tattered strips that fell away as they leapt into action. The old man hopped onto the old woman's back, creating a peculiar configuration reminiscent of a mating posture. Ribbit. They croaked incessantly, each call reverberating through the void, resonating with it, and causing Wu Yi's protective sphere to develop minute cracks. "Ah, there is some ingenuity here," Wu Yi observed, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this transformation attack and resolving to bolster his defenses. Soon, two colossal frogs loomed in the void, each resembling a small mountain. As they flickered near Wu Yi, they unleashed their lengthy tongues, generating immense adhesive force aimed at his protective sphere. With a splat, the powerful adhesion collided with the barrier, producing a viscous tugging sensation accompanied by a nauseating sound. Simultaneously, the previously attacking short knife and wooden staff transformed into frog-like slime, forming elongated adhesive chains that swirled chaotically around Wu Yi's defensive sphere, entangling it thoroughly. The frogs continued their relentless assault, the knife and staff duo exerting themselves to no avail. Qianmu watched in horror. The strength of these two high-level true gods was insufficient to subdue Wu Yi and Qi. Thankfully, he had refrained from rashly intervening, or he might have met a dire fate. He discerned that the old woman and old man had sealed their souls and consciousness, only to be reborn into the bodies of frogs, yet they retained the memories and awareness of their former lives, resulting in this peculiar situation. How formidable! This is beyond belief. They cannot be moved at all. The old man, shocked, began to contemplate retreat, casting a glance at his companion beneath him and transmitting a thought. Withdraw, we cannot win. Chapter 13. The need to establish authority in that fleeting moment. Wu Yi keenly sensed the old couple from the transformation frog duo attempting to flee. Without hesitation, he signaled to Qi, who understood immediately. The ninth order magic cube was unleashed, enveloping the surroundings with 729 miniature worlds, completely encircling them. What? The old woman gasped, startled by the unforeseen turn of events, realizing that escape was now formidable. Speak, who sent you? Wu Yi intoned coldly, offering them a chance at mercy should they reveal their master. 2 seconds elapsed with no response from the duo. Growing impatient, Wu Yi casually remarked, Qinyu. In an instant, 2 lethal claws shot forth with astonishing speed, targeting the hearts of the old man and woman. Within the blink of an eye, 2 pulsating hearts were seized by Qinyu. Spare us. I confess, we were sent by the sea-hungry true god, the old woman exclaimed, terror-stricken and devoid of any hesitation. Wu Yi recalled the black-robed true gods he had previously offended, as well as the young master of the Big Dipper sword sect from earlier that day. It seemed unlikely that the Big Dipper sect could arrive so swiftly, especially given their evident fear. Thus, it had to be the black-robed true god. The true name of that individual was indeed Sea-Hungry True God, a moniker that suggested a certain foolishness. Names should not be taken lightly, Wu Yi pondered. Oh, that individual had boasted in his final moments, threatening to end Wu Yi's life. Yet, this line of reasoning was perplexing. Wu Yi scrutinized the pair of weapon-wielding seniors. Continuing his inquiry, you came at the behest of the Sea-Hungry True God without fear of being vanquished by me? The old man chuckled nervously, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. Not exactly. The Sea-Hungry True God informed us before his demise that you possess an unparalleled artifact of immeasurable value, prompting us to seize this opportunity to enhance our own gear. Little did we anticipate that you would be so extraordinarily powerful, defeating us without even summoning your artifact. Listening attentively to the elder's account, Wu Yi gleaned the necessary insights. It was clear that he needed to establish his authority. His purpose for journeying to the Liuli Continent was to inherit the soul of the sovereign, to ascend to the position of sovereign, and to become a formidable force. It appeared that the need for swift demonstration of power was pressing. With a glance, Wu Yi communicated to Qinyu, who promptly crushed the life hearts of the 2 frog entities. Almost simultaneously, the true god of the extreme realm, who had inexplicably shifted to a distance, had already fled, leaving no trace. Wu Yi paid this no mind, summoning his ancient floating vessel and heading towards the Yonghao Manor. Qinyu consumed the corpses of the 2 true gods. It must be said that the flesh of frogs possessed a unique quality. A change in flavor occasionally invigorated the appetite. The unfortunate frog deities, renowned for their dual mastery of weapons, had not even had the chance to fully comprehend the finality of death before they met their demise in the far northwest, leaving no time for tender farewells to their partners. Not long after, news of the demise of the dual weapon masters, who had long been absent from Liemo City, spread widely, marking the second fall of a true god following the earlier loss of the Sea-Hungry True God. Many conjectured that the long-missing Yen Luo might be involved, an individual notorious for the massacre of countless beings within Liemo City 5 epochs ago. However, this figure had mysteriously vanished without a trace, despite a substantial bounty placed on him for several epochs. Some speculated that Yen Luo had already departed Liemo City, perhaps even the Rain Kingdom, as he was originally from the Fire Kingdom and unlikely to create significant disturbances in the Rain Kingdom. Such reasoning seemed plausible but lacked substance. After all, Yen Luo was an undercover villain sent by the Fire Kingdom to infiltrate the Rain Kingdom. Without inflicting any substantial harm upon the Rain Kingdom, how could he simply depart? Moreover, having previously caused terror and slaughter in Liemo City without suffering any repercussions, his departure seemed illogical. Nonetheless, others suggested that the recent true god arrivals in Liemo City might be responsible, considering that Wu Yi and his companions were indeed true gods, and they were accompanied by a concealed deity of potentially greater strength than the 3 visible. Soon, tangible evidence surfaced. An individual claimed to have purchased intelligence from the Wuling Guild, which indicated that Wu Yi and his companions were responsible for slaying the sea-hungry true god, as well as the dual-weapon masters. With this irrefutable proof, the narrative of Wu Yi's slaying of multiple true gods, as well as numerous demigods, became firmly established. Consequently, the sentiments in Li Mo City regarding Wu Yi and his companions polarized, with some condemning his indiscriminate killings while others lauded him as a champion of justice, deserving of accolades. However, upon the revelation of Wu Yi's enmity with the Big Dipper Sword sect, many of his supporters among the deities began to distance themselves, claiming unfamiliarity and retreating from the vicinity of Yonghao Manor. Wu Yi, indifferent to these developments, remained focused on more pressing matters. The mechanical hive on Blue Star could awaken at any moment. If it did, the mechanical entities within could emerge, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for humanity. After hastily fleeing Yonghao Manor, Qianmu took refuge in Lingshu Pavilion, not venturing out again until summoned by the city lord's mansion, compelling him to engage in social niceties. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find himself received by the city lord, a figure typically preoccupied with his own affairs. What could have prompted such an unexpected audience? Qianmu sensed an unusual tension in the air. The city lord emerged from within, approaching Qianmu with a measured pace, concealed his worries, and offered a welcoming smile. Come, let us take a moment in the tranquil heart chamber. Chapter 14. The Divine Tablet. The Qingxin Studio serves as a retreat for the esteemed and influential, a place of profound tranquility and seclusion, almost hermetic in nature. It is accessible only to those who have earned the utmost trust of the city lord, Zhang Xiyuan. Qianmu felt both astonished and flattered. Sensing the weight of the city lord's regard, his heart swelling with joy yet tinged with apprehension. Could it be that the city lord held him in such high esteem? However, over the epochs, no inclination of this sort had been evident from Zhang Xiyuan. Perhaps the city lord wished to confer about some particularly sensitive matters, as he often summoned distinguished guests to discuss affairs best kept from the prying eyes of many. Was it possible that the city lord had reconsidered his previous decisions, intending to maintain the prior volume of acquisitions and reclaim more gold coins from him? This thought struck Qianmu, causing his heart to sink, dissipating his earlier exhilaration. Upon arriving at Qingxin Studio, the city lord promptly dismissed all attendants, retaining only Qianmu. After a brief moment of tea sipping, Zhang Xiyuan began. Qianmu, throughout these epochs, you have dedicated yourself to the exploitation of the Lushan gold mine, contributing significantly to the minting endeavors of Limoqing. This cannot be denied. However, the city lord's tone shifted as he continued. Recently, Limoqing has begun to experience unrest, and I fear a considerable upheaval may ensue. The lord's manor must urgently rally a cohort of benevolent individuals to safeguard the order of Limoqing. Time is of the essence. Is it truly that grave? Qianmu exclaimed, perplexed, unaware of the specifics to which the city lord alluded. Zhang Xiyuan cast his gaze towards the distant woods, a look of genuine concern etched upon his face. Therefore, we must adjust the volume of gold coin recoveries from your Lushan gold mine. A chill ran through Qianmu. His foreboding intuition had materialized. Though the city lord did not elucidate the reasons behind this shift, his tone indicated that the cause of this turmoil was likely complex. Very well. Qianmu understood that the city lord was sparing him the indignity of a direct order. Thus he acquiesced, recognizing the precariousness of his own standing. Zhang Xiyuan gave Qianmu a reassuring pat on the shoulder, a gesture of encouragement, signaling that he could take his leave. Qianmu comprehended the unspoken message and respectfully exited, not daring to linger. Once Qianmu had departed, Zhang Xiyuan stood in contemplation, gazing at the distant mountains, steadying his thoughts before leaving Qingxin Studio to return to the core of the lord's manor. On the top floor of the lord's manor lay a secret chamber. Zhang Xiyuan recited the incantation to activate the array, and the door to the chamber opened. He stepped inside, where a brilliant divine light flickered, radiating a myriad of glimmers that evoked a celestial aura. Before him floated an ancient tablet, its form naturally archaic and unadorned, imbued with transcendent significance, as if plucked from the lake of the gods by the primordial deities themselves. This tablet emanated a golden glow, suffused with divine mist, intricately inscribed with numerous complex symbols and sacred incantations, occasionally resonating with celestial harmonies, rhythmic waves of divine energy pulsing in a measured cadence. Zhang Xiyuan extended his arms, relishing the absorption of a modicum of life force emanating from the ancient tablet. This was the collective life essence exuded by all the deities within Limoqing. With the passage of time, all living beings naturally deplete their life force, an inevitability one cannot wholly evade. Most of this gathered life force was absorbed by the tablet, which allocated only a minuscule portion to the city lord. This ancient tablet, known as the Divine Tablet, has existed for countless ages, shrouded in mystery with an unknown origin. Its surface displays 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. A red hue signifies the populace's dissatisfaction with the city lord's governance, resulting in the least amount of life force allocated to him. Conversely, a purple hue indicates extreme contentment among the citizens, awarding the city lord the greatest share of life force. In recent days, Zhang Shuyuan had distinctly sensed an intensifying yellow hue emanating from the divine tablet, possibly shifting towards orange, and the life force bestowed upon him was diminishing. This life essence was crucial for extending his limited lifespan, of utmost importance to a divine being. Considering the recent changes in Limocheng, it appeared that the arrival of several divine beings had disturbed the previously stable environment. They had systematically eliminated several true gods and numerous demigods, most of whom were of poor character, preying upon the weak. Moreover, these divine beings had rescued a certain grandfather and grandson, instilling hope in the hearts of the oppressed, as if justice and righteousness were within reach. Perhaps these developments had led the citizens of Limocheng to perceive an improvement in their circumstances, increasing their contentment with the city, and consequently, the divine tablet had indeed collected more life force, although some had been diverted elsewhere. This extricated life force circled above the residents of Yonghao, lingering as if to protect a cherished gem. If this situation were to persist, the life force allocated to the divine beings would increase, while his own share would diminish, a scenario he absolutely could not permit. Thus, Zhang Shuyuan resolved to amplify the acquisition of gold coins, not merely from the Lushan gold mine, but also from the other gold and silver mining sites in Limocheng, intending to raise the procurement volumes once more. The surplus gold and silver coins would be allocated as bounties for the elimination of the divine beings. Naturally, he would remain in the shadows, for his identity was paramount, and the standing of these divine beings was equally significant. It was crucial that no one discern the source of the bounty. Chapter 15. The soul of the great sovereign may reside in the netherworld, of course. These bounty tasks must be discreet. He had no intention of openly issuing missions. Instead, he planned to utilize the covert forces of the Hidden Guard from Liemo City, leveraging trusted core members to disseminate the tasks. He would not announce these missions at the Five Mountain Guild, but rather employ clandestine channels. Zhang Shuyuan was still not entirely satisfied with the life force extracted from the divine insight steel. It was significantly less than before. He refocused his thoughts, clarifying his ideas that had taken shape over the past few days before finally exiting the secret chamber. For several consecutive days, Wu Yi had been searching for clues regarding the soul of the great sovereign, visiting numerous locations within Liemo City, yet yielding little success. Today, he intended to explore the eastern section of the official library in Liemo City, which housed all records since the city's establishment, and he hoped to discover something of value. Wu Yi, could it be that the soul of the great sovereign does not reside in the divine realm? Sitting in the luxurious seat of the floating ancient vessel, Chi-Chi suddenly turned to Wu Yi with a puzzled expression. Could it possibly be in the netherworld? In recent days, each time she vanquished a divine monarch, the primordial spirit that emanated from within would rapidly diminish, ultimately transforming into a soul. The brown tentacles from the ground would then emerge, dragging the soul beneath the surface into the netherworld. Wu Yi considered this and recognized the plausibility of such a scenario. However, as a living divine monarch, he should not interfere with matters of the netherworld. Yet, with the mechanical hive of his homeland, Blue Star, on the brink of awakening, time was of the essence. He needed to grow stronger swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at a solitary mountain, its peak teeming with people. There were intermittent surges of formidable divine power, accompanied by the sounds of encouragement and cheers. Was a battle unfolding? Wu Yi piloted the floating ancient vessel towards the commotion. Atop the solitary mountain, the air was thick with red flames and thunderous roars, as two extreme forces clashed violently. Many divine monarchs were gathered, intently observing the confrontation, as the scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. Before long, Wu Yi discerned two divine monarchs engaged in a fierce struggle at the mountain summit, caught in a pivotal moment of their battle. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed several scavengers collecting the bodies of fallen beasts, casualties of the skirmish. Sun Bing. Chi-Chi called out to a certain direction. Wu Yi spotted Sun Bing among the scavenger crowd, diligently gathering the remains of the beasts. These corpses, rich in divine power even in death, would be immensely beneficial for cultivation. They approached Sun Bing, who, upon noticing them, hurried over with evident delight. Divine Monarch, what brings you here? Wu Yi inquired. In response to the Divine Monarch, I am scavenging for food. There are numerous honeypot beasts and crow beasts that have perished due to collateral damage. Their bodies are quite delectable, containing far more divine essence than ordinary animals. Sun Bing replied with a smile, clearly content with his current circumstances. Yet, his demeanor slightly shifted as he continued. Without a backing in Liemo City and being only a demigod, it has been challenging to find suitable work. Although the city is safer, life must go on. So I ventured outside in search of opportunities. To my surprise, I discovered that duels frequently occur outside the city, where powerful divine monarchs often inadvertently harm ordinary beasts. The very beasts I had intended to hunt days ago. Wu Yi had frequently observed throngs of people in various locations, all gathered to witness the duels. And thus he inquired, Sun Bing, Is this combat style common in the Liuli Continent? Indeed. As long as both parties agree, they can find an appropriate venue for their battle. Life and death depend on their skill, Sun Bing explained slowly. However, in Liamo City, there are city guards to oversee the matches, preventing spectators from being accidentally harmed. Here, without such oversight, a careless observer could be fatally injured. Understood, Wu Yi acknowledged. Sun Bing leaned closer and earnestly added, in the wild, watching the battles of divine monarchs might also yield treasures. Some may inadvertently drop small valuable items during their fights, such as gold or silver coins, or even certain powerful artifacts. Such fortune exists? I shall have to explore the wilderness more often, Chi-Chi exclaimed, her interest piqued. Look at your aspirations, Wu Yi playfully tapped her on the head, adopting a teasing expression. Let us not dawdle. We have important matters to attend to. Wu Yi prepared to summon the floating ancient vessel to head eastward when he suddenly remembered that he could inquire with Sun Bing, a local demigod of the Liuli Continent. By the way, Sun Bing, do you know of any means to contact the administrators of the Netherworld? Wu Yi asked. Contact the Netherworld? Sun Bing was taken aback, but upon seeing Wu Yi's serious expression, he pondered briefly before responding. There is a magnetic mountain ahead, with a strong magnetic field. It is often frequented by wandering souls. Perhaps you could seek them out for information. Chapter 16. The wandering souls drain my life force. Following Sun Bing's gaze, Wu Yi spotted a vast mountain range obscured in shadows, stretching far into the distance. Be cautious, Sun Bing warned. Eons ago, two formidable factions clashed here, resulting in the demise of countless deities. Many of their divine souls failed to transition to the underworld and became permanently trapped in Ci Mountain, degenerating into wandering spirits. Especially avoid fixating on a particular spirit, he continued. Otherwise, it may start interrogating you incessantly and, at times, follow you home, yearning for companionship with the living. Such mere phantoms can be easily crushed. Wu Yi dismissed the notion. Sun Bing quickly interjected. That is unwise, my lord. These spirits are united, originating from two distinct factions. If you eliminate one, throngs of vengeful ghosts will pursue you, draining the life force of the living and diminishing your lifespan. Undeterred, Wu Yi expressed gratitude for Sun Bing's counsel and soared towards the mountains. As he drew nearer, he felt an increasing pull from the Earth's core, confirming the presence of a potent magnetic field. Magnetic energy generates electricity, and electricity produces magnetism. He recalled Faraday's principle of electromagnetic induction, pondering the possibility of crafting a rudimentary charger here, as his phone from Blue Star had long since depleted its battery. A chilling breeze swept through, stirring thick thorns that unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy towards him. The towering trees obscured the sunlight, and dense fog enveloped the area, where wild beasts cried out intermittently, and mysterious orbs of light flickered. Strange sounds echoed, as if beckoning him closer. The dark energy surged forward, snagging his sleeve, while several spirits clambered up his pants and perched upon his shoulders. A female specter loomed above, extending her claws as if to gouge out his eyes. A little girl spirit, clutching a broken bowl, implored him for sustenance, her eyes brimming with tears, her face marred by dark stains, limping as if her leg had been broken in life. Uncle, please give me something to eat. I haven't had a morsel in decades. I'm so hungry. Though her plight evoked pity, Wu Yi was uncertain of what such beings consumed, as each realm possessed its unique culinary customs for spirits. At that moment, he noticed flames igniting nearby, and turned to see Chi-Chi burning paper. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was money for the dead. He couldn't help but chuckle, bemusedly remarking, "You have no idea what currency these spirits use. Burning your hometown's paper money here is futile. This underworld does not recognize it." Chi-Chi paused, astonished. "You're right. What was I thinking? It seems these offerings will only be useful when we return to Blue Star." Suddenly, Wu Yi caught sight of a neck emerging from the ground, devoid of a head, the cut appearing clean as if severed by a sharp blade. This entity crawled closer, drawn by Wu Yi's living essence, bending forward as if attempting to siphon away his life force. Being a being of chaotic divinity, he possessed a miniature universe within his home cosmos, capable of infinitely replenishing his divine power, rendering him unperturbed by the loss of life force. "Siphon away, if you must. I am in a generous mood today and shall not hold it against you," he mused, noting 5 little spirits clinging to his shoulders, along with a pregnant specter and a dozen more hanging from his pant legs. "Why are these spirits not bothering you?" Wu Yi observed that they treated Chi-Chi differently, refraining from entangling with her. "Perhaps it is because I am female," Chi-Chi speculated uncertainly. The spirits weighed heavily upon him, their coldness uncomfortable, accompanied by the fetid stench of decay and death, an altogether unpleasant aroma. After enduring 2 minutes of this discomfort, Wu Yi felt it was time to inquire. He addressed the necklace spirit. "Brother, do you know how to establish contact with the underworld?" "Fool, that wretch has no head. How could he possibly respond?" Chi-Chi chuckled, amused by Wu Yi's blunder. Realizing his mistake, Wu Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as if he had forgotten to bring his head along. He turned to the other spirits, but none replied. leaving him dissatisfied. In a moment of frustration, he summoned his divine power, enveloping himself and the floating ancient vessel to prevent the spirits from draining his life force. Deprived of their nourishment, the spirits clawed at him in desperation, displaying a complete lack of gratitude or civility, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Suddenly, a flicker of ghostly light caught his attention. He turned to see a crude offering set before a circle of ash made from burnt paper money, emanating the scent of incense for the dead, along with a writhing clump of disheveled hair. Chapter 17. Are you teasing me, Ghost Immortal? Without hesitation, Wu Yi swiftly moved aside and seized the tuft of hair, forcibly extracting the ghost from below. Return my life, return my life. The voice emanating from the depths grew increasingly intense, revealing a female ghost filled with profound resentment and unwillingness. The faceless ghost. Chi glanced in shock, unable to bear witnessing the scene any longer. Wu Yi observed and confirmed that it was indeed a faceless ghost, whose features had been brutally severed from existence. Such a heinous act demonstrated a complete lack of humanity. Wu Yi's voice turned frigid, tinged with an unmistakable intent to kill. In an instant, silence enveloped the area. The surrounding ghosts, previously wailing and creating a ruckus, were suddenly gripped by terror and hastily burrowed into the earth, desperate to escape. Seizing the moment, Wu Yi continued to pull until the faceless ghost was entirely liberated from the ground. I have a question for you. Do you know how to contact the underworld? Wu Yi inquired of the faceless ghost. Each realm's underworld differs vastly, with myriad entryways, and the spirits therein vary as well. These souls, having fallen from their corporeal forms, retain the appearances they bore in life. Leave her be. She knows nothing. An ancient voice resonated from the distant woods, imbued with a hint of divine energy. Soon, a spectral elder materialized, riding a swirling mist that was not mere fog, but a concentrated essence of some malevolent substance from the underworld, resembling clouds, yet entirely distinct. Can you cultivate? Wu Yi asked the elder, perplexed. Indeed, the souls of our Liuli Continent occasionally encounter unique geographical phenomena, preventing the underworld messengers from penetrating such realms and dragging us down to the underworld. Thus we remain in the mortal world, the old ghostly cultivator explained slowly. Remaining in the realm of the living allows us to sense divine substances, thus we can cultivate. The elder continued, the common folk refer to us as ghost immortals, and if we persist in our cultivation, we may even ascend to the realm of ghost deities. Stop. Wu Yi had no time to indulge in the elder's discourse on ghost immortals. You mentioned that the faceless ghost is ignorant of how to contact the underworld. Do you possess such knowledge? Naturally. I am a ghost immortal who has cultivated for 100 epochs, frequently needing to enter the underworld to assess the number of souls remaining in the mortal realm, even assisting them in entering the underworld for reincarnation, and encouraging stubborn spirits to venture into the underworld for a visit. The elder began to ramble on, nearly interminably. Enough, enough. Get to the point. Wu Yi interrupted once more. Very well. The elder ghost immortal appeared slightly dissatisfied yet acquiesced, stating, the crux of the matter is that you must locate a source of water leading deep underground. The underworld lies beneath the earth, and one must find the precise entrance to gain access. Wu Yi surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of helplessness. The vast expanse of the Liuli Continent boasted countless water sources, and at this rate, he would likely search a lifetime without success. Are you jesting with me? Wu Yi retorted, exasperation evident. No, no. I am serious. The elder ghost immortal earnestly defended himself, adding, however, if you find it bothersome, there are indeed a few locations that lead directly to the underworld, though they are somewhat distant. Wu Yi's spirits lifted. Where are they? Chi also leaned in, intrigued to hear the ghost immortal's words. The ghost immortal assumed a sage-like demeanor, preparing to stroke his non-existent beard, only to realize his embarrassment. Upon leaving Liemo City, head towards the River of Realms, and you will encounter several full moon wells. These have existed since the ancient era, and they serve as gateways to the underworld. I expected it to be farther. This is practically just a stone's throw away. Wu Yi mused, questioning whether the ghost immortal had ever ventured beyond his homeland. Thank you for the information. Wu Yi prepared to summon the floating ancient vessel to depart, but was halted by the ghost immortal. Wait, you have yet to pay the consultation fee. Do not attempt to renege, for the consequences could be dire. The elder ghost immortal stepped forward, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Wu Yi, exuding an air of disdain akin to that of a beggar. What kind of look is that? Be careful, I might just hit you. Wu Yi frowned, glancing at Chi, who understood the cue and retrieved some gold coins from her storage space, glaring discontentedly at the elder ghost immortal. How much is the consultation fee? Wu Yi asked coldly, upon seeing Chi's substantial pouch, likely containing thousands of gold coins. The elder ghost immortal's expression brightened, and he cheerfully replied, not much. 10 gold coins would be quite suitable, considering I have shared a wealth of information. Ding. Chi produced 10 gold coins and handed them to the elder ghost immortal. The elder ghost immortal was overjoyed, not expecting such generosity from Chi. In truth, a single silver coin would suffice, as this knowledge was readily available at the Eastern Observation Library in Liuli City, not exactly esoteric. After bidding farewell to the elder ghost immortal, Wu Yi resolved to first visit the Eastern Observation Library, which was rich in resources, hopeful that it might provide insights into the method of contact. Chapter 18. The Mystery of the Divine Inscription Stele. As Wu Yi arrived at Dingguan, he entered the library and discovered a wealth of books within. After a brief search, he quickly found the volume dedicated to Qingji of Liuli City. Upon perusal, he learned that there were alternative methods to enter the netherworld besides the full moon well. One could also venture to the depths of the River of Realms, where an entrance awaited. The text elaborated further. The scanned information provided by the ghostly immortal was worth 10 gold coins, a rather exorbitant fee, prompting Wu Yi to ponder whether he had been overcharged. Just then, Chi, who had been perusing texts nearby, rushed over with joy, clutching a time-worn tome in her delicate hands. The cover appeared to be crafted from some animal hide, exuding a faint protein scent. What is it? Wu Yi inquired, closing the volume on Qingji and approaching her. Chi eagerly unfurled the ancient book, her slender finger pointing to a particular section on the right page. Look here. It states that countless ages ago, a formidable being visited the Liuli Continent. This great entity was responsible for its creation, dividing the entire land into 3 parts. This being could merge with the world tree, residing within it. After their fusion, flower buds emerged, birthing the divine inscription steles, which were distributed across various cities, islands, sacred mountains, and icy plains of the Liuli Continent. These steles could gather the life force emanating from living beings, which could sustain the divine rulers, prolonging their lifespans. Such a treasure exists? Wu Yi mused, contemplating the possibility of seeking out these steles. Perhaps, when his own lifespan drew to a close, he could utilize them to extend his life. With sufficient strength, he could transcend and elevate himself to the next realm, significantly prolonging his lifespan once more. Indeed, there is more, Chi affirmed. The text goes on to say that after merging with the world tree, this celestial being was revered as the sovereign of the world, commonly referred to as the World Master. As eons passed, the beings of the Liuli Continent, unaware of how many generations had succeeded one another, one day received a summons from the World Master. He announced that his lifespan was nearing its end and that preparations must be made for his final day. The World Master proclaimed that even after his demise, he could still bestow protection upon the Liuli Continent for 10,000 years. However, after that, his divine soul would fall into eternal slumber, entering a state of unawareness. Should any malevolent beings aspire to dominate the Liuli Continent once more, the divine beings could proclaim to the world, calling upon powerful allies to assist them. These champions would need to gather all the divine inscription steles birthed by the World Master. Once all steles were assembled, the world's soul could be awakened, allowing the sovereign to return and bless the Liuli Continent once again. It appears this celestial being had far-reaching foresight, contemplating matters that would arise countless eons hence. Wu Yi reflected, feeling a surge of emotion as he pondered how to collect all the steles, for his purpose in the Liuli Continent was to become the ultimate ruler. By the way, does the text describe what the steles look like, or what they are named? Wu Yi inquired once more. Chi resumed her examination, hastily scanning the subsequent sections. Yes, she replied, her reading pace brisk. It mentions that the steles are called the divine inscription steles, appearing rather ordinary. Yet they emit a radiant glow in 7 distinct colors. That simplifies matters. I merely need to locate the luminous steles, particularly those near Liuli City, Wu Yi mused. However, a moment later, he reconsidered. The number of cities in the Liuli Continent was overwhelming, with the Rain Nation alone boasting hundreds. This could prove challenging, he acknowledged, feeling a sense of difficulty arise. Wu Yi, I have discovered additional information, Chi exclaimed. It states that the divine inscription steles shine in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red signifies the populace's profound dissatisfaction with their ruler, while purple indicates their utmost contentment. As Wu Yi pondered these revelations, Chi made yet another discovery. Moreover, if a divine ruler gathers all the divine inscription steles, the soul of the World Master will conduct an assessment. Should the assessment be unsatisfactory, the ruler cannot inherit the legacy of the World Master. Wu Yi, perplexed, wondered if this information had not been presented together. As he had observed Chi rapidly flipping through the pages, her new findings separated by at least a dozen pages from the initial content. Let me see that, he said, gently taking Chi's delicate hand and acquiring the tome. As he flipped it open, he found the cover adorned with striking, enigmatic hieroglyphs, reminiscent of, but distinct from the characters of Blue Star. Posthumous Earth? He mused, intrigued by the profound title. Delving into the contents, he discovered numerous dialogues between the World Master and a character named Zheng Anyo. Chapter 19. What lies beneath the full moon? Well, as Wu Yi delved deeper into the text, he increasingly felt that it bore little resemblance to a serious tome. Instead, It seemed akin to the ramblings of someone intoxicated, weaving fanciful tales without coherence. Was this truly a novel crafted by someone? The title sounded profound, yet the content appeared to be nothing more than an impromptu creation. Disheartened, Wu Yi contemplated searching for something more credible. He handed the book Hutu to Chi-Chi, expressing his disappointment over the time wasted. He then resumed scanning the shelves. Chi-Chi, too, sensed the lack of reliability in the text. Many dialogues felt hastily concocted, yet they possessed a certain logic and provided clear sources of evidence. Perhaps they could still yield some valuable insights. Wu Yi, why don't we continue our research? We might uncover hidden clues, she suggested, unwilling to forego any potential leads. Study it yourself. There are plenty of books in Dongguan. I shall explore other options. Wu Yi replied. Regrettably, despite his fervent searching, he found no further treasures. As they exited Dongguan and noted that the day was still young, they ventured to the renowned waterside village of Shuixiazexiang, indulging in a sumptuous feast of fish. They continued their journey northward until they reached the outskirts of Mo City. Persisting in their flight, they soon arrived at the banks of the Boundary River, where Wu Yi stumbled upon numerous corpses of fallen deities, untouched by the beasts, while those devoured left no remains. Each day, conflicts erupted outside Mo City, with the majority of casualties being weaker demigods or rogue immortals lacking support, those with poor foundations or fallen realms. The duo pressed on, navigating their ancient vessel through dense forests and towering mountains, eventually spotting an ancient well behind a low hill, concealed by a divine pillar. Is this the well? Chi-Chi inquired, noticing the reflection of a full moon within its depths, despite the midday sun overhead. Why was there a full moon in the well? Wu Yi too sensed the peculiarity and speculated whether the moon's image originated from within the well rather than the sky. They discovered several more wells, each mirroring the full moon, casting an ethereal silver glow. Surrounding these wells were rows of divine columns, stretching endlessly, firmly establishing a divide between the Boundary River and the territory of the Rain Nation. Not far off, an array master was inscribing runes upon the pillars, marking them as the vessels of the formation. Wu Yi withdrew his gaze, resolved to investigate further. Let us descend and take a look. With that, their ancient vessel shrank swiftly to the size of a large fish, and their own forms reduced to that of mere fingers. Shortly after they entered the well, a crimson eye emerged from the thicket of a solitary mountain, fixated on the direction they had taken, as if watching their every move. Soon, tendrils resembling human limbs unfurled from around the eye, some inscribing symbols on the ground, creating strange patterns that possibly held significant meaning. The blood-red eye cast the inscribed patterns into the void, where they floated away, carried by the wind toward a specific destination. After lying low for some time, Qianmu ventured out under the cover of night, donning a specially crafted flame cloak that allowed him to move with remarkable speed and silence. This divine garment had cost him a staggering 18,000 gold coins at a treasure auction, a significant investment. With this cloak, he could escape even the direst situations. Grasping at a sliver of hope, upon arriving at the Wuling Guild, he was astonished to find yet another bounty placed on Wu Yi, this time amounting to a staggering 100,000 gold coins, indicating the formidable forces wary of Wu Yi's prowess. Gritting his teeth, Qianmu increased the bounty on Wu Yi by an additional 30,000 gold coins, totaling 60,000, a considerable expenditure. Should anyone accept the task of eliminating Wu Yi and succeed, they would reap the entire bounty, including Qianmu's 60,000, the original 100,000, and any other associated rewards, leading to substantial profit. Routine duties at the City Lord's office revealed that the Lord had once again elevated Wu Yi's threat level, categorizing him as a B-class, a truly terrifying power. It appeared that the City Lord was becoming increasingly apprehensive about Wu Yi and his companions. Could it be that the Lord's earlier mention of augmenting the gold recovery was aimed at hiring more formidable beings to eliminate Wu Yi and his divine allies? Qianmu pondered this possibility with growing conviction. Returning to the Lushan gold mine, Qianmu issued instructions to his subordinates before setting out alone, intent on seeking rare treasures outside the city. He had maintained his peak divine realm for quite some time. It seemed the moment for a breakthrough had arrived. Recently, he sensed a flicker of potential for advancement, possibly spurred by the repeated shocks inflicted upon him by Wu Yi, leading him to the brink of a breakthrough. Chapter 20. Preparing the conspiracy. Though it is somewhat difficult to articulate, the likelihood of such a situation is quite high. Upon arriving at a silver mining site with his companions, Qianmu noticed a considerable group in the distance, predominantly comprised of true deities, among whom one had even attained the great Luo divine realm, likely of elder status. Perhaps they were members of a sect seeking divine power ores, which are most suitable for cultivation and can significantly expedite one's progress. The last time Qianmu had ventured to gather intelligence at the Wu Yong House estate, he had disguised himself, and this occasion was no different. He transformed into a middle-aged woman, notably plump, to avoid drawing the attention of lecherous onlookers. Approaching the gathering, he observed the divine beings arriving on various mounts, engaged in transactions with the mine owner, seemingly intent on selling a portion of the divine power ores they possessed. Song Chongqing, who are these individuals? Wu Yichong greeted his companions. Song Chongqing, the mine owner and president of the Jishi Association, boasted an extensive network, particularly within the complex underground forces of the Fire Nation. Upon noticing Qianmu, he smiled and remarked, "Ah, this is the third elder of the Big Dipper Sword sect. What brings you here dressed like this today?" Taken aback, Qianmu recalled his disguise and mumbled evasively, "Oh, it's nothing. I suddenly felt like playing the role of a voluptuous matron, perhaps to tease a few unscrupulous men, ha ha ha." Song Chongqing was taken aback, as if discovering a new continent. His eyes widened, and he pointed at Qianmu, unable to suppress his astonishment. "You rascal, I never knew you had such a penchant. Be careful, I just spotted a few old scavengers with lustful gazes. They are men who have never encountered a woman in their lives. You should test your charms on them." "Huh, you clever boy, why don't you try it yourself?" Qianmu retorted, bemused. Their camaraderie allowed for such casual banter. Once their pleasantries concluded, Song Chongqing addressed Qianmu's earlier inquiry. "These individuals are from the Big Dipper Sword sect. They have discovered a mysterious treasure trove brimming with divine power ores and are discussing whether to embark on an adventure to extract some." The leader of the Big Dipper Sword sect was an elder with red hair, possessing cultivation at the second level of the Great Luo divine realm. Recognized as the third elder of the sect, Qianmu's heart stirred. He was aware that not long ago, several divine beings from Wu Yi had offended the young master of the Big Dipper Sword sect, though he was uncertain if this elder was privy to that information. Desiring to remain uninvolved, Qianmu introduced himself to the third elder while subtly observing his demeanor. Through casual inquiries, he learned that the elder had been leading a search for divine power ores outside of Liuli City and had yet to return to the sect. It appeared that the third elder was unaware of the indignities suffered by his sect's young master, prompting Qianmu to devise a pretext to lead the elder and his entourage to Wu Yi, perhaps to instigate a minor conflict. "It seems, dear third elder, that you are in dire need of funds," Qianmu jested. "Why not find a location to rob and capture a few demigods to bring back? And perhaps we may discover some exceptionally talented individuals along the way." "Robbery?" The third elder scoffed, dismissing the notion. "Scholars do not engage in such activities." Qianmu was surprised. The third elder seemed to pride himself on the moral superiority of scholars. In contrast, Qianmu, who had not delved deeply into scholarship, held no such pretensions. For him, practicality was the ultimate truth. "What? Does the third elder look down upon such endeavors?" Qianmu pressed on. "Let us not forget that your sect's ancestors stumbled upon that extraordinarily gifted refugee due to a fortunate robbery. Had it not been for some of your forebears engaging in such acts, would your sect have risen so swiftly in just a decade?" The third elder was momentarily rendered speechless, unwilling to revisit past grievances. "Come, follow me to a location where not only are there abundant divine power ores, but also numerous refugees passing through. Who knows, we might strike gold and find a cultivation prodigy for you to mentor." Qianmu fervently encouraged, his ample bosom swaying enticingly, leaving many disciples parched with desire. Had Qianmu not been speaking in a masculine voice, they might have genuinely believed him to be a voluptuous middle-aged goddess. "Very well. Since you speak of divine power ores, I shall accompany you to take a look." The third elder, enticed by the prospect of profit, readily agreed. During the recent sect assembly, the sect leader had repeatedly emphasized the importance of bolstering the economy, for the sustenance of disciples within the sect required ample resources. Only with sufficient wealth could the sect attract talented individuals and thrive. Song Chongqing, eager to expedite silver mining, had little time to waste idly. However, upon hearing of the potential for robbery, he was keen to seize the opportunity, contemplating the possibility of capturing additional demigods to augment their workforce. "Let us go? I too wish to see," Song Chongqing stated earnestly. Chapter 21. The conspiracy is about to succeed soon. A grand procession, led by Qianmu, made its way toward the city gates of Liuli. Many were perplexed, particularly the third elder, who harbored doubts about Qianmu's intentions. "Young man, why have you brought us to the city gates? Do you mean to suggest that the divine or lies within Liuli?" "Of course," Qianmu replied, this time speaking the truth. During a prior visit to the star-picking tower, he had been targeted by a notorious thief who nearly made off with his invaluable treasure, the bone flute. Had it not been for the unique bond between his spirit and the flute, he would have been destined to part with his prized possession. Suddenly, Qianmu recognized two familiar figures approaching from outside the city, Wu Yi and Qi Qi, both celestial beings, exuding an air of faint disappointment. A brilliant opportunity presented itself to Qianmu, as he contemplated inciting discord between the third elder of the Northern Dipper Sword sect and Wu Yi. "Father, this city is so bustling and lively. Look over there, they sell meat buns. I want to try some," exclaimed an innocent little girl nearby, her voice filled with wonder. Qianmu turned to see a ragged pair, a father and daughter, who appeared to be refugees from a distant land, distinct in appearance from those of Liuli. The girl, though still young and at the level of an immortal, had a father nearing the threshold of true divinity, yet still quite distant from it. This father-daughter duo unwittingly walked into the path of the Northern Dipper Sword sect members, who were mounted upon enormous steeds reminiscent of colossal Asian elephants, capable of crushing an immortal with ease. Watch out. In an unfortunate turn of events, a hurried disciple of the Northern Dipper Sword sect, distracted by the bustle of the crowd, failed to notice the pair at his mount's feet, almost trampling the little girl. Look out, you're going to crush an immortal, Qianmu shouted, drawing the attention of those around him. Who is this person, shouting so loudly? Is he trying to deafen me? Grumbled a passerby, casting a disapproving glare at Qianmu. Yet, his outcry had captured the attention of many, including the nearby Wu Yi and Qi Qi. This is not good, Qi Qi thought, quickly assessing the situation. Without hesitation, she activated her spatial evasion technique, appearing in an instant to shove the wind demon wolf aside. The creature was sent flying, and the disciple atop it was flung off, nearly crashing against the city gate. Who dares to strike my mount? The disgruntled disciple shouted in outrage, his pride wounded despite escaping serious injury. The third elder, witnessing Qi Qi's intervention, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. He prepared to confront her, but halted mid-step, taken aback by her extraordinary beauty, which seemed to transcend the realm of mortals. Akin to a celestial beauty emerging from a moonlit dream. Are you considering a romantic escapade? Qianmu teased, sensing the third elder's momentary distraction. Romantic escapade, my foot. The third elder snapped, momentarily dazed but aware of his own thoughts, as he had never encountered a goddess before. Such beauty, beyond compare, Song Chongqing remarked, drawn to Qi Qi's allure. At this moment, Wu Yi approached Qi Qi, standing beside the little girl who had narrowly avoided disaster. Thank you, Divine One. I bow to you in gratitude, the girl's father expressed, overwhelmed with appreciation. Had it not been for Qi Qi's timely intervention, his daughter would have met a tragic fate. There's no need, Qi Qi replied with a gentle smile, before casting a disapproving glance at the Northern Dipper disciple. The disciple, mesmerized by Qi Qi's unmatched beauty, swaggered forward with a lewd grin, shamelessly mimicking crude gestures. It was evident he was no stranger to such vulgar displays. Qi Qi's eyes turned icy, her heart racing in indignation. Before she could react, Wu Yi swiftly intervened, vanishing from sight before delivering a fierce slap to the disciple's face. In an instant, the disciple was reduced to a cloud of blood, his existence extinguished. A long, brown tentacle emerged from the ground, snatching the fallen disciple's soul and dragging it into the depths below. Impudent. The third elder, finally regaining his senses, stormed toward the scene, only to find nothing but the lingering scent of blood where the disciple had fallen, not even a remnant of his soul. Furious, he turned to confront Wu Yi. You wretched creature, how dare you lay hands on my disciple? Do you wish to perish? Summoning his sword, the third elder's aura surged, golden light radiating from his eyes as he prepared to strike Wu Yi down. Chapter 22. The third elder was utterly terrified, collapsing in fear. However, Qin Yu and Wu Yi remained unfazed, with the former calmly invoking a name. Suddenly, an apparition materialized beside Qianmu, as if tearing through the fabric of the void. It was Qin Yu, who took a single step and covered 100 meters, appearing directly before the third elder, ready to deliver a lethal blow. The third elder, struck with dread, felt his life slipping away. Having survived countless life and death crises, he was acutely aware of impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated, not daring to pause even to bid his disciples farewell. The oppressive aura emanating from Qin Yu was terrifying, despite appearing to be merely a true deity. He instilled a sense of insurmountable power within the third elder. As the third elder fled in panic, the disciples of the North Dipper Sword sect were equally alarmed, hastily mounting their steeds and soaring into the sky, with most making their way towards the safety of Liemo City, where the city gates were guarded by divine soldiers who would intervene in any private conflicts. At that moment, Qianmu snapped back to reality, realizing that Qin Yu had emerged from the void beside him, so close that had the divine being inadvertently stepped on his foot, it would have been reduced to mere powder, leaving him crippled. Overwhelmed by fear, Qianmu instinctively took several steps back. The god who possessed the ability to become invisible exuded an unsettling aura. Although he seemed to possess only true deity cultivation, his true combat prowess was shrouded in mystery, evoking a profound sense of danger. His strength was formidable, utterly beyond compare. Qianmu was astonished and quickly scanned his surroundings, but the third elder had vanished, likely fled far away. Wu Yi did not pursue the third elder nor concern himself with the sect disciples. He returned to Qi Qi's side, affectionately tousling her hair, saying, "You see, your beauty always attracts the unwelcome attention of some scoundrels." At that moment, a father and daughter duo approached from afar, the little girl holding a large meat bun that emanated a divine aroma. It was the renowned human meat bun from Liemo City, rich in divine essence, which could significantly accelerate one's cultivation. Consuming meat from high-ranking deities might even grant insights into the laws of the universe. Thank you, Divine Lord, for saving me. Please, have a bun, the little girl offered with a sincere smile. Qi Qi, however, felt uneasy about accepting it. No, thank you. You should keep it. Divine buns are quite valuable, Wu Yi remarked, assessing the pair with gratitude for their generosity. He produced a gold ingot and handed it to them. Please accept it. You must be new to Liemo City, and surviving here is no easy feat without money. You're bound to face difficulties, Wu Yi insisted when they hesitated to accept. Indeed. Thank you, Divine Lord. The girl's father was deeply moved, grateful that the divine being had not only saved his daughter, but also offered them gold, rekindling his hope for kindness in the world. Before long, Chi and Wu Yi soared through the air on their ancient vessel towards Liemo City. Meanwhile, Qian Mu and Song Chongqing lingered behind, nearly drooling at the sight of the departing figure of unparalleled beauty. Though Qian Mu had indulged in the view, he felt unsatisfied, even disappointed. The third elder had been cowardly frightened away by the invisible divine being. Yet, the power of that unseen deity was indeed formidable, with an overwhelming presence. Just moments ago, he had heard Wu Yi call out the name of the invisible deity, Qin Yu. This Qin Yu possessed a unique aura, unlike any ordinary cultivator, suggesting he had a significant background. Alas, I only wish the third elder had taught that pretty boy a lesson instead of fleeing. Leaving me embarrassed, Qian Mu lamented, beginning to slander Wu Yi. There was little he could do. Wu Yi was undeniably handsome, strong, and accompanied by a stunning beauty, leaving Qian Mu feeling inadequate by comparison. Are you jealous of that fellow? Song Chongqing teased. With those ample assets of yours, why not put them to good use? Get lost. After their banter, the two did not return to discuss the location of the divine power mines, but rather ventured outside the city, intending to intercept some demigods fleeing the chaos and capture them as laborers. Qian Mu felt that the bounty he had just announced was insufficient. No, it was grossly inadequate. Even the third elder, whose power reached the second level of the great Luo deity realm, dared not challenge Wu Yi's companion, Qin Yu. The great Luo deity was a superlative being, far superior to true deities, and held a high status in Liemo City. The fact that even he refrained from provoking Qin Yu indicated the latter's formidable nature. Wu Yi and his divine companions were not to be trifled with. Qian Mu knew he must exercise patience and restraint. Any rash action could lead to his demise. Upon returning to the Yonghao mansion, Wu Yi and the others were not particularly elated. Their exploration beneath the full moon well had lasted 4 days, yielding no results. Within the full moon well resided a life form known as the Sprite, which had existed there for generations, subsisting on fish and shrimp from the well. These aquatic creatures swam in from the Boundary River, as the bottom of the full moon well actually connected to the riverbed. According to the sprites, the full moon well indeed led to the underworld, with the depths also interconnected by a substantial channel wide enough to accommodate a building. At the very bottom of the full moon well lay soul lamps ignited by deities of the underworld, glowing in a full moon shape and exuding a silvery gray hue, mirroring the forms they observed above. Wu Yi and his companions encountered lesser deities of the underworld and traveled to the banks of the Wangchuan River to study the history of the underworld, finding no evidence that the soul of a world master had ever entered, indicating that the soul remained in the realm of the gods and the world of the living. Chapter 23. The reappearance of the white flame according to that divine being. Even the underworld was created by that terrifying entity. Thus the Lord of the world would never descend into the underworld. He must reside in a realm far superior. Perhaps we should venture to the creation continent. Chi-Chi reflected on her recent experiences and suggested, we will certainly go there, but not at this moment. Wu Yi replied with a smile. This is our time to enjoy our world together. Look at you. You have lost so much weight these past few days, and your skin appears dull and lacking fullness. How annoying. Soon, this pair of golden boy and jade girl began to indulge in their intimacy, having gone several days without proper affection. They could no longer restrain themselves. Not long after, melodious sounds echoed through the main hall of the Yonghao mansion, capturing the attention of various subterranean creatures, who began to listen intently, lost in a trance. During this period, Qian Mu had been stationed at the Lushan gold mine, rarely venturing out. The Songchongqing silver mine was not far from his location, and he often visited for a casual drink, enjoying a leisurely and pleasant life. Recently, a task issued by Qian Mu was finally accepted. The individual claimed they could effortlessly eliminate Wu Yi and seize his woman, keeping her at home while indulging in revelry. This news greatly pleased Qian Mu, as he felt that his nephew's deep-seated vendetta could finally be avenged. Oh dear, old Qian, Song Chongqing lamented. Do you think my martial arts configuration is somewhat too singular? It consists solely of offensive secret techniques, without a dedicated method for escape. If I were to encounter an exceptionally formidable opponent, I fear I might not even have the chance to flee. Qian Mu, slightly inebriated, cast a casual glance at Song Chongqing and remarked, then go seek one out. You are the president of the Jishi Society, with underground forces spread throughout the Rain Country. Are you truly worried about this? In truth, Song Chongqing had long been in search of such an ultimate escape technique, but despite the passage of many years, he had yet to find one that satisfied him. A few days prior, a spy in a small town within the Rain Country informed him that the long-lost assassin, Yin Luo, had resurfaced, located near a small city not far from Liemo City. Overjoyed, Song Chongqing immediately commanded his contacts there to establish communication with Yin Luo, willing to pay any price. On a sunny day not long after, while Song Chongqing was napping at the silver mine, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of divine energy emanating from the ground. Alarmed, he quickly sprang to his feet, preparing for a potential attack. Concentrating on the ground, he observed it sinking, with a swirling vortex intensifying, gradually revealing a red glow. A token emerged from the earth, flickering between light and darkness. This token belonged to a communication device, capable of relaying messages, and at that moment, a life force flickered upon it, indicating someone awaited his response. "Who are you?" Song Chongqing inquired, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining his composure, sensing no malice from the other party. "Who am I?" A deep, indifferent voice emanated from the communication device, exuding an air of disregard. "Aren't you the one searching for me? I have time today to come. Speak swiftly. What do you require?" Elated, Song Chongqing realized that his contacts had indeed located Yin Luo, and he respectfully bowed towards the communication device, saying, "I humbly greet the ancestor Yin Luo. I wish to purchase the method of reverse reconstruction." At that moment, a flickering white flame appeared on the communication device, occasionally revealing a cold, indifferent visage, seemingly scrutinizing him. "The purchase is possible, but it will cost 1 million gold coins." Yin Luo's response came immediately. 1 million gold coins? Why don't you just rob someone instead?" Song Chongqing retorted in frustration, yet he felt an ever-present threat to his life. In this vast wilderness, powerful deities often lurked outside the mines, and the sensation of being hunted had become unbearable. Although the silver mine was covertly protected by the power of the city lord of Liemo City, relying on others was ultimately not a sustainable solution. He must grow strong himself. At this moment, the most pressing need was to acquire this method of reverse reconstruction, allowing several of his techniques to revert to their original forms, subsequently merging them with the treasures he possessed to cultivate anew and reclaim glory, solidifying his position. In a moment of indecision, Song Chongqing attempted one last gamble. "Ancestor Yin Luo, isn't that price a bit excessive? While I do possess a silver mine, most of the mine's silver must be submitted to the city lord's office, leaving me with little, and acquiring cultivation materials costs an astronomical sum." "Then do not bother," Yin Luo interjected, preparing to withdraw just as Song Chongqing's lamentations began to rise. Chapter 24. The Method of Reversal and Reconstruction. "Wait, I must." Song Chongqing experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment, but soon regained his composure, hastily conceding, for he dared not entertain any further illusions. This amounted to 1 million gold coins. Song Chongqing nearly emptied his coffers, his heart aching with each loss. These were the funds he had accumulated at the silver mine stronghold. Though he still possessed considerable wealth at home, supplemented by various secret treasures and notable legacies, rendering his total fortune quite substantial. Mountains of gold coins gradually ascended, each one slipping into the communication talisman, finding its way into the pockets of the individual across from him. Simultaneously, an almost transparent, irregular object floated out, coming to rest before Song Chongqing. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a fragment of a claw. Despite its diminutive size, it was still the size of a palm, indicating the immense stature of the creature to which it belonged. "Thank you for your generosity, ancestor," Song Chongqing exclaimed, hastily receiving the gift, overwhelmed with gratitude and daring not to display any semblance of disrespect. Yin Luo was, after all, a formidable assassin from the Fire Nation, dispatched by the state to gather intelligence. Throughout the ages, the ancestor of Yin Luo had launched multiple assaults on Limocheng, each time thwarted by the city's formidable legions. Yet, no deity had ever managed to capture Yin Luo, underscoring the ancestor's might. The floating communication talisman quickly faded from sight, descending until it lay still upon the ground. Since that day, Song Chongqing had been diligently working on reversing and reconstructing his powers, and he had begun to grasp some insights. This time, when he spoke to Qian Mu, it was to signal him, "Should I undergo a significant transformation in the future, do not be alarmed. I have already provided you with a warning. By the way, Qian Mu, why haven't you been out to capture any demigods lately? Surely the city lord has urged you to gather more gold coins." Song Chongqing jested with a smile. "Indeed, that is the case," Qian Mu thought to himself. "But I have been occupied with deciphering a newly acquired technique, leaving me little time for mischief." However, his thoughts were preoccupied with the fact that his enemies remained unvanquished, and venturing out could lead to peril. He resolved to wait a while longer. A sudden chill gripped Song Chongqing as his earlier sense of superiority dissipated, replaced by urgency. Indeed, the recent atmosphere in Limocheng was anything but tranquil. The newly arrived martial deity was exceptionally fierce. It was said that not only had he offended the Beidou Sword sect, but he had also frequently engaged Limocheng's 27 major dark factions, showing them no respect whatsoever. Is that so? Qian Mu's heart raced, a shiver coursing down his spine as memories of that day when Qin Yu had suddenly torn through the void resurfaced in his mind. They both shared a singular thought. They needed to grow stronger swiftly, lest they succumb to danger. At that moment, at a border town far from Limoching, within a dilapidated temple, a deity of unique essence rested. Enveloped in a flickering white flame, only the occasional blurred visage emerged from the luminous fire. This deity was none other than Yen Luo, the notorious assassin long sought by the Rain Nation. Suddenly, the communication talisman beside him illuminated, and a male voice resonated, Yen Luo. The voice echoed with an ancient resonance, sending ripples of trepidation through the air, carrying the weight of authority. The white flames flickered in response, producing a reverent tone. Great Commander, how many eras have passed, and you still have not obtained the defensive schematics of the Rain Nation's border town? The resources you requested have not been lacking. If you fail to achieve anything soon, you shall return. The voice of the Great Commander resounded once more. A jolt of fear surged through Yen Luo. Being summoned back to the Fire Nation would render his efforts in the Rain Nation over the ages futile, stripping him of the resources and hidden advantages he had gained. He immediately responded with utmost respect. Rest assured, Great Commander, I will procure the border schematics of Limoching at the earliest opportunity. Very well. The voice from the talisman seemed slightly appeased. In the coming days, 2 individuals will come to assist you. They will join forces with you, becoming your 2 significant allies. The spies and underground forces we have placed at the Rain Nation's border will also provide covert support, aiding you in breaking through Limoching's blockade. The Great Commander paused momentarily before continuing. Furthermore, if possible, do endeavor to secure a portion of the National Protective Array schematics and send back a fragment to me. Understood. Yen Luo felt the weight of pressure increase exponentially. He surmised that his days of leisure were drawing to a close. Soon, the communication talisman dimmed, signaling the end of the conversation. Before long, Yen Luo, absorbed in contemplating the essence of the Tao amidst the flickering white flames, drifted out from the fire, gently descending to stand beside the window of the abandoned temple. From a side view, one might find his visage eerily familiar, reminiscent of someone known, though the dim light obscured the details, rendering the figure indistinct. Chapter 25. Where lies the limit of your divine perception? A week later, Wu Yi and Qi Qi continued their investigation into the soul of the world ruler, yet progress remained scarce. They resolved to venture beyond the borders of Liemo City, preparing to once again descend into the full moon well. Embarking on an ancient floating vessel, they journeyed northward, traversing numerous towering mountains, deep valleys, dense forests, and great rivers, until they finally reached the banks of the Boundary River. Here, countless divine pillars pierced the heavens, each soaring to heights of 10,000 zhong, as robust as fallen meteors. However, the atmosphere today was quite lively, with several divine lords engaged in the repair of the city's protective formation. Look over there, that fellow is inside as well. Qi Qi pointed out a familiar divine lord to Wu Yi. Wu Yi recognized Feng Ji, who was diligently working on the formation, and noticed several masters of formations nearby. I heard that a great army invaded here last night. Was it the army that damaged the formation? Wu Yi inquired. Feng Ji turned at the mention. Recognizing Wu Yi and Qi Qi, he paused his work and replied earnestly, indeed. The city lord suspects that the gods who breached the city's defenses were dispatched from the Fire Nation. Their strength is formidable, according to the city lord's assessment. There are at least 2 mid-stage Deluo gods among them. Wu Yi, upon hearing this, exhibited little reaction, seemingly unfazed. Feng Ji, puzzled, chuckled and gazed at Wu Yi, saying slowly, Brother Wu Yi, are you not surprised by the presence of such powerful invaders? They possess the capability to effortlessly crush our hearts of life. If we were to encounter them, our demise would be certain. Noticing the calmness on Wu Yi's face, Feng Ji speculated that he may be unafraid of death, hence his composure. It seemed that the peaceful days of Liemo City were nearing their end, Feng Ji lamented. Shortly thereafter, several other masters engaged in the formation's repair also ceased their work and approached. After introductions, Wu Yi learned that these individuals were Feng Ji's friends. All masters well-versed in the art of formations, hired by Liemo City to oversee the repairs. Divine Lord Wu Yi, they greeted him warmly and enthusiastically. Wu Yi nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging pleasantries. During this time, Feng Ji mentioned that a few assassins had arrived in Liemo City, notorious figures from the divine realm. Besides the 2 mid-stage Deluo gods, there are several hidden assassins in Liemo City, Feng Ji stated seriously. 2 of them have even registered early at the Five Ridges Guild. We should be cautious while traveling in the outskirts from now on. Does the Five Ridges Guild have information on these individuals? Wu Yi inquired, already projecting a strand of his divine sense toward the Five Ridges Guild. A quick scan revealed a bounty list featuring one named Feng Lin Xingxiao with a reward of 200,000 gold, and another called Du Guqiu Bai with a reward of 150,000 gold. The prospect of a 200,000 gold bounty signified considerable strength, piquing Wu Yi's interest. Indeed, with such a bounty, it seems that this assassin named Feng Lin Xingxiao will not disappoint me, Wu Yi remarked with anticipation. Feng Ji, taken aback, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Brother Wu Yi, are you not afraid?" "Afraid? How could I be? Their strength is hardly a concern." Wu Yi replied nonchalantly, as if genuinely untroubled by the formidable assassins. Feng Ji sighed. Having spent time with Wu Yi, he perceived that this man had a noble character. He championed the weak and was benevolent, often upholding justice. Not wishing for Wu Yi to meet an untimely fate, Feng Ji decided to share some information regarding Feng Linsheng Xiao to dissuade him. "Brother Wu Yi, once I return to Liemo City, I will retrieve the information about Feng Linsheng Xiao from the Five Ridges Guild for you. You may reconsider your stance then." Feng Ji resolved to instill some caution in Wu Yi. "Is that so?" To Feng Ji's surprise, Wu Yi immediately responded, proceeding to purchase the intelligence on Feng Linsheng Xiao for 40,000 gold. Soon after, a report materialized in Feng Ji's consciousness. He was taken aback, looking over to discover that Wu Yi had shared his consciousness with him. This not the Five Ridges Guild?" Feng Ji exclaimed in astonishment, then quickly realized the implications, staring incredulously at Wu Yi. Your divine sense can probe such distant realms, reaching even the Five Ridges Guild?" Wu Yi offered no reply, merely casting a calm glance at Feng Ji, suggesting that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He possessed even more extraordinary capabilities that Feng Ji had yet to witness. Feng Ji stood in shock, a sense of unfamiliarity washing over him. Who was this exceptional man before him, and what other celestial abilities did he possess? Was this truly the same Wu Yi he had come to know? Chapter 26. The outside world is dangerous. Feng Ji, though shocked, understood the necessity of speaking his mind. He gazed at the information projected by Wu Yi within the Wuling Guild Hall and read, Feng Linsheng Xiao, in his early years, had slain the offspring of lords from other nations. Relying on a clandestine heritage and an ultimate escape treasure, he evaded the pursuit of the city lord. This true deity is not from the rain country, but hails from the fire country. As Feng Ji spoke, he scrutinized Wu Yi's expression and noted that the man displayed no fear, as if he had not heard a word. His curiosity deepened. He pondered Wu Yi's strength. Was he concealing formidable killing techniques, or did he possess a formidable backing? It appeared that Wu Yi's prowess was indeed unfathomable. However, I must caution you, Feng Linsheng Xiao is no ordinary assassin. His might has long been renowned across the Liuli Continent. Do not underestimate him. Exercise caution. Feng Ji solemnly advised. The city lord's residents reported that Feng Linsheng Xiao was concealed somewhere near Liemo City and might strike tonight, targeting true deities within the city who possessed secret treasures. Feng Ji then inquired, looking at Wu Yi, "Aren't you concerned about encountering him if you venture out at night?" "If he dares to trouble me, I shall make him my golden consort," Wu Yi replied with a smirk. This left Feng Ji at a loss for words. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they each took their leave. As Wu Yi's group prepared to re-enter the full moon well, Wu Yi suddenly remembered the possibility of inquiring Feng Ji about the soul of the world master and sent a thought through their mental connection. "Brother Feng Ji, do you know anything about the soul of the world master?" Feng Ji paused, glancing at Wu Yi and his companions who were not far off. Recalling the ancient texts he had read, he responded mentally, "I know a bit. It is said that the soul of the world master remains in the world tree after the fall of the strongest being on the Liuli Continent." "What? Do you wish to inherit the soul of the world master and save the Liuli Continent?" Feng Ji said half-jokingly. The world master was immensely powerful in his time, far beyond your comparison. Moreover, to become the world master, one must collect sufficient divine insight tablets. Otherwise, awakening the soul of the world master is utterly impossible. Wu Yi was astonished. He had not anticipated that the reclusive Feng Ji would possess such knowledge about the soul of the world master. He promptly returned to ask Feng Ji for further details. Upon their conversation, Wu Yi discovered that the ancient tome, Ho Tu, which had initially appeared as mere fiction, contained information quite similar to what Feng Ji had described. It seemed prudent to study that ancient text thoroughly. "Are you saying that the soul of the world master is fused within the world tree, which resides in the central region of the three great continents, located within the Tsang-Mo abyss?" Wu Yi inquired, summarizing Feng Ji's words. "Yes, if the ancient text is accurate, then the soul of the world master is indeed there," Feng Ji affirmed earnestly. He felt compelled to reassess Wu Yi. This man seemed not merely reckless, but genuinely possessed of courage and ambition, along with lofty aspirations. Throughout history, many deities aspired to become unparalleled powerhouses, yet how few succeeded. Feng Ji was aware that he was not among them. But seeing Wu Yi's ambitions brought him joy and admiration. After bidding farewell to Feng Ji, Wu Yi decided against returning to the full moon well and instead chose to revisit Dongguan to continue studying the ancient texts within. At 8 o'clock that evening, Wu Yi emerged from Dongguan, had a light meal at the Jiaxing Tower, and then returned to the Yonghao mansion. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the Yonghao mansion. Enemies. As this thought flickered through Wu Yi's mind, a sharp sword pierced his body with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. The sheer destructive power was terrifying, This single strike had already damaged his divine body by 1/10,000th. I'll take care of this. Seeing Qin Yu preparing to retaliate against the enemy, Wu Yi immediately intervened. Having been invincible for too long, he was eager to engage, especially against a formidable opponent. In an instant, the Zhanxing blade was summoned, transforming into a pillar of heaven as it descended upon the adversary. The shadow was taken aback, sensing the terrifying might and daring not to confront it head-on. It swiftly maneuvered, darting around Wu Yi, and with each stop, a sword thrust pierced Wu Yi's body. Still not dead, the shadow was astonished, unable to fathom that despite being struck by its soul-severing technique, Wu Yi remained standing. It should be noted that soul-severing was a technique inherited from the void primordial spirit, renowned as one of the most ferocious moves in the chaotic sea. Indeed, yet in a mere moment, I've received several strikes. If you can injure me, you have enough to boast about to the world, Wu Yi remarked with a smile, displaying no signs of panic. What sort of monster are you, still standing after my attack? The opponents I've faced before could not withstand a single blow. The shadow grew increasingly wary, its heart racing. State your name. I do not slay nameless foes, Wu Yi said slowly. At that moment, Chi and Qin Yu stood at a distance on a floating ancient vessel. She knew Wu Yi relished combat, especially when faced with formidable adversaries. Though this formidable was relative to those weaklings he often encountered. Qin Yu, how many moves do you think Wu Yi needs to defeat that shadow? Chi pondered, stroking her chin. Within 10 moves, at most, Qin Yu replied expressionlessly. Of course, that is under relaxed circumstances. If he were serious, he could eliminate it in a single strike. Qin Yu added. The shadow felt a surge of blood rise at the first statement, but upon hearing the latter, it was filled with a desire to retaliate, wishing to rush over and claim Qin Yu's head to restore its dignity as an assassin. Chapter 27. The ambush of Fenglin Shengxiao. How dare you underestimate me, Fenglin Shengxiao? The shadow seethed with rage, and in an instant, her murderous intent surged exponentially, akin to a deity confronting a myriad of fiends. Chi and Qin Yu were momentarily taken aback. Fenglin Shengxiao, that name sounded vaguely familiar, and soon Chi realized who she was. So this is the voice of Fenglin Shengxiao, somewhat androgynous in tone. You are Fenglin Shengxiao, Chi exclaimed in astonishment. Is there truly a second Fenglin Shengxiao in the Liuli Continent besides myself? The shadow was infuriated, astonished that anyone would dare to belittle her. And she quickly revealed her true form. A strikingly beautiful woman materialized before them, an elegant mature figure with refined features, though her voice was rather unpleasant. Excellent. Wu Yi was in high spirits, his battle fervor ignited. Since she had come, he might as well engage in a few more rounds of play. Wu Yi casually discarded the star-slaying blade and unleashed the 9-flame talisman and the 1,000 mountains technique. The 9-flame talisman conjured several flames of stellar origin, while the 1,000 mountains technique exerted immense pressure, causing the enemy to feel as if they were burdened by the weight of an entire planet. What is happening? Fenglin Shengxiao felt an overwhelming discomfort. From rage to astonishment, and then to trepidation, she was bewildered. This person had discarded a powerful artifact to employ spell attacks instead. Generally, artifacts wield greater might, and indeed they did. Yet this individual's spellcasting was equally formidable, honed to the pinnacle of mastery. Who are you to possess such strength? Entirely inconsistent with what a true deity should be. At that moment, Fenglin Shengxiao felt a pang of fear, realizing that her attempt to assassinate Wu Yi might have been a grievous error. Ah, you've discerned my identity. That makes it all the more necessary to eliminate you. Wu Yi spoke lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. By the way, may I inquire why you wish to assassinate me? I bear no enmity towards you. At least none that I can recall. You are correct in that we have no personal vendetta, but you do have a grudge against Zhou Xian. Were it not for the mission to eliminate you, I would not be in this predicament. The more Fenglin Shengxiao pondered, the more irate she became, ultimately cursing under her breath. Zhou Xian? Wu Yi was further puzzled. Who might that be? As he spoke, Wu Yi swiftly recalled his recent experiences near Liamo City. Having previously driven away several true deity-level beasts, slain the true deity Hai Han, and vanquished 9 demigods, followed by dispatching the dual-wielding experts of the Dao and staff. Wait, could this individual be sent by the North Dippersword sect? Are you from the North Dippersword sect? Wu Yi's voice turned icy. Of course. Is there another sect offering a bounty for your head? Fenglin Shengxiao utilized her divine power to create an illusory image in the void. Very well. Thank you for the information. Now, you may prepare to die. Wu Yi abruptly unleashed the blood domain technique, a method to exponentially enhance his attack power, allowing for a rapid succession of strikes, amplifying their impact by several folds, even tens of times. Simultaneously, Wu Yi grasped the star-slaying blade, employing the phantom blade technique, his signature maneuver with the star-slaying blade. Instantly, the heavens and earth were filled with overlapping blade shadows, akin to a torrential downpour of slashing strikes aimed at Fenglin Shengxiao. As though he were mincing meat. I just revealed the mastermind behind this. You plan to eliminate me now? Fenglin Shengxiao was both astonished and enraged. In the blink of an eye, Her form disintegrated into countless strands of flesh, her blood condensing into a tofu-like substance, scattering through the void. The scent of blood wafting in the air. Impressive. Chi-Chi had initially harbored concerns, fearing that Fenglin Shengxiao possessed formidable killing moves. But Wu Yi had not afforded her a single opportunity. Truly shameless. Notably, this fellow's sword was extraordinary, a Mirage Sea Sword, classified as a high-grade artifact capable of stirring the cosmic seas and filling the battlefield with illusions. Alongside the Mirage Sea Sword, there were 70,000 gold coins, which seemed rather meager, yet the materials for refining were plentiful. Fortuitously, he was planning to enter seclusion for cultivation, and these materials would serve him well. Wu Yi meticulously catalogued his spoils, storing them in his spatial pouch. Shortly after their departure, at a nearby corner, 3 kilometers from the core battleground, a bald man cautiously revealed himself. He watched Wu Yi retreat with a mixture of dread and relief. Fortunately, I was clever enough not to act immediately, otherwise, I would be the one lying dead. I was just waiting for Fenglin Shengxiao to ambush and severely injure him before swooping in for an easy kill. The bald man stood rooted, gazing in the direction Wu Yi had taken, trembling with fear until the sweat that had formed on his brow froze in the cold air, bringing him back to his senses. He quickly turned and slipped back into the shadows. Meanwhile, in a grand residence in Liemo City, a lavish bed cradled Qianmu, the owner of the Lushan gold mine. Suddenly, a communication talisman beside his bed flickered to life, signaling an urgent message. Despite the passage of time, Qianmu remained deep in slumber, unaware of the message awaiting him. Why hasn't he responded? Has he already fallen asleep? The bald man stared anxiously at the talisman in his hand, recalling how effortlessly Wu Yi had dispatched Fenglin Shengxiao, akin to slicing through vegetables. He felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, fearing that someone might usurp his intention to eliminate Wu Yi, thereby ensnaring him in a precarious situation. After a while, sensing that Qianmu would likely not reply, the bald man reluctantly pocketed the communication talisman. It seems I must pay him a personal visit tomorrow. The bald man took the talisman, glanced around, and emerged from the shadowy lakeside thicket, boarding an ancient vessel that skimmed low over the water, heading back to his residence. Along the way, he frequently glanced over his shoulder, apprehensive that Wu Yi might be trailing him with a sinister smile, which made him uncomfortable, wondering if his excessive fear had conjured hallucinations. Wu Yi proceeded to the Wuling Guild, retrieving the Mirage Sea Sword and presenting it to the guild master, Chen Jiao. Chapter 28. Visiting Xiao Dai and son Bing Chen Jiao, a direct descendant of the imperial lineage of Xian Gangzhou, held an extraordinary status and significant influence. His family had operated the Wuling Guild for countless epochs, establishing a formidable presence across the Liuli Continent. Even though their headquarters was situated in the territory of the Rain Kingdom rather than Xian Gangzhou, no one dared to provoke the Wuling Guild. Upon a fleeting glance, Chen Jiao recognized the sword wielded by Fenglin Shengxiao. Though he had anticipated this, the revelation still stirred a profound resonance within him. Fenglin Shengxiao was renowned in Liemo City as a formidable assassin, possessing exceptional skills. The fact that such an extraordinary individual was effortlessly slain by Wu Yi spoke volumes about Wu Yi's formidable prowess, which belied his seemingly amiable demeanor. Wu Yi was not only remarkably handsome, but also possessed profound strength. With the enchanting Chi-Chi by his side, Chen Jiao found himself pondering how Wu Yi managed to win the affections of someone as exquisite as Chi-Chi. His thoughts wandered momentarily, distracted by the enigma of their relationship. Indeed, it was Fenglin Shengxiao's sword. Chen Jiao returned the artifact to Wu Yi, casually conjuring a substantial bag that materialized before Wu Yi, containing 200,000 gold coins. Wu Yi required a vast array of materials for his cultivation. While this sum might seem considerable to the average person, it paled in comparison to his needs. After stowing away the gold coins, Wu Yi departed the Wuling Guild and proceeded to the Zhaixing Tower. Chi-Chi had already taken Xiao Dai to work there early in the morning, and Wu Yi intended to meet her. Riding on an ancient floating vessel, he swiftly arrived at the kitchen of the Zhaixing Tower. The enticing aroma of wine and exquisite delicacies wafted through the air, emanating from white spirit beasts captured in the East Sea, all of which were divine-level creatures known to significantly enhance physical prowess when consumed. Upon entering the kitchen corridor, Wu Yi spotted a slender young girl eagerly devouring a chicken leg, clearly relishing the meal. This girl, with a pale complexion and a somewhat frail appearance, was none other than Xiao Dai. As she lifted her gaze, her eyes met Wu Yi's, and a bright smile spread across her face as she approached him gratefully, exclaiming, "Divine Lord, if it weren't for your rescue of me and my grandfather, we would never have found such a wonderful job. Look, I no longer worry about food. I have meat to eat every day, hee." Seeing the innocent joy radiating from the young girl filled Wu Yi with warmth. Before ascending to divinity, he had been a carefree scion in Blue Star, never having experienced hunger, thus unable to truly comprehend the hardships of poverty. "Are you comfortable working here?" Wu Yi inquired gently, ruffling Xiao Dai's short hair. After spending some time together, Xiao Dai had grown considerably more at ease around him, and could now converse without trepidation. Divine Lord, I am not a child, Xiao Dai replied with a hint of modesty, shifting slightly away from his playful touch. Wu Yi, unbothered, reassured her, if you encounter any issues, just speak with Qi. She frequents the Zhaixing Tower, and you should see her often. I will, she affirmed. Just then, Qi arrived, inquiring about Xiaodia's work experience. At that moment, Sun Bing emerged from the kitchen, a figure whose presence was tied to a significant turn of events. Not long ago, Sun Bing had repeatedly returned from the wilderness with the carcasses of spirit beasts, proving his strength by surviving perilous encounters, which earned him the respect of the Zhaixing Tower's management and an exceptional opportunity to assist in the kitchen. Everything is splendid. There is food, drinks, and money to be made. What more could one wish for? Sun Bing expressed his contentment. Previously, he had to venture into the wilds of a small city in the Rain Kingdom, capturing low-level spirits and fleeing from powerful foes. He had often faced the threat of ambushes by treacherous demigods or the demands of bandits, who would seize his hard-earned catches, sometimes even endangering his life. Compared to his former life, his current situation was immeasurably better. With a heart full of gratitude, Sun Bing reflected on Qi and Wu Yi's kindness towards him. After leaving the Zhaixing Tower, Wu Yi planned to visit the Jinping workshop to sell the Huanhai sword, an artifact he had no use for. Although Qi and Qin Yu were somewhat weaker than him, they too had no need for it. Upon arriving at the Jinping workshop, Wu Yi promptly presented the Huanhai sword, drawing the attention of several powerful individuals. A green-clad female attendant approached him. I wish to sell this Huanhai sword. What price can you offer? Wu Yi stated calmly. This is a top-tier artifact, the green-clad attendant replied, astonished. Are you certain you wish to part with such a treasure? Indeed, Wu Yi replied nonchalantly. While its effects are commendable, I currently have no use for it. However, it would be highly suitable for someone on the verge of breaking through to true divinity. Chapter 29. The mysterious master in the golden mist, the green silk-clad attendant hurriedly said, Very well, our exquisite emporium is hosting a grand auction. We can certainly try to auction it. Hold on. Suddenly, from atop the vast sundial-like column, a divine youth called out, accompanied by another figure shrouded in golden mist. Their features obscured. My master requires it. You may make an offer, and if it is suitable, we shall purchase it. The divine youth looked down at Wu Yi and his companions with an air of superiority. That fellow is putting on an air of mystery, refusing to reveal his true self. He is likely not a good person, Qi cautioned. What does it matter? Just sell it for money and be done with it. Wu Yi replied, perplexed by Qi's concern. If that person were to become a threat after acquiring power, would you not be an accomplice? Qi triumphantly reminded him. I am merely helping you avoid unnecessary consequences. You ought to be grateful, you know? With a self-satisfied demeanor, Qi added. Now you see how insightful and knowledgeable I am. Entangled in consequences? Do you think I fear such things? If consequences arise, I shall sever them. In my world, I am the master, and all obstacles shall be annihilated. Wu Yi dismissed her concerns, contemplating that should a great crisis arise, he might decipher the Taoist aphorism, no destruction, no establishment, potentially leading to new opportunities. Young friend, fret not. I am not inclined to engage in such base actions, nor does my status permit it. The divine being in the golden mist conveyed telepathically to Wu Yi. Wu Yi sensed a profound understanding of the laws emanating from the being's voice, suggesting a touch of the true essence of a high-ranking deity. However, he did not perceive any malice in the being's aura. Perhaps this entity, as claimed, was too dignified to engage in dishonorable deeds. Regardless, today is solely for selling divine artifacts. What others do with them is of no concern to me. How much gold coins are you willing to offer? Wu Yi inquired nonchalantly. The divine youth listened respectfully as the golden mist being whispered, and after a moment, he turned to Wu Yi, extending a single finger. My master offers 10 million gold coins. Such a high amount. Even if this illusory sea sword possesses remarkable powers, it cannot be worth that much. Many divine beings atop the sundial began to murmur. Wu Yi was somewhat taken aback. The offer exceeded his expectations. He directly asked, Mysterious One, why such a generous offer? I merely seek to cultivate a good relationship. That is all. The being replied directly, not through the divine youth. Yet still only Wu Yi could hear. Very well. Wu Yi gestured, and the illusory sea sword flew into the golden mist. A brilliant light flickered thrice before it gradually concealed its presence, merging back into the mist. This constitutes 10 million gold coins. The divine youth tossed a droplet of water, which expanded midair and transformed into a golden cube filled to the brim with coins upon reaching Wu Yi. Good. Wu Yi raised his hand, storing the entire cube in his spatial pouch. Soon, Wu Yi and his companions soared toward the exit of the exquisite emporium. Wu Yi, do you not find that person rather strange, willing to pay so much? Qi expressed her doubts, sensing something amiss. That fellow is simply a fool with plenty of money. That explanation suffices, does it not? You are the fool with money, humph. I shall ignore you. Qi huffed, turning her gaze elsewhere. Meanwhile, Qianmu awoke to find a message from the bald man on the communication device. Upon opening it, he discovered the bald man's attempts to shirk responsibility for the assassination of Wu Yi, which greatly displeased him. Vice President Yang, you are being rather unreasonable. Having accepted the task to assassinate Wu Yi, why the sudden change of heart? This does not adhere to protocol. Qianmu sent a message to the bald man. The bald man, named Yang Xiong, was the vice president of one of the 27 major dark forces in Liuli City, primarily profiting from their monopoly on the iron industry. Due to this monopoly, they essentially dictated the iron prices in the underground city of Liuli. Assassinate. Yang Xiong was taken aback, fear evident in his response. I dare not proceed. You have no idea how effortlessly that fellow dispatched Feng Lin Shengxiao. What? Wu Yi killed Feng Lin Shengxiao? Qianmu stared in disbelief at the message sent by Yang Xiong, quickly checking the historical messages on the communication device, and soon discovering Yang Xiong's correspondence from the previous day. Chapter 30. The shock of Qianmu. Are you absolutely certain that Feng Lin Shengxiao has fallen? Qianmu sent another message. Indeed. I witnessed it with my own eyes last night. The bald Yang Xiong detailed the events of the previous evening to Qianmu. Qianmu sank into his armchair, his astonishment evident in his eyes. Even after hearing Yang Xiong's account, he still struggled to believe that Wu Yi possessed such formidable strength. Feng Lin Shengxiao was a renowned assassin, famous long before in Mo City. Her visage was unknown to many true gods, as those who had seen her true form had perished. Her cultivation was exceedingly high, and her illusion sea sword could command the turbulent waves of the starry sea, disturbing the chaotic void and instilling immense dread in her foes. She was also equipped with extraordinary life-preserving treasures, said to manipulate spatial vortices and create a unique private space, rendering her escape path unknowable to enemies lacking the corresponding key. It was said to be infallible. She had escaped the pursuit of the city lord's mansion on multiple occasions, though at that time, the forces pursuing her were insufficient and lacked resolve. Nonetheless, Feng Lin Shengxiao's reputation resounded throughout the divine realm. Yet, unexpectedly, such a powerful assassin had met her demise at the hands of Wu Yi. What manner of deity was this, capable of overpowering Feng Lin Shengxiao? Very well, since you are intimidated, we shall withdraw the assassination task. I will seek others. Qianmu remarked gravely, pacing back and forth in the room. He had intended to eliminate Wu Yi swiftly to avenge his late grandnephew, but it appeared that this matter required careful deliberation. After a brief pause, the communication device flickered once more with a message from Yang Xiong. Qianmu, why not allow my master to have a go? His cultivation surpasses mine, having reached the pinnacle of true divinity, and my master possesses the ultimate flame imparted by the primordial flame ancestor, an entity of textbook caliber within the divine realm. This flame has burned since ancient times and has yet to be extinguished by any deity in nearly a century. Qianmu's eyes brightened. The renown of the primordial flame ancestor was well known across the Liuli Continent, and his strength was beyond question. He believed his disciple would not disappoint either. Who is your master? Qianmu quickly responded. The Flame Emperor, true God, Yang Xiong replied promptly. After a moment of contemplation, Qianmu envisioned the countenance of the Flame Emperor. Indeed, he was capable. This esteemed figure possessed a formidable treasure, the fire-gathering shield, crafted by the primordial flame ancestor himself. It was said that when activated, this treasure could draw upon the heavenly forces, extracting the blue underworld fire hidden deep within the earth's core and merging it with the ultimate flame to incinerate any foes that dared to approach. Under the relentless onslaught of these two flames, even the mightiest true god would inevitably fall, their essence extinguished. Excellent, very good. Qianmu resolved at once to involve the Flame Emperor in this endeavor. This time, he intended to ensure absolute certainty, to witness Wu Yi's complete demise before his very eyes. I appreciate your proposal, Yang Xiong. It aligns perfectly with my intentions. However, for the sake of absolute certainty, I suggest you also participate. Together with me, the three of us shall ensure that Wu Yi meets a fate without a burial ground. Qianmu's message was dispatched swiftly. Are you suggesting? Yang Xiong's eyes gradually lit up. If the divine powers of three true gods were united, they would undoubtedly vanquish Wu Yi. No matter how powerful he was, he would certainly find it difficult to contend with their combined strength. Though it may not be four, three would suffice. The prowess of the Flame Emperor alone would be more than enough to crush Wu Yi. Agreed, Yang Xiong replied joyfully. However, I wonder how the bounty will be divided? After all, undertaking assassination tasks is primarily for financial gain. Even as the vice president, Yang Xiong needed funds, for without sufficient resources to procure cultivation materials, the pursuit of strength would be but a hollow ambition. Discuss amongst yourselves. I require none of my share, Qianmu promptly responded. That sounds reasonable. I will confer with the Flame Emperor shortly. Very well, await my news. Soon after, Yang Xiong relayed another message. Elated, my master has consented. He believes you are making a mountain out of a molehill. He alone is sufficient to handle that ruffian Wu Yi. Excellent. Let us meet to discuss the specifics of the assassination in detail. At the Five Ridges Guild. Chapter 31. Shaken to the core, a man clad in a blue long robe was perusing the bounty tasks at the Wooling Guild Hall when the hall master, Chinjio, approached him. With a grave expression, he gently patted the man's shoulder and earnestly advised, "Feng-ji, if you have no pressing matters, it would be wise to refrain from visiting the star-picking tower." The man in the blue robe was none other than Feng-ji, the esteemed leader of the Qingyan sect. Startled, Feng-ji turned to him with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What is going on? Why should I avoid it?" "You may not be aware," Chinjio replied, delivering the shocking news. "Feng Lin Shengxiao has died, just last night." "What?" Feng-ji was taken aback, incredulous. Feng Lin Shengxiao was a notorious assassin in the Liuli Continent, and bounties on his head had circulated for ages, yet no one dared to claim them. The news of his demise was utterly unexpected. Just moments ago, he had spoken of Feng Lin Shengxiao with Wu Yi, and now he had perished. Could it be that the god Wu Yi had slain him? That seemed improbable. After all, Feng Lin Shengxiao was exceptionally formidable. It was essential to note that Feng Lin Shengxiao was a peerless warrior, comparable to a true god at the pinnacle of strength, with few rivals beneath the great Luo deity. How could he have met his end? Even now, Feng-ji struggled to accept that the once untouchable Feng Lin Shengxiao had fallen. As he spoke, his throat tightened, and his words came out somewhat haltingly. As a true god of the seventh realm, he would have been at the mercy of Feng Lin Shengxiao, for even a minor discrepancy in their cultivation levels constituted a significant chasm. He was slain by a newly arrived true god, just last night, Chinjio remarked. Observing Feng-ji's expected reaction, he patted Feng-ji's shoulder again. This true god had recently arrived in Liemo City, and little was known about him, save for his striking appearance and the presence of a stunning beauty by his side, as well as another true god with the ability to become invisible. Chinjio spoke earnestly. These descriptions bear a striking resemblance to Wu Yi. Could he be the brother you speak of? Feng-ji ventured cautiously. Chinjio instinctively turned to Feng-ji, astonished. "Do you know him?" Feng-ji nodded slightly. "I do." Concerned for his friend, Chinjio glanced around before solemnly advising. "Listen to me, while there is still time, sever any ties with this individual. He is not someone to be trifled with. He is exceedingly dangerous." "Stop right there." Seeing Chinjio's intent to elaborate further, Feng-ji quickly interjected, "Wu Yi is not as perilous as you suggest. He merely slapped the young master of the Beidou sword sect." Chinjio gazed at his friend in disbelief, questioning, "Is that not enough?" "That's just how he is. It's really not a big deal," Feng-ji replied dismissively, feeling that Wu Yi's altercation with the Beidou sword sect's young master was rather trivial. However, seeing Feng-ji so unconcerned, Chinjio was at a loss for words and continued, "You may not yet know, but that fellow also killed the renowned duo, the blade and staff masters of the divine realm." "What?" Feng-ji was taken aback, genuinely unaware of this news. The duo had also fallen victim to him? This revelation prompted Feng-ji to re-evaluate his perception of Wu Yi. Moreover, he had also slain the Si Huan true god, one of the 27 major dark forces in Liemo City. Although he was slightly weaker, numerous factions supported him, including Qian Mu of the Lushan gold mine. Chinjio continued slowly. "I suspect you are also unaware that Qian Mu is the distant uncle of the Si Huan true god." "Wait, there's that connection too." Feng-ji was genuinely astonished, at a loss for words. A sense of foreboding crept in as he began to worry about Wu Yi's precarious situation, fearing a wave of retaliation might be imminent. Their conversation lapsed into silence until Chinjio, realizing that Feng-ji was not the type to easily frequent the Wooling Guild Hall without significant reason, finally asked, "Did you come here today for something important?" Chapter 32. Seeking revenge. It was only at this moment that Feng-ji recalled the gravity of the situation, his spirits immediately sinking. "Alas, my esteemed disciple has perished not long ago, and tragically, I was the last to learn of it, missing even the chance to bid him farewell. Even now, his remains lie abandoned in a foreign land." Chinjio shared in Feng-ji's sorrow. To his knowledge, Feng-ji had taken on his only disciple a century ago, though he could not recall the lad's name. Nevertheless, that young man was exceptionally spirited and perceptive, frequently aiding the weak in Liemo City and earning a commendable reputation among the lower rungs of society. "Grieve not, the dead cannot be resurrected, and life must move forward," Chinjio intoned solemnly, turning away. "I have come today to ascertain who it was that took my disciple's life. Such a fine individual should not have perished so abruptly." Feng-ji lamented, his eyes welling with unshed tears, his nose stinging with anguish. Shortly, Chinjio retrieved the information regarding his beloved disciple. Feng-ji was taken aback to discover that it was none other than Feng Lin Shengxiao who had slain his pupil, an outcome he had not anticipated. While struck, Feng-ji suddenly shouted, his emotions a tempest within him. Moments ago, he had mourned Feng Lin Shengxiao's demise, though that individual was notorious for his cruelty and malevolence. He had no personal grievance against Feng-ji. Moreover, Feng Lin Shengxiao had evaded the city lord's pursuit repeatedly, showcasing formidable strength that Feng-ji found himself somewhat admiring, even desiring a deeper acquaintance. "However, since you have killed my disciple, then there shall be no friendship between us." Yet now that Feng Lin Shengxiao is also dead, whom shall I seek for vengeance? My disciple must not have died in vain. Thus, it may be more prudent to express gratitude to Brother Wu Yi. For an enemy of my enemy is indeed a friend. Thanking Wu Yi shall serve to honor my disciple's name, Feng Ji mused, a sense of loss enveloping him as he made his way towards the door. Remember my words, sever ties with Wu Yi swiftly. Heed my advice, and you shall not go astray, Chunjiu urged, watching Feng Ji's desolate figure retreat. No, I cannot sever my connection with Brother Wu Yi. On the contrary, I must cultivate a closer bond with him. Such a remarkable talent cannot be overlooked. Feng Ji's resolute declarations floated back from outside the Wuling Guild Hall. Each word was a gem, spoken with an unwavering conviction that brooked no argument. Chunjiu, somewhat taken aback, regarded his friend's retreating silhouette. It appeared that he ought to become better acquainted with Wu Yi. Feng Ji must not come to harm. 3 days later, above Liamo City, 9 water Qilin drew a magnificent palanquin, brazenly traversing the void. A half-god clad in formidable armor guided the palanquin, within which sat a true god and a great Luo deity, both exuding an extraordinary demeanor, their heads slightly raised, disdainfully regarding the majesty of the heavens as though all living beings were beneath their notice. Great Elder, the perpetrator resides within Liamo City, though his exact whereabouts elude us. That rascal enjoys toying with dancers at the star-picking tower. If we lie in wait there, we are sure to encounter him. The true god declared, some indignation evident in his gaze. Indeed, the Great Elder, a venerable great Luo deity, replied with authority, his gaze fondly resting upon the youth. To dare insult the young master of the Northern Dipper Sword sect is tantamount to declaring war upon the entire sect. Such a scoundrel must be executed to appease the wrath of our sect leader. This Great Elder, a great Luo deity, was the esteemed elder of the Northern Dipper Sword sect, and the individual beside him was Zhou Xian, the young master who had recently been cast aside by Wu Yi with a mere slap. Not long prior, upon learning of Feng Lin Shengxiao's failed assassination, the Northern Dipper Sword sect had been left speechless, realizing that they must intervene personally. After some arrangements, they finally arrived at Liamo City. Today, Zhou Xian accompanied his elder to seek retribution. Had he known Wu Yi's precise residence, he would have undoubtedly taken it upon himself to confront him directly and extinguish his life at his doorstep to alleviate his resentment. Soon, they ventured into the depths of a dense forest, where the foliage was lush, concealing numerous formidable beasts and spirits. Occasionally, wild boars of semi-divine strength roamed, and sometimes, true god-level horned antelopes made an appearance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the peach orchard within the forest. This season marked the peak blooming period for the peach trees, the air thick with their fragrant aroma. A wave of terrifying shockwaves emanated from the orchard, where a group of semi-divine beings clashed with a semi-divine beast. The roars indicated the presence of a heavenly lion, a creature exceedingly rare, almost unheard of in Liamo City. The heavenly lion, a beast far more powerful than ordinary creatures, possessed an inherent ferocity. Once it attained semi-divine status, its strength would elevate dramatically. To confront such a beast, one would require the close cooperation of many. This is truly a damper on my spirits, the Great Elder, seated upon the 9 water Qilin, remarked with displeasure as they descended, arriving at the edge of the peach orchard. Chapter 33. Even demigods must confront the might of the grand deity, listening intently. It seemed to be a celestial lion, a beast of considerable merit. A century ago, I had the fortune to capture one alongside my senior sister in an ancient locale. It was merely at the threshold of demigod status, yet this one appears to possess far greater prowess. As Zhou Xian spoke, he stepped forth from the palanquin with an air of grace. What's this? My dear Xian, are you so eager to indulge your appetite? The grand deity smiled upon his most cherished disciple, rising to gaze towards the peach grove. After a long journey, one felt fatigued. The serene environment here beckoned for a barbecue, a delightful prospect indeed. Desire shimmered in the eyes of the young master, Zhou Xian. How difficult could it be? The Grand Elder replied slowly, you stay here while I fetch it. As the Grand Elder of the Grand Deity, he held the title of Zhou Xian's master. Yet his status was beneath that of the young master, for Zhou Xian was the designated heir. At that moment, a figure dashed forth from the peach grove. It was Sun Bing. Though he bore some injuries, none were fatal. He dragged a massive celestial lion behind him, comparable in size to a primordial elephant, nearly the scale of a medium-sized truck. As a fellow demigod, it was not a formidable task for him to haul the celestial lion at speed. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept in from afar, heralded by the silhouette of the Grand Elder of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Release the celestial lion, the Grand Elder commanded, his gaze fixed upon the beast. Unmasked hostility burning within. No, this is a divine beast intended for the evening feast at the star-gathering tower. If I were to hand it over to you, I would be at a loss for words, Sun Bing retorted, having witnessed too many tyrants who preyed upon the weak. Although he felt outmatched, he could not afford to falter, lest he risk his own employment, which would jeopardize the livelihood of Xiao Dai. Humph! The Grand Elder's eyes widened with fury. With a swift motion, An ancient vine appeared in his grasp. Begone! He unleashed the vine's water-absorbing powers, and in an instant, the moisture from beneath the soil evaporated, coalescing into a swirling abyss in the air. Reverse water form. In a heartbeat, the nourishing water transformed into a deadly whirlpool, cascading towards Sun Bing with overwhelming force. Sun Bing dared not be careless. He promptly summoned his earth spear, executing the first stance of the mountain splitter technique. Instantly, the spear, imbued with the might to cleave all, spun with a clockwise rotation of 180 degrees, and with a flick of his wrist, he thrust downward. The spear met the swirling vortex, parting the waters with a shallow cleft, sending a deluge of spray into the air. The roar of crashing water echoed, shaking the very foundations of the earth, yet Sun Bing's strength was insufficient to challenge the Grand Elder. The chasm between their realms, demigod to true god, and then to grand deity, was insurmountable. Sun Bing was sent hurtling back by the recoil, spitting blood, yet before he could land, he surged forward once more, invoking the second stance of the mountain splitter technique, the Blossoming Nine. This technique, capable of conjuring a lifetime of splendor, rained down petals in a vibrant display, followed by another wave, 9 blossoms cascading forth to envelop the enemy. Observing the advancing floral assault, the Grand Elder remained unfazed, even managing a chuckle. Is this the extent of your prowess? How audacious to show off before me. It is but a death wish. With that, the ancient vine surged with vitality, rapidly extending and weaving a serpentine path towards Sun Bing, effortlessly dispersing the encroaching blossoms. With a series of pops, the vine cleaved through the wall of blossoms, rendering Sun Bing's attacks null, while simultaneously, the vine closed in from all sides, swiftly approaching Sun Bing. This is bad, Sun Bing exclaimed, stunned to find his second stance so effortlessly countered, realizing the Grand Elder's strength surpassed his expectations. With a grim countenance, he recalled Xiao Dai, who often went hungry, bullied by her peers, and lost her family one by one. No, he could not allow her to endure such a wretched existence any longer. He simply could not. With a resolute strike, Sun Bing finally unleashed his most powerful attack, one that would deplete 70% of his divine energy. Should he falter, defeat was inevitable. He channeled this immense energy into the earth spear, which erupted with a tempestuous aura, its surface shimmering with radiant golden light that blazed across the heavens. The earth spear trembled, yearning for battle, as if it were a desperate cry for life. After a moment of gathering strength, the spear surged forth, driven by the indomitable will to vanquish any foe that dared to approach. Chapter 34. On the brink of death with an unstoppable force, the strike aimed directly at the enemy's chest. However, to everyone's surprise, the Grand Elder remained unfazed. The encroaching thicket of vines showed no sign of hesitation as they effortlessly swept aside the flourishing remnants of the 9 ages and advanced towards Ling Tian's earth spear. In that fleeting moment of contact, a blinding golden light erupted, accompanied by a terrifying roar that reverberated throughout the surroundings. Debris flew as the very air seemed to tremble, transforming the heavens and earth into a dusky hue reminiscent of the Masua land. Puff! Sun Bing recognized the futility of resisting the Grand Elder's onslaught. Yet, what was he to do? He could not simply admit defeat and abandon the Tian Shi to flee alone. To do so would mean condemning Xiao Dai to expulsion from the star-picking tower, leading to his own grievous injuries or death. In that scenario, Xiao Dai would be left an orphan, utterly alone. Perhaps the divine Lord Wu Yi would extend a helping hand, but without his presence, Xiao Dai would suffer through the nights, kicking off her blanket and falling ill without anyone to care for her, enduring the torment of her peers. What should I do? No, I cannot fall. I absolutely must not. I shall rise and continue to fight. Yet, his body betrayed him, flying away uncontrollably, like a drifting leaf, severed from its master and unable to dictate its own fate. At that moment, Sun Bing seemed to hear Xiao Dai's desperate cries echoing in his ears, a heart-wrenching wail filled with anguish, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching him. Xiao Dai, you must live well, and you must be happy. These were the final thoughts that flickered through Sun Bing's mind before he lost consciousness. As Sun Bing was sent flying by the Grand Elder's strike, Xiao Dai happened to emerge from the peach grove. Pursued by a throng of demigods from the star-picking tower, a hunting party engaged in capturing magical beasts for the tower. Who dares to harm our people from the star-picking tower? The leader stepped forward, immediately confronting the dignified figure of the Grand Elder, the Luo Shun. The elder's cultivation was inscrutable, presumably surpassing that of the leader. The captain of the hunting party swiftly assessed the situation. He adjusted his stance, adopting a less hostile demeanor, and said, "Esteemed divine lord, may I inquire why you are seizing our Tian Shi? We intend to bring this beast back to the star-picking tower for a feast." He sought to invoke the name of the star-picking tower as a means of intimidation, knowing that it was an official institution supported by formidable power. Star-picking tower? The Grand Elder had not anticipated this, but his surprise quickly faded, replaced by arrogance. And what of the star-picking tower? If our young master desires this Tian Shi, Do you intend to obstruct us, youthful master? The captain was taken aback, probing further. Which sect does this young master belong to? The Grand Elder, dismissive, remained silent. But a proud disciple beside him spoke up. Naturally, he is the young master of the Beidou Sword sect. The captain's expression hardened. The young master of the Beidou Sword sect. With that revelation, he felt a significant portion of his strength drain away, realizing that today's events might not unfold in his favor. Am I not worthy to partake in this Tianshi? At that moment, Zhou Xian, having rested for a while, strode over with an air of arrogance. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Please forgive my impudence. The captain immediately bowed in respect. We welcome the arrival of the young master. The other members of the team hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, Xiao Dai had reached Sun Bing's side. Her gaze fixed on her bloodied grandfather. Her heart shattered as she cried out for him. Grandfather, wake up. Don't you want Xiao Dai anymore? I haven't even had my red braised meat yet. How can you break your promise? Desperately shaking Sun Bing, she found him unresponsive, as if he had succumbed to death. Silence. The Grand Elder, irritated by Xiao Dai's cries, raised his hand and hurled the old vine towards her, intending to end her life. However, in that moment of rage, Xiao Dai, as a demigod, lifted her head and glared coldly at the Grand Elder, her eyes radiating an icy fury akin to a vengeful demon. The depths of her sorrow transformed into boundless strength, a wrath capable of obliterating all. At that instant, this power surged forth from Xiao Dai's frail form, manifesting as shards of ice that pierced the Grand Elder's emotions, momentarily instilling him with fear. What is happening? Am I truly being startled by a mere child? How can this be? Dai, the Grand Elder, unwilling to let anyone perceive his moment of fear, intensified the pressure of the old vine, channeling a torrent of divine energy into it. Please, Grand Elder, spare her. The captain knelt in supplication, realizing the gravity of the situation. This girl is under the protection of a powerful figure from the star-picking tower. Her life must not be taken. Enough. The Grand Elder's irritation peaked. Under normal circumstances, slaying a demigod would be as trivial as squashing an insect. Yet today he faced unexpected opposition, fueling his rage. With a swift motion, the first vine lunged forward, striking Xiao Dai and sending her hurtling away. She crashed into a nearby tree, breaking several bones and collapsing, blood pouring from her mouth, teetering on the brink of death. Divine Lord, no? This individual is under the protection of the star-picking tower. You cannot take her life. The captain's pleas were urgent as he bowed deeply. Desperate, he understood that Xiao Dai and her grandfather were acquaintances of the formidable Wu Yi. If news of this incident reached Wu Yi, it could spell doom for him. The Grand Elder, perplexed, glanced at Zhou Xian and inquired, is what he says true? Who is this divine lord that protects them? Zhou Xian, equally puzzled, observed the captain's actions, sensing sincerity. Yet, he too could not ascertain whether any divine lord indeed watched over this pair. Chapter 35. Little Dai's grandfather and grandson on the brink of death, observing that the young master, Zhou Xian, appeared oblivious to the situation. The Grand Elder speculated that perhaps the captain had misunderstood the information. Thus, he continued to perpetrate violence upon Little Dai, striking her with an old vine several times. With each lash, Little Dai coughed forth a copious amount of blood. Initially, she emitted a soft moan of pain, but as the ordeal persisted, she merely bled profusely, her body devoid of any further reaction, no longer trembling. Eventually, the flow of blood diminished, as if she were on the verge of being completely extinguished. Divine Lord, I implore you to cease. These two are indeed acquaintances of our esteemed Dreaming Pavilion Master and must not be harmed. The captain recalled having witnessed a conversation between the Dreaming Pavilion Master and a formidable being atop the star-gathering tower. From the Dreaming Pavilion Master's demeanor, it was evident that she held this powerful individual in high regard. Ah, that formidable being's name was Wu Yi. Yes, that was it. At that moment, a shadow drifted through the high skies. Upon lifting his gaze, one could discern a divine lord traversing the heavens upon a rainbow. As this divine lord soared through the void, he beheld the towering structures before him, which were shrouded in clouds, suddenly revealing a verdant expanse below. This individual was none other than Feng Ji, the master of the Qinyan sect. Surveying the surroundings, he immediately spotted a large contingent from the Star-Gathering Tower's hunting team, among which were several beings of the great Luo divine level, as well as numerous true gods. He swiftly descended, soon catching a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood, alongside an elderly man lying in the distance. Approaching with curiosity, he soon found himself near the great Luo divine being, where he recognized Zhou Xian, the young master of the Big Dipper Sword sect, and inquired, "Young Master Zhou, did you inflict harm upon this elder?" His gaze shifted towards Sun Bing, and he gradually perceived a sense of familiarity with the elderly man. Wasn't he this the individual under the protection of Wu Yi? How had he been reduced to such a state? In a flash, he darted towards Sun Bing, only to discover a young girl, drenched in blood, lying unconscious, her breaths faint. Little Dai? Upon glancing back at the elderly man, he realized this was none other than... What was his name again? Sun Bing. Who did this? In an instant, Feng Ji's demeanor transformed. His once gentle warmth surged into a fierce interrogation. His gaze fixed intensely upon the gathered deities. What? Do you wish to plead for these insignificant creatures? The great Luo divine clearly regarded Feng Ji, who was at the 7th level of true God, with disdain. So it was you who committed this act? Feng Ji rebuked the Grand Elder, utterly disapproving of such brazen cruelty against the weak. Feng Ji, they are merely a few insignificant insects. Why should I trouble myself with your master? Zhou Xian observed Feng Ji closely, somewhat dismissive. Insects, huh? Do you not comprehend their significance? They are individuals of importance to divine Lord Wu Yi. You dare lay hands upon his people? Truly, you are oblivious to the meaning of death, Feng Ji retorted, his anger palpable. Even if he had no intention of befriending Wu Yi, witnessing the Big Dipper Sword sect's blatant bullying of the weak was utterly shameful. Upon hearing Wu Yi's name, Zhou Xian's expression shifted dramatically, his surprise evident. Are they truly of concern to that scoundrel Wu Yi? This simplifies matters. Zhou Xian, taken aback, soon concocted a more cunning scheme, a triumphant expression gracing his features. Master, what if we were to imprison them, and then notify that scoundrel Wu Yi to come and rescue them? We could then ambush him together and eliminate him. What do you think? Zhou Xian envisioned. A most ingenious plan, the great Luo divine replied, feeling quite pleased to have nurtured such a capable disciple. His heart alight with inspiration. Chapter 36. Danger approaches. Have you no humanity? How could you strike down a demigod with such ferocity? One of you is a true deity, and the other a grand Luo god. Do you not possess even a shred of compassion? Feng Ji glared at the group, his indignation palpable. Do you not realize that Wu Yi has always cared for them? You cannot hope to rival his strength. Feng Ji, cease your prattle. Regarding today's events, if you choose to turn a blind eye, I will not pursue the matter further. However, if you insist on interjecting, do not blame me for not affording you an opportunity. The prestige of the Northern Dipper Sword sect is not something a mere minor sect like yours can contend with. Zhou Xian retorted sharply. You must weigh your words carefully. Master, I have devised an even better plan. Why don't we imprison them? When we arrive at the star-picking tower, we can use these two as leverage to force Wu Yi into submission. Even if he refuses to yield, we can provoke him, making him uncomfortable. At that point, we could easily subdue and eliminate him, Zhou Xian said, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he regarded the Grand Luo god. Ah, it seems you've concocted another clever scheme in such a short span of time. Bravo, bravo. It is a testament to my years of guidance, the Grand Luo god responded, visibly pleased. Thus, the entourage from the Northern Dipper Sword sect-bound Sun Bing and Xiao Dai. Yu Feng Ji's fury surged, and he was about to strike. But then he recalled his disciples. If he were to utterly offend the Northern Dipper Sword sect, he feared they would not spare his students or his family. You despicable scoundrels, he cursed inwardly, loathing the Northern Dipper Sword sect with every fiber of his being. The captain, too, felt helpless, resigned to lead the Celestial Lion toward the star-picking tower. Ah, wait, I nearly forgot. I still require this Celestial Lion. Since you are already transporting it, kindly deliver it to my quarters. I will notify you later. Zhou Xian suddenly remembered his original purpose for coming down, to savor Celestial Lion meat. Feng Ji watched helplessly as Zhou Xian took away the unfortunate grandfather and grandson, a sense of urgency consuming him. Wu Yi, where are you? The people you care for are in peril, he lamented. Soon, Feng Ji hastened to catch up with Zhou Xian's group, darting into the star-picking tower's interior in hopes of spotting Wu Yi, but to his dismay, he found no trace of him. Feng Ji, what troubles you? You appear quite flustered. The master of Dreamy Pavilion had just cast an illusion, and upon entering, she noticed Feng Ji's frantic demeanor. Feng Ji's spirits lifted, and he rushed over. Dreamy, it's dire. The ones under Wu Yi's protection are in danger. He briefly recounted the news of Sun Bing and his grandson being close to death. What? The Grand Elder of the Northern Dipper Sword sect has struck them down? The master of Dreamy Pavilion felt a wave of panic. Based on the day Wu Yi had effortlessly sent Zhou Xian flying, she knew his strength far surpassed Zhou Xian's. If those he protected were to perish, would he not blame her, endangering herself and the entire star-picking tower? I am but a woman, managing the star-picking tower for the safety of my sisters. Why must it be so arduous? Do you possess a communication talisman from Wu Yi that could reach him? Feng Ji scanned the area, still not having seen Wu Yi. None, Dreamy replied, her anxiety mounting. Then, a thought struck her. Perhaps Chi was present. Wait here. The master of Dreamy Pavilion quickly summoned her sisters, and a charmingly smiling mature woman approached. Without waiting for her to speak, the master of Dreamy Pavilion inquired, have you seen Lord Chi? One of her sisters began to recall the day's events. Soon remembering, she just left. What happened? Left? This is utterly hopeless. The master of Dreamy Pavilion despaired. At this critical juncture, how could she have departed? Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the star-picking tower, atop a high mountain, a three-tailed cat was hunting in the wilderness. This area was home to numerous demigod-level beasts, which typically concealed themselves in the forests, only descending at night to raid the livestock of the townsfolk. This three-tailed cat was none other than Qinyu. Recently, Wu Yi had granted him the freedom to roam, allowing him to explore fully. He had slain over a dozen demigod-level beasts and consumed a spirit butterfly, a creature rich in spiritual energy that not only enhanced his cultivation but also tempered his physique. Chapter 37. The Arrival of Hope. Suddenly, Qin Yu beheld a rare treasure nestled at the base of the cave, where black flames flickered, resembling the dance of fireflies. This extraordinary gem, known colloquially as Lantern's Flicker, was imbued with an essence reminiscent of ancient principles. Legend has it that this treasure was brought from another world by a prominent figure from the celestial realm tens of thousands of epochs ago and planted on the glazed continent. Within this gem, it was highly likely that an inner elixir lay dormant, characterized by intricate web-like patterns on its surface, resembling celestial totems. It is said that comprehending such totems can accelerate one's understanding of the laws of the universe. Qin Yu swiftly approached, cloaked in invisibility, suppressing his presence. The treasure, oblivious to danger, remained undisturbed in the earth. Just as Lantern's flicker relaxed, Qin Yu seized the moment, extending his claws to grasp its roots, rendering it unable to escape. Help! Help! Help me! The treasure sensed impending peril and instinctively called for aid, struggling vigorously as its roots spread outwards in search of an escape route. However, to its dismay, its roots were entirely ensnared, unable to break free. Do not struggle. Accept your fate, Qin Yu stated coolly, his expression impassive as he swiftly secured the lantern's flicker and turned to soar towards the star-gathering tower, intending to present this treasure to Chi-Chi. Over the endless ages, Chi-Chi had cared for him, always remembering him when encountering delectable treats and fine drinks. Once, she even played matchmaker between him and a beautiful three-tailed she-cat. Yet, he felt no connection to that feline, despite her comparable prowess and beauty, without feelings. Life would be agonizing. Soon, Qin Yu arrived at the star-gathering tower, scanning his surroundings but failing to locate Chi-Chi. Instead, he encountered the displeasing figure of the North Dipper Sword Sect's young master, accompanied by a formidable figure of the Deluo realm. However, the atmosphere within the star-gathering tower felt peculiar, infused with a sense of murderous intent. Many conversed about the demise of Feng Lin Shengxiao, the renowned assassin, who had been slain by the master. Strangely, numerous individuals speculated on the identity of his killer. In a corner, a divine being appeared listless, seated beside the owner of Dream E Tower, who too seemed burdened by worries. After a long silence, the owner of Dream E Tower sighed. Feng Ji, we have done our utmost. If Master Sun Bing were to perish, Divine Lord Wu Yi should not hold us accountable. Feng Ji nodded in agreement, then raised a cup of strong liquor, downing it in one gulp. What has happened? Why the mention of Sun Bing? Qin Yu pondered, recalling the strange atmosphere that enveloped the star-gathering tower. He resolved to reveal himself and inquire. Before long, Qin Yu's silhouette gradually materialized beside Feng Ji. Someone's here. The owner of Dream E Tower was the first to notice, swiftly ascending and alerting Feng Ji. Feng Ji, startled, turned to face the powerful presence beside him, realizing it was none other than Qin Yu, the companion of Brother Wu Yi. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Feng Ji asked with a smile. Qin Yu did not respond directly, but instead inquired, did you say something has happened to Master Sun Bing? Is he gravely injured? Indeed, replied the owner of Dream E Tower. Master Sun Bing has been captured by the young master of the North Dipper Sword Sect. According to Feng Ji, he has sustained severe injuries and is likely on the brink of death. Qin Yu's expression darkened. How dare they lay hands on someone under the master's care? Quickly, inform Wu Yi to come and rescue him. It may soon be too late. Feng Ji urged Qin Yu. Qin Yu hesitated to disturb the master's cultivation. After some thought, he retrieved a communication talisman, preparing to summon Chi-Chi, for he was merely a sole servant to the master and could not act independently. Before long, Chi-Chi's voice reached him, stating that she was on her way back, having forgotten a gemstone bracelet gifted by Wu Yi. Moments later, Chi-Chi flew in from outside. Divine Lord, Master Sun Bing has been imprisoned by Zhou Xian, Feng Ji exclaimed upon seeing Chi-Chi, rising to greet her while conveying the urgent matter. What? Chi-Chi was taken aback, glancing between Feng Ji and the approaching owner of Dream E Tower. Yes, as Feng Ji just mentioned. The owner of Dream E Tower succinctly recounted what Feng Ji had said, causing Chi-Chi's eyes to frost over, her murderous intent surging. Beside them, Qin Yu also furrowed his brow. Master Sun Bing was an unfortunate demigod who had endured immense suffering and misfortune, and he was someone dear to Chi-Chi. Yet he was being treated in such a manner. Chapter 38. The Rescue. Where is Zhou Xian? Chi-Chi scanned the hall of the star-picking tower, but found no sign of him. He is in the private room. Master Meng, he hurriedly interjected, hesitating for a moment before Feng Ji led Chi-Chi and Qin Yu to the location. Master Meng, he followed behind, and after much contemplation, finally spoke. When the time comes to act, could you perhaps be a little gentler? Although my star-picking tower is protected by formations, it cannot withstand the turmoil of a deity. I still rely on this meager estate for my old age. Master Meng, he forced a smile. Chi-Chi understood and nodded. Very well. I shall drive them out and give them a thorough beating. Soon, Chi-Chi and Qin Yu arrived at the room where Zhou Xian was located, immediately sensing the presence of a great Luo deity within. However, they paid it no heed. Completely unconcerned, Qin Yu stepped forward and kicked the doorframe, sending it flying. At that moment, two figures darted out from within, revealing Zhou Xian and the Grand Elder. Upon recognizing Chi-Chi, both displayed a hint of disappointment. Where's that scoundrel Wu Yi? Why hasn't he come? Zhou Xian sighed, glancing behind Chi-Chi and her companions, only to feel further disheartened. To deal with you, there is no need for Wu Yi to intervene. I am sufficient. Just as Chi-Chi was about to act, Master Ming Yi cast a worried glance. Wishing to remind her not to forget her earlier promise in a moment of emotional fervor. Let us step outside to engage. We cannot unleash our full strength here. Feng Ji felt a wave of satisfaction and relief. Feng Ji, you wish to involve yourself? You should carefully weigh the consequences, Zhou Xian remarked dismissively. Casting a glance at Feng Ji. What concern is this of mine? I have no intention of striking. I merely offer a friendly reminder. If the star-picking tower is damaged, you will be liable for full compensation. The laws of the Rain Kingdom are no mere decoration. Feng Ji replied calmly with a smile. Zhou Xian snorted coldly. If that is the case, let our actions speak for themselves. Before long, Zhou Xian and the Grand Elder soared outwards, arriving atop a high mountain 50 kilometers from the star-picking tower. The area was densely forested, teeming with wild beasts. And the environment was exquisite. This location conveniently lay along a major thoroughfare, serving as a vital route for the cities of the Rain Kingdom and the passageway for Wu Yi and his companions to the star-picking tower. Within the star-picking tower, many true deities also emerged, eager not to miss such an entertaining spectacle. A long life without amusement could become rather dull. Soon, a multitude of true deities gathered around the peak of Gua Mountain, with several demigods rushing from afar, as well as divine beasts and spirits eyeing the scene with curiosity. Release Sun Bing and Xiao Dai. Chi-Chi hovered in the air, addressing Zhou Xian with a voice as cold as ice. Release. Zhou Xian scoffed, glancing at the Grand Elder beside him before turning back to Chi-Chi. You think you can simply command me? What a laugh. Chi-Chi's expression hardened, her emotions surging as she prepared to summon the Ninth Order Magic Cube. Instantly, the Ninth Order Magic Cube expanded in the air, transforming into a swirling black vortex, exuding a terrifying gravitational force that stirred the surrounding space and drew Zhou Xian and the Grand Elder towards it. What is happening? What sort of treasure is this that can so freely alter its attack form? Zhou Xian gasped in shock. Young master, be cautious. The Grand Elder, compelled to act, conjured a defensive barrier to envelop Zhou Xian while summoning ancient vines that swirled around the black vortex. From their earlier encounter, the Grand Elder had discerned the exceptional nature of the Ninth Order Magic Cube, realizing that its quality far exceeded that of mere divine artifacts. Today, I shall take my time to defeat you both. Although Chi-Chi was typically gentle and magnanimous, the events of the day had incited her fury, compelling her to deliver a severe beating to those from the Big Dipper Sword sect. As she spoke, the forest of vines conjured by the Grand Elder enveloped the black vortex, leading to a violent clash that unleashed formidable waves of energy. Remarkable. I did not anticipate that a newly arrived true deity from Li Mo City could be so formidable, capable of contending with a great Luo deity, despite the significant disparity in their realms. An observing true deity exclaimed in astonishment. The Grand Elder, too, was taken aback. His own assault had been effortlessly countered by Chi-Chi, whereas in the past, even true deities opposing him could scarcely withstand a single strike. What is this goddess situation? How can her offensive power be so overwhelming, her divine energy seemingly boundless? Moments later, the black vortex, now entirely enveloped, erupted with a burst of black light, creating a narrow fissure from which a slender beam of darkness pierced through the vine forest, staining the void black. How is this possible? It has not only withstood the attack, but appears to be gaining the upper hand. The Grand Elder was once again stunned, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Chapter 39. A forceful entrance. Suddenly, he contemplated a possibility. Could it be that the goddess concealed her true power, actually surpassing the mere realm of a true deity at the 10th level? Crack, crack, crack. As the vine forest accelerated its disintegration, an increasing amount of black light spilled forth. Eventually, the vine forest shattered completely, turning to dust and dissipating into the void. How formidable! It was astonishing that the goddess could contend with an adversary of the caliber of a great Luo deity. A considerable number of true deities watching from afar began to engage in fervent discussion. It seemed that a more potent release of divine power was imperative. The Grand Elder withdrew the defensive barrier, revealing Zhou Xian within. Zhou Xian was incredulous that the Grand Elder could not withstand the onslaught and would need to go all out to potentially fend off the goddess's attacks. A grave expression replaced his previously haughty demeanor, the bloom of life and death. At last, the Grand Elder unleashed a more formidable killing move. The once verdant vine forest transformed instantaneously into a crimson expanse, the vibrant world morphing into a semblance of hell, suffused with an eerie silence. The blossoms that had bloomed turned blood red, many swirling towards a black vortex, ensnared within, unable to escape. Yet, a greater number of blood-red flowers encircled the vortex, spinning rapidly, intent on enveloping it entirely, creating an encirclement of death. At that moment, while Chi-Chi and the Grand Elder clashed, 10 kilometers away, a trio lay in ambush, 2 at the pinnacle of true deity cultivation and 1 at the 10th level. They were none other than Qian Mu and his comrades, who had conspired to ambush Wu Yi not long ago. Fire Emperor, you shall initiate the attack first, enveloping this area with the fire-gathering shield, Qian Mu instructed, gazing towards the battlefield. Rest assured, my mastery of the fire-gathering shield is unparalleled. There will be no misstep, the Fire Emperor replied. Immersed in the essence of ultimate flame, his form only a blurred silhouette. And you, Yang Xiong, remember to strike at the opportune moment. Do not act recklessly. Qian Mu had discerned Yang Xiong's impulsiveness over the past few days. He was prone to rash decisions, easily swayed by emotions. You've cautioned me countless times. My ears are nearly calloused from your words. Shall I pull out my heart to show you, for your peace of mind? Yang Xiong retorted, slightly displeased. Beads of sweat forming on his bald head. The trio deliberated further on finer details, ensuring no flaws remained before falling silent. At that moment, a true deity emerged from the Yonghao residence, heading towards the star-picking tower. It was none other than the anticipated Wu Yi, who had made slight progress in his cultivation and was on the brink of a breakthrough. Wu Yi traversed the air, each step covering 100 zhang, with the ability to go further, though it was unnecessary, merely exhausting his divine energy. Before long, he sensed powerful fluctuations of divine energy ahead. A fierce battle was underway, with a density of divine power that indicated many true deities were converging there. A battle? Wu Yi quickened his pace towards the source. As he passed a secluded mountain corner, he detected the concealed presence of 3 true deities below, 2 at the pinnacle of true deity cultivation and 1 at the 10th level. It was Qian Mu and his companions, evidently scheming to ambush any passing true deities. Wu Yi had no time to spare and continued to accelerate through the air, covering vast distances with each step. Once Wu Yi's figure faded into the distance, Qian Mu and the others cautiously emerged from their hiding place. Observing Wu Yi's departure, Qian Mu felt a sense of relief and satisfaction that vengeance was soon to be realized, though the simmering anger in his eyes remained palpable. For Wu Yi had slain his grandnephew, the Haihun true deity, a grudge not easily forgotten. Fear not, dear grandnephew, your vengeance shall soon be avenged, Qian Mu declared, emotions surging as he watched Wu Yi vanish completely. Let us pursue him. In this assassination endeavor, Qian Mu planned to wait until Wu Yi had fully lowered his guard and was alone, before the 3 would converge upon him, aiming to obliterate Wu Yi with the essence of ultimate fire and blue hellfire, reducing him to ashes. The trio stealthily advanced, gradually approaching the ancient Yu Mountain, the very site of Chi-Chi and the Grand Elder's fierce confrontation. Chapter 40. You're doomed. Strangely, the battle raged on, contrary to expectations. One would assume that with the assembly of true gods, the assault would possess formidable might, leading to a swift conclusion. Qian Mu muttered to himself, sensing the anomaly that defied logic. The Fire Emperor, immersed in the flames of ultimate fire, too perceived an unusual essence in the air. What does it matter? Once Wu Yi is occupied with a single adversary, we shall converge and eliminate him. For now, it is best to rest and conserve our strength. Yang Xiong, disinterested in delving into the complexities of the situation, had already made up his mind. With that mind of yours, it is unlikely you could devise any useful strategies. It would be wiser to remain silent, the Fire Emperor remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Xiong without harboring much expectation. Meanwhile, the battle at Guiyuan Mountain persisted. Had it not been for Chi-Chi suppressing her cultivation to avoid attracting the attention of the terrifying entities from Liuli Continent, she would have unleashed her immense power to vanquish the Grand Elder and his companions long ago. Wu Yi descended from the skies, quietly observing the clash between Chi-Chi and the Grand Elder, speculating whether the young master of the Beidou Sword sect had inadvertently provoked her. Master. Qin Yu sensed his master's presence and swiftly approached, silently. What's the situation? Wu Yi casually inquired. Qin Yu recounted how Sun Bing and his grandson had been grievously beaten and subsequently taken into Zhou Xian's personal space, along with the details of Chi-Chi's confrontation with the Grand Elder. Upon hearing that Sun Bing had been left half dead, Wu Yi was taken aback. Sun Bing, a demigod of honest and diligent nature, would not ordinarily attract Zhou Xian's ire. As for Xiao Dai, she was even less likely to instigate trouble. Her timid disposition and strong sense of caution made her wary of unfamiliar divine beings, treating them with utmost respect. However, when Qin Yu mentioned that Sun Bing had been harassed by Zhou Xian, who demanded a celestial lion and sought to consume its flesh, Wu Yi's expression grew increasingly frigid. Hunting demigod-level or divine beasts was the primary duty of the Star-Picking Tower's hunting team, How could they carelessly distribute their quarry to others? Considering that Sun Bing had just secured a job after a tumultuous existence, Wu Yi surmised that Sun Bing must be concerned about losing the celestial lion and incurring Zhou Xian's wrath, which could lead to their expulsion from the star-picking tower. Such a fate would leave them unemployed, devoid of a stable residence, and vulnerable to Shao Dai being bullied by unfamiliar gods once more. Humph. The individuals from the Beidou Sword sect are nothing but bullies who prey on the weak. Today, I shall ensure their complete annihilation and restore peace to Limu City. Wu Yi's countenance turned icy as he resolved to hold nothing back. Qin Yu had not witnessed this expression from his master in a long time and understood that his master was truly enraged. He respectfully asked, "Master, do you require my assistance?" He was aware of his master's aversion to malevolence, typically concealed, yet in the vastness of the starry sea. The survival of the fittest was commonplace. If such encounters arose, action was likely. "Just observe," Wu Yi replied indifferently. Suddenly, a figure swiftly approached the center of the battle from a secluded corner, exuding a long, steady aura, with an undercurrent of concealed, killing intent. Many true gods, who had been spectating, sensed the powerful divine energy fluctuations and turned their gazes toward the moving figure, only to see a blurred silhouette enveloped in the ethereal shadows of divine power. As Wu Yi revealed his true form, the assembled deities recognized him as the protagonist of the unfolding drama. Excitement rippled through the crowd, for Wu Yi had previously struck Zhou Xian, displaying an overwhelming dominance that disregarded the dignity of the Beidou Sword sect. Such audacious true gods were a rarity in Limu City. Chi-Chi had sensed Wu Yi's arrival beforehand and, upon seeing him, immediately ceased her combat, moving to stand beside him. "Oh." Wu Yi regarded Chi-Chi's delicate visage with affection, brushing aside her hair with a gentle hand. "Look at you. If there is action to be taken, let Qin Yu handle it. There is no need for you to engage directly. You appear somewhat unwell. Do not overexert yourself, for we have much to attend to this evening." Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed crimson, unable to meet Wu Yi's tender gaze. She turned to glare at the Grand Elder. "It is all because of those from the Beidou Sword sect. Had they not captured Sun Bing and his grandson? Oh, right. Sun Bing and Shao Dai are still in Zhou Xian's clutches. If this continues, I fear it matters not. Today, I shall eradicate them completely," Wu Yi stated calmly. "Are you suggesting you will reveal your true strength?" Chi-Chi asked, taken aback. Concealing the trio's power had been an agreement made prior to Wu Yi's arrival in Liuli Continent. Yet now, Chapter 41. Time to settle the score no matter. There are indeed many terrifying true gods in the vast starry sea, and I am one among them. Wu Yi revealed a wicked smile. He had once harbored concerns about exposing his strength and attracting formidable entities, yet among the true gods, there exist those of extraordinary might. Why could he not be one of them? At this moment, the Grand Elder was gravely injured, a result of Chi-Chi's handiwork. It was evident that the slow torment was proving highly effective. Furthermore, Zhou Xian, in his fright, had soiled himself, and the odor was discernible from a distance as the stains dripped from his trousers. Having said that, Wu Yi swiftly approached the severely wounded Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, alarmed, attempted to flee, but his strength did not permit it. Moreover, with Zhou Xian present, he had to protect his master, making escape impossible. "What do you want?" The Grand Elder feigned calmness, shielding his master behind him. "What do I want?" Wu Yi's demeanor was frigid, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "I want to slay you all." With a mere gesture, Wu Yi summoned the boundless sea of clouds, enveloping himself, the Grand Elder, and Zhou Xian in an infinite shroud that severed them from external scrutiny. The onlookers expressed their dissatisfaction, lamenting their inability to witness the unfolding drama. Moments later, as the clouds dissipated, the figures of Wu Yi and the others re-emerged. The onlookers were astonished to find that the Grand Elder's injuries had miraculously healed, and he appeared as vigorous as ever, as though he had never been wounded. The spectators were struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend Wu Yi's abilities. Just moments ago, he had intended to annihilate the members of the Beidou Sword sect. What was happening now? "Old man, preying on a frail elder is somewhat unchivalrous. In my homeland, Blue Star, there exists a saying, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people." Wu Yi remarked casually. "The thrill of hunting a fully realized great Luo god is what I seek." The Grand Elder trembled at Wu Yi's prowess. Just moments ago, he had sensed a miraculous ability that revived the lifeless, a force akin to bringing a withered tree back to life. Such power was beyond his wildest imagination. Who was this handsome figure before him, capable of mastering a fragment of the chaotic laws that could expedite his healing? And what was that liquid? It bore a delightful aroma. The onlookers deliberated among themselves, yearning to observe the transformation of the Grand Elder up close, yet they hesitated. For Wu Yi's abilities and strength were truly unfathomable. "Release Sun Bing and Shao Dai," Wu Yi commanded, disregarding the Grand Elder's incredulous expression. All right. Zhou Xian, already terrified, recalled how Chi-Chi had bested the Grand Elder. The youth before him was even stronger than Chi-Chi, so he dared not delay. Hastily freeing Sun Bing and Shao Dai, Uncertain if they were unconscious or deceased, Sun Bing and Xiao Dai were enveloped in a bubble of air, swiftly arriving in Wu Yi's hands. Upon checking their breaths, Wu Yi found them barely clinging to life, their spirits wounded and cultivation diminished. Healing them would require considerable effort. What a brutal force! Wu Yi exclaimed angrily at Zhou Xian and the Grand Elder. He had just assessed Sun Bing and Xiao Dai's injuries and discovered that most of their bones were shattered, with not a single part of their bodies unscathed. The viciousness of their assailants was evident. At this moment, Qian Mu and his companions had stealthily approached the crowd of onlookers. As they pushed through the throng, they were met with the unfolding scene. Someone is injured? Qian Mu noted the wounded elder and youth, unfamiliar to him. Yet, seeing Wu Yi's distressed expression, it seemed he was particularly concerned. Was this individual related to Wu Yi? The sight of his kin in such grave condition would undoubtedly unsettle him, potentially disrupting his focus during battle, tipping the scales of victory in Qian Mu's favor. Observing the onlookers, most of these true gods belonged to substantial factions, with a few demigods among them, while the majority belonged to smaller forces within the city of Limu. Should he announce Wu Yi's heinous act of slaying his distant nephew in public, it would surely garner sympathy, placing Wu Yi in a precarious position. Thus, without further hesitation, Qian Mu stepped forward, producing the intelligence he had procured regarding the true god of Haihan from the Wuling Guild, and addressed the assembly of divine beings. Today, I invite you all to witness as I present evidence of Wu Yi's heinous act of murdering my distant nephew. Qian Mu succinctly recounted the incident, swiftly capturing the curious gazes of the crowd, many nodding in agreement that Wu Yi's actions were indeed culpable. Chapter 42. Together we ascend. As the overwhelming evidence laid bare before the onlookers, a flurry of discussions erupted. Wu Yi, gazing at the suddenly appearing Qian Mu, felt a sense of unfamiliarity and asked, "Did I kill your grandnephew? Who is your grandnephew?" Enraged, Qian Mu, partly feigning indignation and partly seeking the attention of the divine beings to bolster his own standing, declared, "My grandnephew is the true god of Haihan, and it was you who took his life that day." Without waiting for Wu Yi to ponder further, he summoned his divine power to create a vivid portrayal of the true god of Haihan. Recognizing the figure, Wu Yi remained unfazed, as if taking a life were merely a trivial act. "Elder, today we shall unite to eliminate Wu Yi, and in return, I shall bestow upon you a generous share of wealth and precious cultivation materials. What say you?" Before Wu Yi could finish, Qian Mu interrupted, eager to enlist the elder's formidable strength, for the latter was a Deluo god, a rank above the true gods. And with the addition of his own 3 true gods, they could effortlessly dispatch Wu Yi. The elder, aware of the dire fate awaiting them, understood that their chances of survival were slim. Yet, with external assistance, the odds shifted. Additionally, Qian Mu had 2 others at his side, one at the 10th level of true godhood, and another at the pinnacle of true godhood. There might be a chance after all. "Young master, when I engage in battle, you must flee at once and pay me no heed," the elder resolutely declared, no longer hesitating. "I accept your proposal," he affirmed to Qian Mu. Very well. In that moment, the scales of battle seemed to tip in favor of Qian Mu, bolstered by the powerful ally in the form of the elder, while Wu Yi remained merely a true god at the 10th level. The onlookers swiftly retreated, distancing themselves from the heart of the conflict. Wu Yi, Qi, and Qin Yu approached, preparing to resist the impending foes. "You all stay back. I can handle this alone," Wu Yi addressed the onlookers. Collectively, they sighed in disbelief, pondering the level of confidence required to utter such nonchalance. He was merely a true god at the 10th level, yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. Suddenly, Yang Xiong launched the first strike. Having secretly laid countless strands of the human-faced demon spider silk, he had previously slain a mutated beast, the human-faced demon spider. This type of spider demon excelled in ensnaring with its webs, and the human-faced variant was particularly adept, possessing not only stronger and more numerous strands, but also a degree of enhanced sentience, allowing for multitasking. In an instant, a deluge of webs materialized from all directions, intertwining and completely ensnaring the combatants. Fire Convergent Shield. The Fire Emperor True God immediately conjured the shield, his true form remaining within the ultimate flames. Requiring no direct involvement in the conflict due to his mastery at the pinnacle of true godhood, the massive tetrahedron ascended into the void, rapidly enlarging and looming over Wu Yi like an omniscient eye of a deity, casting its overwhelming presence upon the insignificant ants below. Xie Yuan's bone flute resonated with enchanting melodies that filled the air. Qian Mu then unleashed his attack, producing a bone flute which he played, filling the space with a sorrowful symphony. An entrancing melody echoed within Wu Yi's mind, attempting to disorient him. Furthermore, the bone flute carried with it a toxic essence that infiltrated his chaotic divine body. This toxic essence surpassed ordinary impurities, outclassing both neurotoxins and systemic toxins. Noticing Wu Yi's lack of response, merely standing there as if entranced by the demonic melody, the elder felt a surge of hope. "Flee!" he shouted, sensing a glimmer of survival. Zhou Xian, already paralyzed with fear, instantly enacted the secret technique of the Beidou sword sect, the reed across the river maneuver. A rudimentary reed appeared beneath his feet, swiftly carrying him away, propelled by his will in a hasty escape. Seeing Zhou Xian on the brink of successful flight, the elder unleashed his mightiest attack, the death's chance of the old vine. Chapter 43. The totality of death in an instant. The myriad flowers born from the ancient vines withered entirely, their vibrant green vitality dissipating into echoes of death, enveloping the area in an apocalyptic atmosphere. Countless waves of desolation gathered and surged towards Wu Yi. From a distance, Qi and Qin Yu quietly observed the scene, remaining indifferent. Suddenly, a cat emerged from within Qin Yu's body. It was one of the manifestations of the three-tailed cat, capable of casting an illusion of its true form when unleashing the heavenly Kuaishuan mirage. The three-tailed cat darted forward with astonishing speed, swiftly pinpointing Zhou Xian's location. And with a single claw, it grasped Zhou Xian's heart of life. With a sound, the heart of life shattered into dust, and Zhou Xian met his demise. At that moment, the Grand Elder was still engaged in a fierce battle against Qian Mu and the others, completely oblivious to Zhou Xian's death. As Qin Yu had remained cloaked in invisibility, visible only to Wu Yi. After enduring numerous attacks, Wu Yi finally stirred. He slowly opened his eyes, which radiated with a golden light, a portent of his impending breakthrough. As Wu Yi fully opened his eyes, the golden brilliance surged forth, enveloping the entire space. This was Wu Yi forcibly suppressing his cultivation. Otherwise, the entire city of Liemo would have been consumed by this violent golden light. The golden radiance illuminated the eyes of all. Wu Yi had broken through. Qi was overjoyed. For it had been a long time since Wu Yi had achieved such a feat, the Nine-Flame Talisman. Wu Yi unleashed a torrent of intense flames, imbued with the destructive power of the stars, rivaling even the utmost flames of the Fire Emperor. Since you wish to play with fire, allow me to indulge you. Wu Yi's combat fervor surged, and he unleashed a series of formidable techniques. In an instant, the Thousand Crags art was invoked. As if the weight of the entire Liuli Continent bore down upon this space, the Phantom Blade technique was executed, and in an instant, the skies and earth were filled with glimmers of blades, their movements stirring the void and causing the air to become tumultuous, shaking the very ground. The thousand-leaf movement was employed, and Wu Yi's form became ethereal, akin to leaves dancing in the wind, flashing about like a whirlwind, his movements seemingly unpredictable. Next, Wu Yi activated his Blood Domain Eruption secret art, amplifying all of his attacks exponentially, causing his offensive power to skyrocket. How could this be? The Fire Emperor, in disbelief, watched as Wu Yi's attack power continued to escalate, an unfathomable strength. Even as he invoked the Blue Inferno, it could not contend with the stellar flames. Before the might of the stellar fire, the ultimate flames and the Blue Inferno appeared as mere embers in a hearth, a stark contrast between the full moon and fireflies. After subjecting his enemies to high temperatures and pressures for some time, Wu Yi decided it was time to strike and obliterate them. As his words fell, the hearts of life of Yang Xiong, the Fire Emperor, and Qian Mu all fell into Wu Yi's grasp. With a forceful squeeze, the three hearts of life shattered, transforming into a rain of blood. The Grand Elder was filled with dread, unprepared for the sudden turn of events. He could not think, nor dare to think, lest he meet his demise here. Flee! I must escape. I cannot fall into Wu Yi's hands. He recalled the sounds of bones cracking from the bodies of Sun Bing and Xiao Dai during their torment, accompanied by their agonized screams that tortured his frail nerves. You shall not escape. Even if you try, it is futile. The Grand Elder had already fled dozens of miles from Guyu Mountain, a distance that was but a fleeting moment, yet he was unprepared to find Wu Yi's figure behind him. How could this be? The Grand Elder could not comprehend. As he turned to look back, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Glancing down, he discovered that the heart of life hidden within his heart had shattered, crushed within a delicate white hand. How could this be? This disbelief lingered in the Grand Elder's mind as his final consciousness slipped into confusion and despair. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yi returned to Guyu Mountain, where the onlookers were abuzz with discussion. Yet, before long, Wu Yi reappeared once more. Every movement of Wu Yi was sufficient to instill fear in every god present. Regrettably, Qian Mu had fled. This fellow possessed a top-tier life-saving treasure, an earth element artifact, capable of using skills like the filthy earth rebirth to instantly transport blood that fell to the ground to safety, allowing him to resurrect with just a drop of blood. Chapter 44. The Nine Heavens of Celestial Source. Wu Yi collected the relics of divine artifacts, various materials, and a substantial fortune in gold and silver coins, amounting to at least several tens of millions of gold coins, enough to form a small mound if laid upon the ground. At this moment, the atmosphere in the ancient Yu Mountain was eerily silent, with even the faintest sound of a falling needle discernible. The extraordinary performance of Wu Yi had utterly overwhelmed all onlookers. Let us depart, Wu Yi beckoned, and the floating ancient vessel materialized. As the group set sail towards the star-picking tower, earlier, Chi had already tended to Sun Bing and Xiao Dai, who remained somewhat weak, their foundations having suffered some impact. Wu Yi once again invoked his extraordinary spell, causing a droplet of pure nectar to hover before the two. What is this? Sun Bing gazed at Wu Yi with gratitude, feeling anxious under the divine favor he had received repeatedly. This is a drop of celestial source. Consuming it will heal your injuries. Wu Yi possessed many such celestial sources, discovered during his early ventures in the cosmic sea. In a desolate realm where he encountered a celestial bone, presumably left behind by a celestial being who had perished there for reasons unknown. Soon, both Sun Bing and Xiao Dai consumed the celestial source, swiftly regaining their strength. Thank you for saving my life, Divine Lord. Xiao Dai expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Wu Yi. Having been saved multiple times, she vowed to diligently practice and strive to attain the divine realm as soon as possible. She pledged to repay the Divine Lord's kindness and to eradicate all who harmed her grandfather from the Beidou Sword sect, whether they be of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 eras. She would grow stronger and ensure the demise of every last one of them. Xiao Dai silently vowed, swearing by the heavens. Upon returning to the Yonghao mansion, Wu Yi once again sensed a rich vitality flowing from afar. Wu Yi, what is it? Chi queried, noticing that Wu Yi often gazed towards a specific direction with a look of puzzlement. There is a persistent and extraordinary vitality emanating from that direction, Wu Yi replied, continuing to observe intently. Various conjectures flooded his mind. Could it be that within the Yonghao mansion, there exists a divine insight stele? Wu Yi pondered, recalling records from the Book of Earth, which stated that the divine insight stele could absorb life force. Could it be buried within the Yonghao mansion? Suddenly struck by this possibility, Wu Yi's eyes brightened. Let us investigate further. The group entered the Yonghao mansion, and in the vastness of the divine hall, searching every nook and cranny proved to be a daunting task. The three of them unleashed their divine senses, leaving no detail unchecked. Thus, they spent a full 5 days exploring every part of the Yonghao mansion, yet the divine insight stele remained elusive. Looking up at the dome, they noticed that the rich vitality still lingered at the pinnacle of the Yonghao mansion, continuously rejuvenating them. It seems we must seek the source of this vitality. Perhaps it will yield some clues, Wu Yi resolved. Following the direction from which the vitality flowed, they eventually discovered that its source originated from the City Lord's mansion, wafting from the uppermost level. Moreover, the vitality within the City Lord's mansion appeared to be transmitted from all corners. Could it be that the City Lord's mansion houses a divine insight stele? Recalling the accounts from the Book of Earth, which mentioned that the divine insight stele was allocated by the world master across cities, icy plains, and islands, including cities, Wu Yi realized, I should have anticipated this. The core of the city is likely located within the City Lord's mansion, a pivotal position indeed. Let us proceed to the City Lord's mansion, he declared. Without hesitation, Wu Yi led the way into the City Lord's mansion. Chi hesitated, concerned that entering without prior notice might be inappropriate given the significance of the place. However, Wu Yi's boldness left her no choice but to follow suit. Before long, a divine soldier emerged to block their path, demanding, What business do you have? We seek to inquire a matter with your city lord. Please announce our presence. Wu Yi replied with a semblance of courtesy. Noticing Wu Yi's demeanor, calm yet assertive, the divine soldier sensed his importance and hurriedly went to announce their arrival. Shortly after, Zheng Shuyuan appeared, surprised to see Wu Yi. A grave expression crossed her face as she scrutinized the void beside him, seemingly apprehensive about something. Apologies for the intrusion. City Lord, I have come to ask you a question. Is there a divine insight stele within the City Lord's mansion? Wu Yi inquired directly. Chapter 45. Scolded by the Lord of the City, yet daring not to retort the divine insight monument. Zheng Shuyuan was somewhat taken aback. He had initially thought that Wu Yi had come to seek retribution, especially since he had already orchestrated numerous hidden factions to discreetly eliminate Wu Yi and his entourage. It appeared, however, that the other party remained oblivious to his machinations. Zheng Shuyuan felt a slight sense of relief, suppressing his anxiety and worry, and smiled brightly as he said, The divine insight monument is indeed present. Might the esteemed Wu Yi be interested in observing it? Wu Yi was elated, exclaiming, Is it truly so? If that is the case, I kindly request the Lord to make arrangements for us to enter and observe. Aware that failing to provide Wu Yi with a taste of satisfaction would lead to relentless inquiries regarding the divine insight monument, Zheng Shuyuan feigned generosity and replied, Please, follow me. Soon, the group accompanied Zheng Shuyuan into the Lord's manor. Upon reaching the top floor, Zheng Shuyuan recited an incantation, and shortly thereafter, a hidden chamber was revealed. A warm orange light emanated, shimmering with countless strands that cast numerous beams upon Wu Yi. Such a rich vitality. The life force here was far more potent than that outside the Lord's manor. Wu Yi meticulously examined the divine insight monument, and, based on its hue, discerned that the citizens of Limo City were rather dissatisfied with Zheng Shuyuan's governance, if not outright discontent. At this moment, The scattered life forces throughout Limo City were being gathered by the Divine Insight Monument, some of which nourished the Lord while a small portion drifted towards Wu Yi's South Grand Estate. This suggested that Wu Yi and his companions were, in essence, competitors of the Lord. Wu Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was merely a newly appointed deity, not an official administrator, and had not made any significant contributions to Limo City, whereas Zhang Xuan, as the Lord, dealt with myriad affairs and had undoubtedly amassed greater merits. So, this was the Divine Insight Monument, indeed. Wu Yi feigned ease as he observed the monument for quite some time, then inquired about the locations of other Divine Insight monuments. Zhang Shuyuan pondered, could it be that Wu Yi intended to collect the remaining Divine Insight monuments to awaken the World Tree and become the new sovereign of Limo City? No, that simply could not be allowed to happen. If he succeeded, his power would undoubtedly surge, rendering him a formidable adversary. Zhang Shuyuan feigned deep contemplation, and after a considerable pause, he reluctantly stated, I must confess, my knowledge is limited. I only know that the Divine Insight Monument is said to have been created by the world sovereign. Thus, Zhang Shuyuan recounted the legends known to most of Limo City to Wu Yi. Wu Yi felt a pang of disappointment. He had not harbored high hopes, so he was not overly disheartened. Before long, the group bid farewell to Zhang Shuyuan and made their way toward the star-gathering tower. After Wu Yi and his companions departed, Zhang Shuyuan's expression grew increasingly frigid, his murderous intent intensifying. Moments later, his communication talisman flickered, signaling an incoming message. Upon seeing that it was from Qianmu, Zhang Shuyuan's countenance darkened as he connected the call. Lord of the city, you must save me. I have been exposed, and Wu Yi and his companions are surely searching for me everywhere. I cannot contend with him. You must devise a plan. Qianmu spoke urgently, his voice tinged with fear and anxiety. Qianmu, has your head been kicked by a mule? You dare to contemplate assassinating Wu Yi. It seems you are courting death. Zhang Shuyuan scolded harshly, leaving no room for leniency. Suppressing his displeasure, Qianmu endured the reprimand and, after the lecture, was left with no choice but to plead with the Lord for assistance. After all, Wu Yi was indeed seeking him, and if the latter ventured to the Wooling Guild, he would likely uncover Qianmu's whereabouts. Do not panic, let me think, Zhang Shuyuan remarked. Despite his scolding, he recognized that he had to provide aid, otherwise, the coin production and mining operations at the Lushan gold mine would inevitably suffer setbacks. After a considerable pause, Zhang Shuyuan reluctantly advised, you must hide outside for a while. Do you understand? Wait until the storm passes before you await my message. Remember, the matters of the Lushan gold mine must not be delayed. You must keep a close watch, with no room for error. With that, Zhang Shuyuan abruptly ended the call. Qianmu was left dumbfounded. He had sought Zhang Shuyuan's assistance. Yet not only had he failed to find help, but he had also been reprimanded and tasked with additional responsibilities. Curse you, you wretched creature. At that moment, Qianmu found himself nestled in a vast bird's nest belonging to a pterosaur, with an egg the size of a refrigerator beneath him, perfectly accommodating his form. It seemed that for now, he could only remain hidden outside. He found himself yearning for the warmth of his wife's embrace and the comforting aroma of freshly cooked rice. Chapter 46. Dare you come after all are dead? Here, Zhang Shuyuan concluded the call when an inconspicuous sentinel entered, presenting a message that had been transmitted covertly. This was a collection of strange symbols coalescing into an ethereal form, resembling a withered blade of grass. Zhang Shuyuan summoned her divine power to manifest its shadow, reciting a specific incantation to unlock its secrets. Instantly, the withered grass form rearranged itself into coherent text. After perusing its contents, Zhang Shuyuan promptly incinerated it. The ethereal form reassembled in reverse time, rapidly morphing into a blood-red eyeball adorned with several tendrils. To her astonishment, the combat prowess of Wu Yi and his companions was extraordinarily formidable. Not only did they effortlessly slay the Heiken true god, but they also dispatched the Grand Elder of the Beidou Sword sect with remarkable ease. Zhang Shuyuan muttered quietly, sensing the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Thus, she addressed the sentinel, expedite the deployment of personnel, arrange for powerful experts to lie in wait in the wilderness, seeking an opportunity when Wu Yi and his companions are isolated. Upon identifying the optimal moment, ensure that nearby formidable beings encircle Wu Yi, striking decisively to eliminate him without leaving any survivors. Understood, the sentinel affirmed, swiftly relaying Zhang Shuyuan's orders. Outside the star-picking tower, a contingent of divine practitioners descended from various mounts, arriving at the entrance. The leader was an elderly man with rare crimson hair, exuding an air of dignity as he and his entourage gradually entered the tower. A number of divine lords, including the red-haired elder, appeared to be searching for someone. Yet after a considerable time of inquiry, they yielded no results. Young master, the red-haired elder began to call out, garnering the attention of several dining divine lords. Some, with keen eyes, recognized the attire of the group, murmuring in confusion. Are they not from the Beidou Sword sect? How can they be here again? That previous batch was completely annihilated just days ago. Upon hearing this, the red-haired elder was taken aback, swiftly turning to identify the source of the remark. But finding no one, he shouted, "Who just spoke? Who claimed that the Beidou sword sect has perished? Who?" At that moment, a young divine lord with a broken right arm replied with uncertainty, "What, do you not know? A few days ago, an elder brought a young master to the star-picking tower, only to be slain by the divine Lord Wuyi. The manner of their demise was utterly tragic. Not even their remains were left behind. Dead. All dead." The red-haired elder was incredulous, his shock palpable. This elder was indeed the third elder of the Beidou sword sect. After being frightened away by Wu Yi, he had continued searching for divine power ores outside Liemo City and had just now entered the city. Today marked the day of their rendezvous with the Grand Elder. Not long ago, the young master had been assaulted, and the Grand Elder had vowed to exact a brutal vengeance on the assailant, also informing the third elder through a message. Indeed, they are all dead. Every last one of the Beidou sword sect has perished. Soon, others around echoed in agreement. These individuals were regular patrons of the star-picking tower, seated in the first-floor booth area, reminiscing about the harrowing events of that day, still unable to shake off the discomfort. It was astonishing that a divine lord could so easily slay a grand elder, a being of the Daluo divine level, whose prowess surpassed their own. To have been vanquished by a divine lord implied that such a divine lord possessed exceedingly potent killing techniques. The third elder was astounded, struggling to comprehend. Muttering softly, after a brief pause, the third elder continued, "Who was responsible for slaying the grand elder and the young master of the Beidou sword sect? What does this divine lord look like? I've heard it is a newly arrived divine lord from Liemo City, seemingly named. What was it?" Wu Yi, a kind soul, informed him. "Wu Yi, what does he look like? I am determined to slay him." The third elder seethed with rage, drawing his trusty sword, exuding an aura of menace. The gathered divine lords shook their heads, indicating they had not seen Wu Yi or his companions come to dine that day. Perhaps they were not present at the star-picking tower. Disheartened by the responses of his fellow divine lords, the third elder felt a flicker of relief in his heart. Glancing back at his sect disciples, he had intended to demonstrate his concern for his brethren's lives to dispel any misconceptions among his disciples about his indifference to their fates. Now, everything seemed to align. The third elder felt a sense of ease. As the day waned, having collected a substantial amount of divine power ores, it was time to seek an opportunity to sell them. Strange melodies occasionally drifted down from above, and upon hearing them, the third elder envisioned hazy silhouettes of beautiful maidens. A wave of desire washing over him. He recalled his aging wife, whom he had not attended to in quite some time. It was indeed time to indulge in the company of divine maidens. "Let us ascend and unwind," the third elder commanded, with his sect disciples following suit. Chapter 47. Encounter with the Ruthless One. As the assembly of deities ascended the stairs, their arrival stirred quite a commotion, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. At that moment, during a brief intermission, the sudden noise prompted many to glance over, and soon a servant approached, advising them to lower their voices lest they be expelled. "How dare you obstruct me? Who do you think you are?" scoffed the third elder, disdain evident in his tone. "Disciples, find your seats. A grand illusion performance is about to commence." As everyone settled down, hushed whispers began to circulate among the disciples. "The grand elder is dead. What now? Do you think that ruffian Wu Yi will show up? What is there to fear? If that killer dares to come, I shall slay him with a single strike, ensuring he never lays eyes on the women here," came a boisterous reply, eliciting laughter. "Silence. This is the moment to witness the goddess up close. Why discuss such matters?" The third elder bellowed at the disciples, concluding with a menacing declaration. "If that scoundrel Wu Yi dares to appear, I will personally stab him to death. Damned wretch." "Wu Yi, someone is cursing you," remarked Chi-Chi from her secluded corner, having overheard the vitriol. Wu Yi, upon hearing the insults, turned to see a group of individuals gazing around with an air of arrogance. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly before the third elder. "Are you speaking of me?" Wu Yi's voice brimmed with menace as he sensed the hostility in the third elder's tone. Startled by the sudden presence, the third elder stumbled back, finally recognizing Wu Yi. "Isn't this the very individual who terrified me that day, on that fateful occasion?" The third elder of the Beidou sword sect, along with Song Chongqing, the president of the Jishi Association, had accompanied Qianmu to Liemo City in search of divine ore, only to encounter Wu Yi and his companions at the city gate. A near-fatal incident occurred when a disciple's mount almost trampled a young girl, who was saved by Chi-Chi, leading to a bitter confrontation. In a state of panic, the third elder noticed a young man materializing beside Wu Yi, none other than Qinyu. Alarmed, the third elder attempted to flee but found himself ensnared by Wu Yi's grip, immobilized. "Spare me, O divine one. Have mercy," the third elder gasped, his heart racing. Wu Yi recognized the attire of the divine beings present. Was this not the garb of the Beidou sword sect? "So, you have come to seek my life?" he inquired casually. "I," the third elder stammered, momentarily at a loss. "I have just slain your grand elder and the young master." Do you not intend to retaliate? Wu Yi probed further. What? You are the one who killed the Grand Elder and the young master? You are Wu Yi. The third elder's shock was palpable. Anxiety rippled through the disciples as they prepared to draw their divine artifacts in defense. The third elder, realizing the futility of resistance against a being capable of easily dispatching the Grand Elder, quickly shifted his strategy. Please spare me, O Divine One. I was merely sent to retrieve the bodies of the Grand Elder and the young master, he blurted out, desperation lacing his words. Retrieve the bodies? Wu Yi raised an eyebrow, bemused. You are late. Those corpses have already been consumed. The third elder was taken aback, unable to fathom Wu Yi's grim appetite, and dared not provoke him further, fearing he might become the next meal. Qinyu, eliminate them, Wu Yi commanded suddenly. No, please, O Divine One. I am but a cowardly collector of corpses, posing no threat to you. I am merely an old man, too feeble to pose any danger. The third elder's pleas were frantic, a desperate bid for survival. Should I allow you to escape and fetch reinforcements to vanquish me instead? Wu Yi chuckled, finding the notion absurd. No, I would never summon aid. In truth, I have come to ally myself with you, to act as your informant, assisting you in exterminating the detestable members of the Beidou Sword sect. The third elder trembled, consumed by fear and yearning for survival. Wu Yi regarded him with skepticism, unconvinced by the third elder's sudden turn of allegiance. Yet, recognizing the elder's adaptability under pressure and recalling the intelligence provided by Feng Ji regarding the formidable nature of the Beidou Sword sect, he decided to spare him, for now. Chapter 48. Forced to consume poison as an inside man. Very well. Since you sincerely seek to surrender, I find no reason to take your life. Rise. With that, Wu Yi released his grip on the heart of life of the third elder. The third elder was overjoyed, though he had not anticipated that Wu Yi would act so swiftly, nearly leading to his demise. Fortunately, luck was on his side, allowing him to witness the dawn of another day. The sensation of surviving for an additional day felt splendid. I am deeply grateful for your mercy, Divine Lord. The third elder expressed his gratitude profusely, extolling Wu Yi's ancestors repeatedly. Here, take this. With a flick of his hand, Wu Yi retrieved a pill from his storage space, its surface displaying an eerie blend of red and green. The green patterns were interspersed with flickering red glimmers emanating from the gaps. This is. The third elder felt a mix of confusion and trepidation, hesitant to taste it, for a strand of divine consciousness from the Divine Lord lingered upon it, capable of remote manipulation. This is poison. You will not perish immediately upon ingestion. Wu Yi spoke candidly, noticing the third elder's desire to flee, and he swiftly unleashed a terrifying aura of murder. Instantly, the temperature around them plummeted, the murderous intent materializing like a blade at the third elder's throat. The oppressive weight akin to that of the entire Liuli Continent bearing down upon him, nearly driving him to madness. Spare me, Divine Lord, I shall consume it. The third elder managed to utter, sweat pouring down his brow, his tongue stiffened, summoning all his strength to plead for mercy, fearing that if he delayed, he would meet his end. In truth, you need not worry excessively. As long as you obey and carry out your tasks, the dreadful toxin will not be released immediately. Wu Yi explained, his tone remarkably calm, as if the distinction between life and death was of little consequence. The third elder had experienced the brink of death twice in quick succession, his strength entirely drained, and he dared not act out of line any further, hastily consuming the deadly pill. Damn your ancestors. The third elder silently cursed Wu Yi's lineage, his previous praises morphing into maledictions, repeating the sentiments within. Wu Yi cast a bland glance at the third elder, who was struck with terror and instinctively dropped to his knees, exclaiming, I will certainly obey and diligently execute all of the Divine Lord's schemes. All of your profound insights. I shall comply without question. Enough. Wu Yi lost interest in this individual and prepared to depart from the star-gathering tower. The disciples observed the usually exalted third elder, now reduced to a state of abject fear, kneeling without dignity, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment, realizing that at least they, the ordinary disciples, would never beg for mercy. Come, you shall partake as well. Unexpectedly, Wu Yi retrieved more pills from his storage space, appearing nearly identical to the one consumed by the third elder. These are also poison. As long as you cooperate and adhere to the third elder's directives, the poison shall remain dormant, otherwise, death awaits. Wu Yi stated once more in a nonchalant manner. Upon hearing the word death, the disciples gasped in shock, instinctively dropping to their knees. Survival took precedence over all else. Dignity, grandiloquent claims, and the so-called sect rules mattered little in the face of such peril. The Divine Lords nearby glanced at each other, taken aback by Wu Yi's methods of coercing the vulnerable. Many displayed disdain, perceiving Wu Yi's character as morally reprehensible and somewhat sordid, indifferent to the complex gazes around him. Wu Yi dismissed their archaic notions, promptly rising to exit the star-gathering tower. As Wu Yi and Chi-Chi prepared to leave, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening when a cacophony of alarms erupted from the star-gathering tower. Soon, a green-clad messenger arrived, reporting that the city defense formation of Liuli City was under attack and might soon be breached, with an unspecified number of enemies poised to invade, leading to slaughter. Is this truly happening? Wu Yi lifted his gaze towards the city gate of Liuli. At that moment, outside the towering gate, vibrant waves of light flickered, with runic patterns illuminating under assault. An indeterminate number of enemy deities were relentlessly attacking the formation, thunder resonating as the formation trembled. Several divine lords ascended, heading towards Liuli City, having been mere spectators enjoying the illusionary performances within the star-gathering tower. Soon, two divine lords floated beside Wu Yi, Feng Ji and Chun Bai, the leader of the Tiangang sect. The latter maintained a casual indifference, seemingly unconcerned with the fate of countless lives. Wu Yi, I suspect that this ambush is the work of those two divine lords of mid-level Deluo strength. Feng Ji speculated, noting the intensity of the firelight and the fluctuations of divine power, suggesting traces of their previous spells. Wu Yi had not paid attention to the last attack, thus lacking a basis for comparison. However, he suspected this assault was merely a prelude, appearing fierce yet devoid of unyielding resolve or a sense of invincibility. It is likely the same group, but do not worry, this attack is still merely a test. The enemy is not fully prepared and lacks the conviction of assured victory. Wu Yi spoke with a tone of unwavering certainty. Chapter 49. Is it truly possible to discern emotional trends? Are you certain? Feng Ji exclaimed, taken aback by Wu Yi's words, which did not seem to convey mere speculation but rather definitive conclusions. Such confidence was astonishing, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Indifferent, Chun Bai glanced over, fixating on Wu Yi for several moments, seemingly intent on thoroughly examining him, and then, with curiosity, inquired, Wu Yi, Divine Lord, how can you be so certain that the enemy is merely testing and will not exert their full strength? Feng Ji also looked over with keen interest, eager to understand the basis of Wu Yi's judgment. I can distinctly sense the emotional inclinations from that distance, Wu Yi replied, gesturing to his head with his right hand, exuding an air of a sage from another realm. Both Feng Ji and Chun Bai were visibly astonished. Feng Ji marveled, you can perceive emotional fluctuations from such a distance? The barrier outside Liuli City is at least several hundred kilometers away. Are you sure you can discern it clearly? He questioned further, pondering how Wu Yi could detect such subtle emotional waves, which are inherently more difficult to sense than divine power fluctuations. Wu Yi nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, I can. Feng Ji gasped in awe, his mouth agape. You are quite remarkable. Nearby, Chi rolled her eyes at Wu Yi's display of his extraordinary abilities, exasperated. It seemed he enjoyed showcasing his talents, as if not flaunting them would leave him discontented. Chun Bai scrutinized Wu Yi for several seconds, as if seeing him for the first time. Although he had frequented the star-picking tower and encountered Wu Yi numerous times, today and Apos, revelation left him astonished. Wu Yi's perceptive capabilities surpassed his imagination. It appears that Brother Wu Yi harbors profound techniques, Chun Bai jested. Might I inquire as to your current level of strength, so we may prepare ourselves and avoid being startled by you one day? Feng Ji also looked on, equally curious. In recent times, Wu Yi had repeatedly vanquished demigods, true gods, and even grand deities, shattering the very essence of his enemies' lives in successive waves. Such prowess was not characteristic of an ordinary true god. Perhaps he possessed formidable killing techniques or had concealed his cultivation. Guess, Wu Yi replied nonchalantly, offering a clitch response that left Chun Bai and Feng Ji momentarily speechless. As their conversation continued, a formidable surge of divine energy emanated from the direction of the Lord's mansion in Liuli City. A legion, riding a flat-flying artifact, emerged in astonishing numbers, no fewer than 1,000,000 warriors, all elite guardians of Liuli City, with at least demigod-level cultivation. At the helm of this flying artifact was a robust man adorned with ram-like horns, his dark complexion and stern visage marking him as one of the generals of Liuli City's 10 legions. A core member of one of the 5 prominent families of Liuli City, he hailed from a lineage that had achieved renown across the Liuli Continent since ancient times, boasting unimaginable power. Outside the towering divine pillar, waves of energy rippled as the formation illuminated in response to attacks. Several formidable divine legions relentlessly assaulted the city's defensive formation. The heavens resounded with the beating of war drums, thunderous roars, and flashes of lightning. 5 bolts of divine lightning descended, crashing upon the formation, igniting a tempest of radiant feathers, causing the earth to tremble and the void to charn. Numerous plants ignited, and various beasts, startled, took to the skies in a frenzy. Subsequently, countless elongated tendrils surged forth from the darkness, agile and resilient, akin to serpents in motion, wildly proliferating into the sky before plummeting down, striking the grand formation with a resounding impact that reverberated throughout the entire city. With 2 successive divine techniques unleashed, they wreaked havoc across the heavens, embodying the power to annihilate all, stirring the nerves of the Hunyuan general and instilling terror among the citizens of Liuli City. Attack! The Hun Yuan general observed the terrifying divine energy fluctuations with a calm demeanor, rallying his forces to initiate a counteroffensive. Instantly, 1,000,000 soldiers leaped into action, each seeking their targets, engaging in brutal combat as divine artifacts soared and blades flashed, painting a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The Hun Yuan general maneuvered the flying artifact recklessly outside the city, crashing through numerous enemy divine bodies, leaving many deities lamenting their fate. Before long, the area was awash with the scent of blood and carnage, countless souls shattered, dragged into the abyss, and countless lives extinguished. However, the battle did not persist for long. The enemy forces suddenly withdrew like a receding tide, abandoning the battlefield littered with corpses, attracting numerous beasts eager to scavenge, many accompanied by their families, seeking divine remains. The Hun Yuan general, perplexed, recalled similar confrontations in the past, but dismissed them as merely another round of enemy testing. As he surveyed the battlefield and cleared the wilderness, he piloted his flying artifact, leading the 1,000,000 soldiers back towards Liuli City. Thus, this abrupt confrontation concluded as mysteriously as it had begun, leaving many deities speculating and debating in confusion. Chapter 50. The meeting of two mighty adversaries and Yin Luo observing the swiftly concluding battle. Feng Ji and Chun Bai exchanged incredulous glances at Wu Yi. This individual had made an uncanny prediction at the onset of the conflict, and now every aspect was met with precise validation. Feng Ji pondered the extraordinary techniques Wu Yi must possess, enabling him to foresee the course of battle and discern the emotional fluctuations of divine beings from a great distance. Chun Bai regarded Wu Yi gravely, a sense of foreboding taking root within him, anticipating that the forthcoming skirmish might harbor unforeseen developments, which hinged upon Wu Yi's actions. Meanwhile, beyond the outskirts of Liuli City, shortly after the battle's end, two formidable divine apparitions began their descent from the heavens, the orchestrators of this assault. One was a strikingly beautiful serpent deity, her figure graceful and alluring, hailing from the Serpent People clan of the West Wind family, serving the military of the Fire Nation for generations. This enchanting figure was named Hong Ling, exuding a formidable aura, her unmeasurable prowess derived from her crimson attire. The other divine entity manifested as a withered vine, a rare treasure of the Fire Nation, having undergone an enigmatic divine tribulation that obliterated much of its spiritual roots, leaving only a fragment of its original form. This extraordinary being, having endured the refining process of divine lightning, had inherited some of the tribulation's might, awakening the body of 5 thunders and obtaining the 5 elements thunder technique. In battle, it could unleash the boundless biochemical abilities of its innate spiritual root while simultaneously harnessing the terrifying power of the 5 elements. This entity was known as the Undying Taoist of the Fire Nation, aptly named for his immortal form. As the two descended, they exchanged glances and proceeded towards the divine pillar guarding Liuli City. The Undying Taoist appeared as an elderly man, while Hong Ling retained her enchanting serpent form. Hong Ling swayed her serpentine body as she swiftly approached the city, raising her right hand to gesture behind her, prompting the vast army to withdraw like a receding tide, gradually vanishing into the shadows. Passing by the divine pillar of Liuli City, the two formidable beings refrained from attacking it again, silently moving past. Soon, their figures melded into the darkness. Hong Ling and the Undying Taoist flew low towards the designated meeting point with Yin Luo. In a short while, they arrived at a desolate temple, situated several dozen kilometers from Liuli City, at the border between wilderness and urbanity. The two figures vanished from their original positions, only to reappear in the ruined upper chamber of the temple. In the air of the temple's apex, a white flame flickered gently. Yin Luo, the progenitor, Hong Ling formally greeted. The Undying Taoist, however, displayed an air of indifference, seemingly disinterested in elevating Yin Luo's significance, adopting a somewhat aloof demeanor. Indeed, Yin Luo responded with cordiality, inquiring, "You have long since arrived in the Rain Nation. Why do you come here today?" Hong Ling replied with a smile, "Naturally. We sought to probe the defensive capabilities of Liuli City. After our successive tests and major offensives, we discovered that the city's defensive formation is rather formidable. It appears that completely dismantling this protective barrier will not be an easy task." Yin Luo had his suspicions, believing that the assailants of the previous attack on Liuli City were indeed divine beings dispatched by the Fire Nation. Today, he had come to personally assess the strength of the city's defenses, further solidifying his conjecture. He smiled and complimented, "Not bad. It is evident that your strength is considerable. Previously, the commander mentioned arranging 2 powerful aides for me. I did not expect them to be 2 prodigies such as yourselves. May I inquire if the commander has any specific arrangements?" Yin Luo paused for a moment before continuing. Hong Ling stated, "The commander has instructed us to fully comply with the arrangements made by Yin Luo, but did not elaborate further." Humph. The Undying Taoist scoffed disdainfully, readjusting his stance to turn his back on Yin Luo entirely. Yin Luo mused inwardly, having heard tales of the Undying Taoist's arrogance, finding it to be true upon their meeting. Indeed, even more so than he had anticipated. It seemed necessary to earn this individual's respect. Otherwise, future collaborations would inevitably encounter numerous discordant elements. Chapter 51. The conspiracy of Yinluo and others to seize the formation map. Seeing the cold gaze of ancestor Yinluo fixed upon the back of the undying Taoist, Hongling pondered for a moment and said, Ancestor Yinluo, I have long heard that you have one foot already in the realm of the original spirit. Today, we have come to experience your profound mastery in the path of divine cultivation. Yinluo's eyes widened slightly, realizing that Hongling was astute and her thoughts well-rounded, which put him at ease. He smiled and replied, Very well, let us engage together. Hongling felt a shiver run down her spine, understanding the strength of ancestor Yinluo. However, she was taken aback that he would allow her and the undying Taoist to confront him together. Was this not a touch too audacious? She was aware of her own prowess. Being a prodigy among the younger generation of the Fire Nation, standing among the elite of the entire Liuli Continent. With this arrangement by Yinluo, Hongling pondered whether to offer some counsel. Do not worry. Let loose your strength. Unexpectedly, Yinluo expressed without any burden, boldly proclaiming his intent. The undying Taoist looked back in surprise and jested, Ancestor Yinluo, both of us are hardly lesser in strength than you. Are you certain you wish for us to confront you together? Yinluo did not respond directly, but nodded slightly. Then turned and in a flash disappeared to over 1,000 meters below the ruins of the Divine Temple. Here lay a unique space of clay, where someone had long ago established an independent realm capable of accommodating more than 100 individuals. Surrounding Yinluo, white flames rapidly expanded, forming a circle that enveloped the area, then spread outward to create a semicircle of fire. Soon, Hongling and the undying Taoist appeared, scanning their surroundings and exchanging glances before stepping directly into the white flame semicircle released by Yinluo. A fierce output of divine energy ensued, and both sides unleashed their strength without concern for leakage that might attract attention from the direction of Limoching. After a considerable time, the white flames receded, revealing 3 figures. The undying Taoist, rarely humble, clasped his hands in salute to Yinluo and declared, Indeed, your strength is remarkable, Ancestor Yinluo. Even in our combined efforts, we could not completely subdue you. Tell me, if we had unleashed our full power earlier, might we have been able to take you down? The undying Taoist shifted his tone, still somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome. Perhaps, Yinluo replied vaguely, not wishing to dwell on the matter. Hongling respectfully added, Ancestor Yinluo is indeed formidable. During our battle, I sense you have one foot firmly planted in the realm of the original spirit, as your techniques carried the unique pressure of that realm. Indeed, Yinluo responded nonchalantly, observing the 2 formidable allies. The Grand Commander has tasked me with promptly investigating the formation map of Limoching. If possible, it would be ideal to tear off a piece of the Rain Nation's map to present to the Grand Commander. Therefore, we must devise a meticulous plan to capture the formation layout of Limoching with minimal cost. Hongling eagerly responded, I shall attentively await your instructions, Ancestor Yinluo. The undying Taoist had no objections, watching Yinluo quietly. Very well, we shall reconvene here in 3 days, Yinluo declared, sensing the situation was settled. With that, he vanished from their sight, already 1,000 miles away. The 2 exchanged glances before swiftly ascending from the ground, disappearing into the darkness. Days later, Wu Yi and others returned to the star-picking tower to savor the newly released dishes, including a delicacy named slaughtering young shrimp, inspired by an adventure deep beneath the ocean. Upon reaching the 72nd floor, Wu Yi encountered Feng Ji and Chun Bai once more. These 2 seemed inseparable, always together, even while dining. Chun Bai, you left early yesterday. Did something happen in the sect? Feng Ji inquired, concerned. Chun Bai shrugged nonchalantly, nothing significant. Merely a traitor emerged within the sect, secretly selling our sect as secret techniques to other sections. However, that matter has been resolved. Ah, Feng Ji exclaimed in shock. That is a major issue. Our sect as secret manuals are closely guarded. How did you handle it? Did you execute the traitor? Were the manuals recovered? Yes. I called an emergency meeting upon my return and executed the traitor publicly, ensuring his demise, Chun Bai recounted without visible emotion. However, the secrets that have leaked cannot be reclaimed. Perhaps once I grow stronger and annihilate that sect entirely, I might be able to retrieve the manuals. What? You intend to wipe them out? Feng Ji was utterly astonished. Brother, that seems excessive. After all, it was one of your sect's disciples who leaked the secret. The primary responsibility lies with him. Chapter 52. The discovery of the blood red eye. Chun Bai glanced at Feng Ji with a hint of dissatisfaction, but soon chose not to pursue the topic further. Suppressing his displeasure, he nonchalantly remarked, Let's discuss it later. For now, let us enjoy this grand feast. Observing Chun Bai's disinterest in the ongoing conversation, Feng Ji ceased the discussion and began to indulge in today's sumptuous meal. He had ordered a large portion of the extraordinary demon emperor of the true god level, a formidable deep-sea creature inhabiting the West Luo, known for its strength and ability to enhance one's divine physique. Wu Yi quietly watched the two engage in their debate, refraining from interjecting. He sensed the disingenuousness in Chunbai's words, as if he were utterly unconcerned about the leaking of sect secrets and indifferent to the well-being of his disciples. The sumptuous meal continued for quite some time until every morsel of the true god delicacy was consumed. Fengji, are you heading to repair the Great Formation again? Wu Yi inquired, preparing to venture outside Liuli City in search of the divine insight steel, perhaps to explore the peculiar places beyond the city. Well, there's no choice. The array masters around Liuli City are quite limited, so it must be done, Fengji replied, appearing somewhat weary. He sincerely hoped that the opposing forces would refrain from re-emerging, at least not launching sudden assaults on the divine pillar, which could not withstand such devastation. At that moment, Chunbai stood up and casually remarked as he passed Fengji, I'm leaving. Wu Yi sensed that Chunbai and Fengji were not particularly close, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to ask Fengji, are you and Chunbai well acquainted? It seems he hasn't shown much interest in your friendship. Oh, that's just his way. He treats everyone with indifference. Pay him no mind, Fengji replied, seemingly unconcerned as he prepared to head off to mend the formation. Let us go, Wu Yi declared, taking the lead as he commanded the ancient floating vessel towards the outskirts of Liuli City, with Fengji following closely behind. Before long, they parted ways outside the city, where the core area of the city's defensive array lay at the border, several hundred kilometers away from Liuli City's gates. At this juncture, the blood-red eye reappeared, still observing from the dense forest atop a high mountain, silently watching the departing figures of Wu Yi and Chi, as if it were monitoring their every move. Soon, the blood-red eye descended from the sky, extending several tentacles to inscribe strange symbols in the void. In no time, an unusual series of runes materialized, and a strand of blood-red essence from the eye merged into the symbols, directing itself towards the city lord's residence of Liuli City. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Shuyuan's eyes reflected a contemplative expression, as if he were devising his next course of action. Once all was accomplished, the blood-red eye once again concealed itself within the thicket, vanishing from sight. 50 kilometers away, by the banks of a great river, another blood-red eye appeared, this time surveilling a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Shortly thereafter, it transformed its observations into a series of runic incantations to relay to the city lord's residence. This enchanting beauty was none other than Dugu Qiubai, a notorious assassin from the Rain Nation, long since blacklisted. Dugu Qiubai possessed a quintessentially human appearance, reminiscent of the most exquisite beauties from ancient China on Blue Star. Clad in a classical red and white ensemble, she exuded grace and poise, her fair complexion further enhancing her charm. At the riverbank, she washed her delicate face, radiating an aura of confidence and potential as a future empress. Unbeknownst to her, she stood up, gazing ahead as she muttered, Wu Yi, your doom is imminent. Today, I shall personally ensure your head is displayed at the gates of Liuli City. Upon saying this, she summoned her consciousness, and a red bee perched nearby took flight, rapidly enlarging to the size of a small vessel. This was the fire bee, a loyal beast companion that had accompanied Dugu Qiubai for 30 epochs. Mounting her flying steed, Dugu Qiubai sped forth, soon arriving at a celestial pool atop the summit of the Gaoyuan Peak, where a large lake, known as the Heavenly Pool, had naturally formed. At that moment, numerous divine lords floated above the water. Their cultivation levels varied, encircling the center where a fierce duel was underway. In the midst of a life and death struggle, two divine female lords stood at the heart of the arena, glaring at one another with palpable animosity, their chests heaving with intensity. Both were strikingly beautiful, with remarkable poise. What is happening? A newly arrived divine lord inquired of those already present. It's merely a matter of affection, responded an elderly divine lady in her 70s. Her expression one of mild exasperation. Rumor has it that these two divine lords have fallen for a monk from the Southern Fist Temple. This monk is exceptionally handsome, charming, and possesses a keen understanding of women, which has garnered the affection of both. Is that even possible? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't it said that monks cannot marry? Why not? Monks are not eunuchs. They are fully capable of fulfilling a woman's needs, the elderly lady countered. Moreover, monks can indeed return to secular life. Chapter 53. Two ladies compete for a monk as their husband. Upon hearing the explanation from the elderly deity, many remained reluctant to accept the situation, for numerous male deities present were still single. Yet, at that moment, the monk was being fiercely contested, particularly by two exquisite goddesses, which left the onlookers in a state of disbelief. I can't go on like this. My existence feels so futile, lamented one male deity, comparing himself to the monk and feeling utterly defeated, unable to face his parents from Jiangdong. At that juncture, the two goddesses began to clash. One exclaimed fiercely, if you continue to entice my man, I shall tear your lips asunder. The other retorted defiantly, oh, so you think you alone can bed the monk? I am no less than you. Besides, my beloved has promised to renounce his vows in 3 days and marry me. What? The first goddess could hardly believe her ears. That is impossible. You are speaking nonsense. Thus, the two deities, vying for the charming monk of Nanjian Temple, began to bicker, neither willing to concede, their confrontation escalating toward a physical altercation. Meanwhile, the aloof Du Guqiubai looked on with disdain, perceiving their actions as a disregard for men. Years ago, her master had imparted wisdom. Men are not to be trusted. Their intentions merely revolve around possessing one's body, devoid of any genuine feelings. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from above, drawing everyone's attention. They looked up to see a bald figure descending gracefully from the heavens, originating from the celestial realm. A deity from beyond the skies? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. As the figure drew nearer, it became evident that it was a monk, bald-headed, with an admirable visage and a well-proportioned physique, hands clasped in prayer as he recited the great compassion mantra. My beloved. The first goddess swiftly ascended to greet him. Darling, I am here. The second goddess, equally smitten, called out, displaying her own charm. At this moment, the monk slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and remarked, I just took my leave from my master, who disapproved of my intention to marry two goddesses simultaneously, deeming it unfair to those monks who have not returned to the secular world, as it may incite a wave of renunciations within the temple. What does that have to do with us? The first goddess retorted angrily. Please, do not rush to judge. I genuinely desire to marry both of you, but my master forbids it. Leaving me powerless, the monk reiterated sincerely, glancing at both, who were evidently enamored. Scoundrel! Du Guqiubai could no longer bear the sight, cursing the monk outright. Who dares to insult my beloved? Both goddesses shouted in unison, directing their ire toward Du Guqiubai. Our beloved is vigorous enough to marry 100 goddesses, let alone us two. Who are you to stir jealousy here? Du Guqiubai was taken aback. The two goddesses appeared unfazed by the monk's previous declaration of wanting to marry both. In fact, they seemed to eagerly anticipate such an arrangement. But I wish to serve you alone, so please choose me. One goddess implored, shaking the monk's arm playfully. No, darling, stay with me. My cooking is exquisite, and I am far more beautiful and attentive. The other goddess chimed in, drawing even closer, intent on winning his affection. Fools! Du Guqiubai could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming a curse before turning to leave. At that moment, a figure cloaked in flames approached her, politely addressing. Du Guqiubai, greetings. I am Qianmu. Confused, Du Guqiubai inquired, and who might you be? To be candid, I am the wealthy individual currently being pursued by Wu Yitong. Qianmu explained with a smile, deliberately withholding excessive information. I received word from the city lord, who indicated that you would be here, and I was instructed to welcome you near the heavenly pool. The city lord is aware of your intention to eliminate Wu Yitong and seize the artifact he possesses. Since we have our grievances with him as well, why not form an alliance and vanquish him together? Du Guqiubai smiled, appraising Qianmu, sensing his strength was commendable among true deities, though insignificant before her. Rest assured, the city lord has organized ample hidden forces to ensure Wu Yitong's swift defeat, Qianmu assured, his sincerity evident. Meanwhile, the monk, noticing Du Guqiubai's beauty, felt an urge to approach her, but was ensnared by the two goddesses, unable to act. Pray tell, what forces has the city lord arranged? Du Guqiubai inquired, intrigued. Chapter 54. Waiting for the opportune moment to annihilate Wu Yi. Thus, Qianmu revealed a portion of his concealed strength, repeatedly assuring that he was not the only one with a vendetta against Wu Yi. The Beidou sword sect and several other dark forces shared the same animosity. The prospect excited Du Guqiubai, who realized that having a powerful ally would make the assassination of Wu Yi even more foolproof. Though he believed he could eliminate Wu Yi alone, additional support would ensure greater security. What arrangements has the city lord made? Du Guqiubai inquired, stepping closer to Qianmu. The city lord just issued a command. Our latest informants have reported that Wu Yi and his companions are approaching. We must conceal ourselves nearby and wait for them to let down their guard before we strike and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Qianmu detailed the plan. Du Guqiubai was exceedingly pleased, affirming, Indeed, let us proceed as such. At that moment, the crowd surrounding them began to disperse. Du Guqiubai, puzzled, turned to see the two divine maidens who had been in confrontation earlier, now subdued by a monk, standing on either side of him in his embrace. This sight was truly disconcerting. Du Guqiubai could not fathom how that insipid figure had managed to persuade the two divine maidens with mere words, igniting a curiosity within him. For he had never experienced the allure of a man. Before long, the crowd had vanished, leaving only Qianmu and Du Guqiubai hidden in the dense forest near the heavenly pool, utilizing a special treasure to mask their presence. After a brief interval, a wild grass drifted through the sky, resembling platigo, and landed beside Du Guqiubai, sliding for a short distance before settling at the base of a large tree. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The platigo began to grow rapidly, flourishing until it bore flowers, releasing a fragrant aroma, with violet mist swirling at the tips of the blossoms. Strikingly beautiful. What kind of flower is this? How extraordinary! Du Guqiubai marveled, having never encountered such a remarkable platigo. That is no ordinary platigo. It is a treasure capable of nurturing divine beings, Qian Mu explained, feigning profundity. Dugu Qiubai, still perplexed, continued observing the platigo, and soon, figures began to emerge from the flower's stamens, each blossom housing a humanoid being. In total, 5 flowers each nurtured a distinct humanoid entity, an astonishing sight. Only then did Dugu Qiubai come to believe Qian Mu's words, realizing that the city lord had invested significantly to catch Wu Yi off guard and eliminate him entirely. Once we have dispatched Wu Yi, his divine blade shall belong to me, Dugu Qiubai declared resolutely, recalling the message from the recently deceased Haishuan true god, who had informed her of Wu Yi's powerful treasure. She had come to slay Wu Yi for that very divine blade. Naturally, there shall be no objections, Qian Mu replied, eager to eliminate Wu Yi quickly, lest he himself fall victim to him. Besides, the city lord had not specified the ownership of the divine weapon. Thus it would be decided by them. After a while, a peculiar sequence of runes floated through the air. Qian Mu intoned a unique incantation, and the symbols began to materialize into comprehensible text. Once he finished reading, the text transformed into blood-red orbs, gradually becoming transparent and invisible. The city lord mentioned that Wu Yi is nearing. Prepare yourselves, Qian Mu reiterated. Dugu Qiubai felt a surge of excitement. The impending battle rekindled her desire to conquer her foe, as it had been a long time since she had engaged in combat with a divine man, and she was keenly anticipating it. Meanwhile, Wu Yi and his companions traversed a desolate marshland, a place devoid of human presence and avian life, filled only with the lonely breeze and the pungent stench of decay, remnants of fallen leaves and accumulated corpses. Suddenly, a powerful surge of divine energy rippled through the air, followed by the sound of heavy footfalls. Soon, a pack of 3-eyed tigers emerged, creatures seldom seen in Liemo City. Behind the 3-eyed tigers, a throng of divine beings pursued them, led by the head of the hunting team from the Star-Gathering Tower, which had recently been encountered. Wu Yi understood immediately and hastened his floating ancient vessel. Wu Yi, Wu Yi. At that moment, the voice of the all-knowing echoed in Wu Yi's mind. Startled, Wu Yi quickly recalled that since his arrival in the Liuli Continent, the all-knowing had not manifested, leading him to believe that it had vanished entirely. Under the heavens, you still dare to show yourself? I thought you had been devoured by some beast. Wu Yi remarked with a hint of annoyance, his expression sardonic. How could that be? I am the unparalleled supreme being of the 9 provinces, an indestructible entity. How could I possibly fall? The voice of the renowned empress resonated, exuding an inherent pride. Where have you been all this time? Without a word of communication, Wu Yi knew the all-knowing was profoundly knowledgeable, self-important, and had even named itself under the heavens, radiating an aura of arrogance. Chapter 55. The Omniscient One finally appears, however. The last time this fellow spoke of awakening memories, new glimmers emerged, signifying the stirring of ancient fragments of memory. Perhaps this entity, during its absence, sought fresh leads that could evoke long-buried recollections. It was undoubtedly in pursuit of methods to activate these fragmented memories. Beneath the heavens, Tian Xiong Jixia jested. What is this? A mere few days apart. And you already yearn for me? TCH, I certainly do not miss you. Enough with the trivialities, let us get to the point. I have no time for your prattle. Wu Yi interjected, cutting through Tian Xiong Jixia's self-admiration. Very well, I have indeed awakened new memory points recently, revealing some more ancient clues. For instance, 3 kilometers ahead, there exists a group of 3-eyed tigers. This clan boasts a long lineage, with their ancestor having witnessed the grandeur of the former world master ruling over the Liuli Continent. Tian Xiong Jixia conveyed with a profound air. Is that so? Wu Yi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed towards the approaching throng of 3-eyed tigers. Shall we capture them and interrogate them rigorously? That would not be necessary. Among these 3-eyed tigers is their current leader, who inherits the legacy of the previous leader. These legacies stem from the ancient primordial beasts, and from them, we may glean fragments of the truth regarding the soul of the world master, Tian Xiong Jixia elucidated, exuding an enigmatic charm that simplifies matters. As Wu Yi released his divine consciousness, the ancient floating vessel swiftly soared toward the gathering of 3-eyed tigers. Wu Yi, it seems we are nearing the moment of salvation for Blue Star, Chi remarked joyfully, knowing her family resided there. With the latest intelligence, Wu Yi's ascension to the position of the great master seemed imminent, perhaps in the near future. Tian Xiong Jixia, where are you? Why do you remain concealed? Must you always hide? Chi scanned her surroundings, still failing to detect Tian Xiong Jixia's presence. It is not yet time. I must first ensure that you become thoroughly accustomed to my melodious voice, to the point of nausea, before I make my appearance. Only then can my superior demeanor be highlighted, came the irritating voice of Tian Xiong Jixia, which Chi finally heard. Throughout the epochs, Tian Xiong Jixia had only revealed its voice, never its visage or form. Before long, Wu Yi and Chi arrived at the domain of the 3-eyed tigers. closely followed by a large hunting group from Zhaixing Tower, where Wu Yi noted the presence of Sun Bing as well. Xiao Dai, did you see? Xiao Dai is also among them. Chi Chi suddenly alerted Wu Yi. Wu Yi searched the crowd and quickly spotted Xiao Dai. He was puzzled. As she had been serving in the dining department of Zhaixing Tower, how had she come to the wilderness? The approaching horde of three-eyed tigers sensed the divine energy fluctuations released by Wu Yi, causing them to halt in fear, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. This group of three-eyed tigers was filled with trepidation, caught in a dilemma. After all, Wu Yi's aura fluctuated between that of a true deity and something even greater, hinting at a level that approached the realm of the great Luo god, leaving the three-eyed tigers indecisive. It is indeed the true deity Wu Yi. The leader of the hunting team hurried forward, bowing to Wu Yi and Chi Chi, with another person following closely behind, quickly stepping past the leader. Esteemed Divine Monarch Wu Yi, Divine Monarch Chi Chi, this is our hunting team's leader, the Radiant Artisan. The leader introduced his superior. Wu Yi had not previously encountered this burly figure, only having met the hunting team leader. Greetings. Both parties exchanged pleasantries, soon becoming acquainted. Oh, the Radiant Artisan is renowned. Seeing you today, your reputation is well-deserved. However, I require access to the memory fragments of your clan's leader, which may take some of your time, Wu Yi stated, shifting the conversation's direction. The Radiant Artisan understood, recognizing Wu Yi's esteemed position in Limo City and the favor he held with the tower's master. He responded heartily, no problem, please proceed as you wish, Divine Monarch. Wu Yi was somewhat surprised. The Radiant Artisan, possessing an exalted status and exuding an air of solemnity, was surprisingly accommodating. Grateful, he moved towards the gathering of three-eyed tigers. Standing aloft, with a single step, he covered 100 paces in an instant, arriving before the three-eyed tigers. Which one of you is your leader? I have inquiries to make. Wu Yi addressed them calmly, consciously restraining his presence to avoid frightening them. The group of tigers exchanged glances, bewildered, and began to communicate in their unique tiger language, a chorus of roars echoing. These three-eyed tigers had just matured into the beastly realm, their intelligence nascent, with most still relying on instinctive animalistic communication, none capable of articulating human speech. Before long, a commotion erupted within the tiger group, parting to reveal an elderly male tiger, whose fur was sparse and uneven, with a rather dull hue. This aged tiger, though physically frail and nearing the end of its lifespan, possessed the highest cultivation level among the group, having stepped into the realm of the great Luo god. Chapter 56. Exploring the inherited marks in the mind sea of the three-eyed tiger demon Lord God. May I inquire about your needs? I am the chieftain of the three-eyed tiger demon clan. Though aged, the great tiger's authority remained unyielding. Before Wu Yi could pose his question, the great tiger continued. Lord God, I am willing to answer any of your inquiries or fulfill any of your requests, even offering my demon core. But I beseech you to spare my clan's tigers. They are innocent. Wu Yi waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, you overestimate your importance. I have no desire for your demon core. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters, ancient ones, concerning the Lord of the world. As for anything else, I hold no interest. The leader of the hunting team, Divine Craftsman Qing Wang, interjected hastily. However, Lord God, these three-eyed tiger demons are the prey we intend to capture. We cannot release them back into the wild, or we will have a difficult time explaining to the master. That is of no concern to me. I will only ask what I wish to know. You may handle the rest, Wu Yi reiterated. This Lord God, I promise to comply with all your demands. Only asking that you release my innocent clan tigers, the chieftain of the three-eyed tiger demons implored, filled with desperation. Wu Yi glanced between the great tiger and the leader of the hunting team, awaiting their response. The leader of the hunting team, appearing somewhat conflicted, finally relented. How about this? I will release half of your clan's tigers and capture the other half to take back. What say you? Divine Craftsman Qing Wang regarded Wu Yi, then cast a look at the great tiger. This was already his utmost concession. Very well, the great tiger acknowledged, realizing this was the best outcome he could hope for. He gestured for the remaining tigers, still devoid of sentience, to flee swiftly. Soon, the members of the hunting team positioned themselves behind, segregating the three-eyed tiger demons into two factions. One half was allowed to return, while the other half would be captured and turned into delicacies for the star-picking tower. Seeing that the esteemed gods honored their word, the great tiger finally felt reassured and approached Wu Yi. Excellent. I wish to explore your mind sea to uncover some truths regarding the Lord of the world, Wu Yi stated coolly. The great tiger acquiesced, allowing Wu Yi to proceed as he wished. Before long, Wu Yi delved deep into the great tiger's mind sea and uncovered numerous inherited marks relating to their ancestors, including projections of the Lord of the world. From these visions, Wu Yi learned that in the distant ancient times, the Lord of the world distributed the divine appraisal tablet among the lords of the major continents of the Liuli Continent, who in turn allocated them to the tribes beneath their dominion. As history progressed, The tribes engaged in relentless warfare, eventually evolving into nations with more intricate administrative divisions, leading to the establishment of numerous cities and unique geographical features, such as the Land of Immortality, the Abyss of Hidden Demons, and the Forbidden Zone of Life. Wu Yi further probed into the depths of the subconscious of the three-eyed tiger demons, uncovering some secrets. However, these were intricacies of their internal heritage and were not meant to be divulged. He promptly concluded his exploration, expressing gratitude to the great tiger for his cooperation. Well then, you shall manage the remaining affairs as you see fit. With that, Wu Yi retracted his divine consciousness, rose, and commanded the ancient vessel to soar towards the predetermined direction. While examining the mind sea of the three-eyed tiger demons, Wu Yi discovered that in a small town to the southeast, there existed a divine appraisal tablet. An ancient ancestor of the three-eyed tiger demons had once visited that location and retained historical images of the tablet within his mind. As he passed by Sun Bing and Xiao Dai, he paused to greet them. Lord God, Xiao Dai exclaimed joyfully, greeting both Qi and Wu Yi. May you be well, Lord God, Sun Bing added, also extending his greetings. I have heard you are investigating the divine appraisal tablet in Liamo City. I have begun to pay attention to some rumors regarding that place and have gathered quite a few. Perhaps they may be of assistance to you. Wu Yi's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he immediately halted, saying, Wonderful. Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated. As he spoke, Wu Yi examined the physical conditions of Sun Bing and Xiao Dai, discovering that they had nearly recovered from their previous injuries inflicted by the divine craftsmen of the North Star Sword sect. The nourishing essence they had received previously had largely healed their foundations. Come, I shall grant each of you 7 droplets of divine essence. You may store these in 7 energy fields within your bodies, allowing for gradual absorption to hasten your comprehension of the Tao, Wu Yi remarked with a smile, looking at the beleaguered grandfather and granddaughter. This is too generous. We have already received immense grace from you, Lord God, and we feel we cannot accept further. Sun Bing stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, Lord God, you previously covered our rent. We have yet to repay that. How can we accept such rare treasures as divine essence? Xiao Dai quickly interjected. Do not be so formal. I possess ample divine essence, and I have always regarded you as friends. Among friends, there is no need for such distance. Accept my gift, Wu Yi insisted. Qi felt a wave of emotion. With her parents and friends far away on Blue Star, she had not experienced such profound camaraderie in a long time, and thus she recognized the preciousness of friendship. Chapter 57. The Failed Schemes of Dugu Qiubai. Ultimately, Sun Bing could not resist the kindness of Wu Yi and once again endured the nurturing of the celestial source. His aura grew increasingly rich, and with the celestial source's nourishment, his cultivation began to loosen, on the verge of transcending into the realm of true divinity. The celestial source could nourish the soul, strengthen the physique, and purify the constitution, allowing the divine body to achieve a comprehensive enhancement. During their conversation, Wu Yi gleaned some insights from Sun Bing regarding the World Master and the related imagery of the three-eyed tiger demon, leading to a preliminary conclusion that a small city not far from Limu City might house a divine insight stele. Meanwhile, the divine craftsman, realizing Wu Yi had completed his task, began to capture the remaining members of the three-eyed tiger demon clan. The Great Tiger clan had no objections, as escape was no longer an option, and with half of their kin returning safely, they had at least preserved their bloodline. Such is fate, the heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Across the entire Liuli Continent, carnage was rampant, and to encounter a benevolent deity like Wu Yi today was undoubtedly the result of immense merit accumulated in a past life. Thus, the Great Tiger led his fellow tiger demons, following the hunting party of deities towards the star-gathering tower, resigned to their fate as the deity's future sustenance. The Omniscient One was also attentively eavesdropping and communicated with Wu Yi, affirming that one of the pieces of information collected by the old man was indeed useful, suggesting that there was likely a divine insight stele at that location, warranting an investigation. With the Omniscient One's words bolstering his confidence, Wu Yi soon ascended his ancient vessel and headed towards the direction indicated by Sun Bing. Meanwhile, Qianmu, Dugu Qiubai, and several powerful experts arranged by the city lord were lying in wait, anticipating Wu Yi's arrival. However, after a prolonged wait, they still had not caught sight of him. Qianmu, is your intel reliable? Do not misjudge the precise location. Dugu Qiubai expressed his growing displeasure, hunger gnawing at him during this, his first experience of starvation while lying in ambush, a rather dismal failure. Qianmu, smiling awkwardly, reassured him, there will be no error. The Red Shadow Legion fostered by the city lord is widespread throughout Limu City, and the information disseminated is infallible. Just wait with peace of mind. Seeing Qianmu's resolute demeanor, Dugu Qiubai felt somewhat reassured, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. However, they were currently in ambush. To act recklessly would shatter the tranquility and likely expose them. Thus, they could only endure the hunger and continue their concealment. Time flew by swiftly, and 3 hours had passed, with the afternoon approaching. Bai, having skipped lunch, felt increasingly uncomfortable. Although divine beings could endure fasting without issue, the depletion of physical energy without replenishment left him dissatisfied. Enough, I shall endure. Once I obtain that extraordinary blade from him, all losses can be reclaimed. Bai reassured himself once more. An hour later, as dusk descended, a certain deity, unable to withstand the solitude, finally emerged from behind a large tree. Impatient, he approached the base of the tree, pulled out his member, and began to relieve himself, the transparent liquid flowing forth like a hose, emanating a temperature of 37 degrees as it fertilized the tree. Damn it! Bai seethed, his face flushed with indignation. He had never witnessed such rudeness from a man before. In a fit of anger, he soared into the air and kicked the deity several kilometers away. A thin stream of the high-temperature liquid traced an inexplicable trajectory in the void, accompanied by a distant wail that echoed for miles. Qianmu facepalmed as an unusual string of runes floated by. He activated the corresponding key to commence the decoding process. Shortly thereafter, he discovered the unfortunate news that Wu Yi and his companions had not come, but had altered their destination midway. Qianmu conveyed this disheartening news to Bai, who was furious. The beauty's face turned icy, her wrath directed entirely at Qianmu, ready to exact vengeance upon him. Spare me, noble lady. Everything I have done is for your benefit. With our assistance, your chances of capturing Wu Yi and his companions would surely increase with Qianmu's fervent defense. Bai realized the truth. With powerful support, the likelihood of defeating Wu Yi had indeed risen. Very well, I shall consider this a means of dieting. Maintaining my slender figure is worth the sacrifice. Meanwhile, Wu Yi and Qi journeyed southward, exiting Limu City. They pierced through the void, opened a portal, and navigated the ancient vessel for several hours, finally arriving at the small city of Spirit Lantern City. According to all available data, it was highly probable that the divine insight steel resided within Spirit Lantern City. Chapter 58. The living city of Ling Lantern. According to the projection data of the three-eyed tiger demon, Ling Lantern City is a realm of immortality, where every creature embodies the essence of life itself. Beneath the vast sky, Wu Yi called out the name of the little girl repeatedly, yet received no response. It seemed that she had wandered off again, which was quite unreliable. Ahead rose a towering city, lush and vibrant, teeming with boundless vitality. The fresh aroma of verdant leaves enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of rejuvenation. As he walked along the path, the air was infused with the scent of green grass, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a fine mist of green permeating the atmosphere. Arriving at the gates of the divine city, Wu Yi was astonished to discover that even the guards bore green spots on their bodies. Under the mottled sunlight, these spots reacted vividly, a clear indication of photosynthesis. The substance within those green markings was likely chlorophyll. To enter the city, each person was required to pay 9 silver coins, as stated by the city guards. Qi quickly produced 27 silver coins, and the guards promptly allowed them passage. As Wu Yi and his companions moved away, one guard joyfully exclaimed that it had been hundreds of days since they had received any income. It seemed that the arrival of 3 divine beings was a rare occurrence, marking a decline in their fortunes year by year. Qi, taken aback, turned to look, having heard the conversation distinctly. She sensed that this journey might not unfold smoothly. Scanning their surroundings, she noticed that the walls were also shrouded in a green haze, and in the distance, even the tavern's walls were adorned with the same substance. The realm of immortality, Ling Lantern City, Qi murmured, suddenly struck by a revelation. She turned to Wu Yi. Could it be that everything here is alive? Even the spirits? Perhaps, she mused, there was merit to that thought. Wu Yi recognized her concerns, but chose to remain unfazed. After walking a while longer, they arrived at a restaurant. The sky was darkening, and lights began to flicker on the streets, casting a soft blue-green glow that illuminated the surroundings with a hazy radiance. Moments later, a chill seeped from the ground, accompanied by the sound of ghostly wails. Shadows stretched ominously across the ground, seemingly animated, as indistinct figures emerged from the crevices. Feeling the cold, Qi was struck by discomfort as a misty shadow crawled from her own, taking on a humanoid form comprised of murky vapor. The spectral mist slithered up her pant leg, seeking proximity. Wu Yi swiftly unleashed the stellar fire of the 9 Flames talisman, igniting a fierce blaze that frightened away the shadowy figures. Come into my circle of flames, he beckoned. Soon, Qi stepped into the protective embrace of Wu Yi's fiery barrier, and the unclean specters dwindled in number. These were lifeless entities that had inexplicably come to life. Wu Yi speculated that perhaps the green substances in Ling Lantern City imbued all things with the essence of life, a remarkable phenomenon indeed. Before long, they reached a wine cellar, where heavy, intermittent footsteps echoed from below, causing the ground to tremble. Ignoring the ominous sounds, they pressed on until they reached the highest tower of Ling Lantern City, the residence of the city lord. Atop the tower, blue-green lanterns flickered to life, surrounded by a ring of similar flames, creating a spectacle akin to stars encircling the moon. as if countless spirits were guarding a singular sovereign. Wu Yi felt a surge of vibrant life energy converging towards the pinnacle of the city Lord S abode. It seemed they had indeed found their goal. The divine monument was within reach. He had not anticipated such ease in their quest, feeling the process was almost too simple. As they ascended in an ancient floating vessel, they neared the top floor, where an abundance of living greenery thrived, their tendrils reaching out like the limbs of an octopus toward the vessel. Thousand layers technique. Wu Yi proclaimed with vigor, channeling the weight of the entire continent upon the encroaching flora, compelling them to bow in submission, deterred from further mischief. The myriad tendrils writhed violently, attempting to escape the relentless pressure, yet their efforts were futile, merely exhausting their energy. This was the might of bloodline suppression, an ultimate display of martial dominance. Ascending towards the rooftop, the violet moon spiraled overhead, while crows glided through the air, their mournful cries echoing in the stillness. Before long, the seemingly sentient tendrils, cowed by the unyielding weight of the thousand layers technique, ceased their movements, yielding to the ground and adhering to the bricks of the city walls. In the dim light, Chi discerned the yellowed earth writhing as humanoid tendrils emerged from hidden recesses, breaking through the surface with an unsettling grace. Clustering around the city walls, scaling them with an eerie familiarity. Chapter 59. The fusion of the wine cask, the wine barrel, and the spirit lamp into one being. Alas, Wu Yi, the legion of the undead from beneath has begun to rise. They are coming forth. Chi sensed the disturbance and alerted Wu Yi. He had already perceived the ominous presence. These undead were souls abandoned in the world, accumulating resentment and evolving into a ghastly form of life. To slay them would be a tragic loss, yet allowing them to remain would hinder their progress and complicate their next steps. It seemed that the only recourse was to incinerate them entirely. Wu Yi employed another of his formidable techniques, the Nine Flames manuscript. Instantly, a terrifying conflagration erupted around them. A fire akin to the stars, capable of consuming all tangible beings. The inferno engulfed the surroundings, reducing everything to charred remnants. With the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeating the air, the legion of the undead cried out in anguish, struggling violently against the relentless celestial flames. Yet, their efforts were in vain as they faced the inevitable annihilation of their very essence. However, the spirit lamps suspended around the city walls remained unscathed. They had burned for countless ages, and come nightfall, they would ignite anew, illuminating the city and guiding all living and deceased beings, illuminating the path of existence. Before long, the endless horde of undead was reduced to nothingness, dissipating into the void. The remaining essence of the undead was obscured by the green mist emanating from the spirit lamps, which concealed the scant traces of their presence. The spirit lamp tower returned to its former tranquility, enveloped in an eerie silence. The group ascended further, soon reaching the summit of the spirit lamp tower, where a secret chamber awaited them, constructed entirely from precious and exotic metals. It was remarkably resilient and gleamed with a silvery hue. Vital energies surged around them, remnants collected from the natural depletion of life within the spirit lamp city, originating from various life forms. Yet, how to access this chamber remained a mystery. There were no visible seams or doors, and after circling the chamber for some time, the two were left without a clue. Beneath the vast expanse of the sky, Wu Yi attempted to call upon the all-knowing one, but after several attempts, he received no response. Had it departed? Wu Yi felt a surge of frustration. It appeared he would have to rely on himself. Observing the surroundings of the chamber, Wu Yi noted numerous wine casks and barrels, alongside peculiar wooden structures that resembled beams or weights. It seemed he would have to resort to brute force to unlock it. Chi pondered deeply, yet no better ideas emerged. Qinyu, Wu Yi called out, and soon the spirit servant appeared, extending its sharp claws, ready to seize the entire chamber in its grasp. Wait. Wu Yi suddenly noticed that the wine barrels appeared to shift slightly, and hastily halted Qinyu. Before long, Chi too discerned the anomaly. The arranged barrels began to roll towards them, and shortly after, several wine casks started to slide as well, gradually converging towards a specific point. It seemed these casks were moving with purpose, gathering towards a defined location. At that moment, the spirit lamps, which had hung silently on the walls of the tower, suddenly stirred and emitted a mournful sound, as if whispering, yearning for a close interaction with someone. Wu Yi immediately took precautions. These lamps harbored green mist capable of purifying the void and awakening dormant life, infusing non-living entities with a semblance of vitality. Suddenly, two lamps began to tremble violently. There was no wind, nor any external force acting upon them, yet they swayed inexplicably. As the group remained vigilant, the lamps shook more violently, struggling until they broke free from their ancient bindings, plummeting towards the congregating barrels and casks, merging into a singular entity. With a resounding rumble, these amalgamated objects underwent a profound transformation, writhing and rolling, twisting and turning. Before long, they astonishingly morphed into a humanoid form. No, it continued to shift, making final adjustments. Still, it was indeed moving, eventually approaching Wu Yi and his companions. You heard it correctly. It was indeed advancing towards Wu Yi. Oh my goodness, this creature has come to life. Chi exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. The now humanoid form emitted increasingly heavy breaths, panting, seemingly angered yet bewildered, struggling to comprehend its own existence. Ultimately, it fully took on the shape of a wooden life form, gazing at Wu Yi with eyes flickering with green ghostly flames. The very essence of the spirit lamps illuminating the darkness. Chapter 60. Extermination of the curse's core. At last, a sporadic voice emerged. Young man, I perceive remnants of causality upon you. Might you be in search of the divine inscription tablet? Wu's eyes brightened at this unexpected clue. Suppressing his excitement, he replied nonchalantly. Indeed, I am the fated one who may inherit the soul of the world's master. Seeing Wu's sudden flourish of eloquence, Chi couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, a faint smirk graced Qin Yu's lips, though it was barely noticeable. The wooden life form, exuding the rich aroma of wine, opened its eyes wide with evident delight, as if it had awaited this moment for ages, and said joyfully, excellent. It was not in vain that I endured the endless years of waiting. At last, I have encountered the destined one. He then began to chant an unusual incantation. 2 ethereal lanterns transformed into eyes, releasing emerald mist that coiled around the chamber, swiftly enveloping it in a peculiar swastika-shaped formation. Upon the completion of the final incantation, the entwined green luminescence brightened, and the mark of a door gradually materialized. With a resounding clang, the door swung open, spilling forth a cascade of radiant light. This light was crimson, symbolizing the profound discontent of the citizens of the Lantern City towards their ruler. After completing his ritual, the life form, composed of barrels and lanterns, gazed steadily at Wu Yi, exhaling a sigh of relief. Young man, you possess remarkable potential, sufficient to inherit the rights to the divine inscription tablet. However, at this juncture, the creature shifted its tone, hinting at unspeakable matters. Wu was not fond of those who spoke in half-truths, perpetually leaving one in suspense and agitating their spirit. Yet, you must rescue the citizens of Lantern City from the shadow of death. For countless ages, the myriad beings in Lantern City have been ensnared by a curse. From the moment of their birth, their souls gradually detach from their bodies, until they ultimately depart, descending into the underworld to become phantoms. The wooden life form recounted its sorrowful past. These soulless entities would linger throughout Lantern City, their remains possessing an everlasting shelf life, never to decay. You must liberate their souls entirely, allowing them to return to their respective bodies and be resurrected. Wu felt a jolt of unease. He had recently incinerated several souls, and the bodies corresponding to those phantoms were likely beyond revival. How was he to proceed? A profound sense of impending success intertwined with sudden despair washed over him. Wu began, expressing his concerns about his recent actions. To his surprise, the wooden life form responded with ease. Fear not, those who have entirely lost their souls will understand. They are but stepping stones on your path to success. Their sacrifice will lead to the revival of all life within Lantern City, an endeavor well worth it. This perspective left Wu momentarily speechless, yet it resonated with a certain truth. Indeed, as the saying goes, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. There is no absolute fairness in this world, only the caprice of fortune. Then it shall be manageable. What must I do next? Wu exhaled, feeling a bit more at ease. You need to eradicate the curse plaguing Lantern City. The wooden life form stated. I am the guardian of Lantern City, awaiting the arrival of the fated one. Today, you have finally come, so follow me. Realizing that this being was a guardian, Wu understood and boarded the ancient floating vessel, following the protector. Shortly after the master of the world fell into slumber, malevolent entities from other realms descended, unleashing a calamity that cursed all living beings of Lantern City, causing their souls to gradually depart until death claimed them. These deceased souls remain buried underground. You need only to shatter the core of this evil curse to succeed, the guardian explained as they walked. Before long, the guardian led them to a silver spring, where a silvery liquid flowed at a chilling temperature, accompanied by the sounds of ghostly wails, creating an eerie depth. You must heat this silver spring to a staggering 10,000 degrees Celsius to eliminate the curse's core, the guardian said, looking at Wu with great anticipation. Is it truly that simple? Wu pondered, feeling it might be too easy. Without further ado, he summoned the Nine Flames Talisman, a technique derived from the stars, effortlessly conjuring intense heat. The Nine Flames Talisman unleashed an inferno, akin to a flamethrower, scorching the silver spring. The chilling essence within began to dissipate, bubbles erupting as the extreme heat surged forth, dispelling the ghostly cries until the silver transformed entirely into a transparent hue, the flowing liquid calming to serenity. Chapter 61. Obtaining the first divine steel. The silver spring appeared to have been completely consumed by flames, now resembling an ordinary fountain, devoid of any malevolent aura. Indeed, the guardian gazed at Wu Yi with satisfaction, gesturing forward, instructing him to proceed to the next focal point of the array. Wu Yi was taken aback. there was still another focal point? Naturally, there were a total of 77 focal points here. Thus, under the Guardian's guidance, they successively ventured to the 7 focal points, dismantling each one in turn. Soon, the green mist that enveloped Spirit Lantern City dissipated, transforming into pure, clean air. Crack! A sound akin to an egg cracking echoed from the top level of the City Lord's mansion, though it was significantly louder and more disjointed, accompanied by a blue light curtain shooting skyward, resplendent and extraordinary. Excellent. You have successfully eradicated the curse that plagued Spirit Lantern City for countless ages and have garnered the recognition of its citizens. The Guardian, observing the blue light curtain, was exceedingly pleased. As he spoke, the Guardian approached Wu Yi, casting a discerning glance over him. It was evident that the citizens of Spirit Lantern City held you in high regard, awarding an unprecedented score of 99, a feat never before witnessed in history. With that, the Guardian once more recited an incantation, and the hidden chamber at the top of the City Lord's mansion opened completely. The divine steel floated forth, arriving before Wu Yi, instantly transforming the blue mist into a cascade of colorful radiance, illuminating the world and bestowing blessings to nourish the populace. In an instant, an endless display of 7-colored light descended, enveloping the surroundings and illuminating a vast expanse of tens of millions of square kilometers. Countless souls surged forth from the earth, calling to the heavens in jubilant celebration, igniting torches in exuberant festivity. Soon, innumerable souls turned towards the City Lord and Apos' mansion, beginning to prostrate themselves and chant in reverence. Ultimately, these wandering spirits, drawn by a mysterious force, returned to their respective bodies. Countless forms became infused with life, gradually stirring to activity, gazing into mirrors, calling upon friends, preparing to set off fireworks by the riverside, waving flags and cheering. At that moment, the Guardian, composed of wooden wine barrels and lanterns, underwent another transformation, dispersing and writhing in all directions, his voice resounding. Young man, you are quite remarkable, possessing immense talent, and have fully earned the approval of the citizens of Spirit Lantern City. This divine steel also recognizes you. Take it. I believe that soon, the lost continent shall return to its zenith. Wu Yi watched as the divine steel floated towards him, a surge of excitement coursing through him. For this was the very purpose of his journey to the lost continent. The steel was comparable in size to the one at his ancestral grave, making it somewhat cumbersome to carry. He opted to store it within his spatial storage, where a divine-grade furnace resided, perfectly suited for such purposes. As the divine steel entered his body and was absorbed into the divine furnace, the entire Spirit Lantern City was liberated from the curse of deathly energy, flourishing with vitality. The lifeless entities became completely inert, while the living thrived, bursting with life, restoring the world to its rightful order. Yet, unbeknownst to Wu Yi and his companions, it was precisely because he had eradicated the curse's focal points that these resurrected citizens would forever remain in the realm, never to meet death again. This, perhaps, was the onset of a new curse, as the laws of the undying lands could not be defied. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the first divine steel, Qin Yu exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Wu Yi replied, equally elated. It won't be long before I become the leader of the lost continent. When that time comes, I shall present you with a grand gift. Do remind me, for my memory tends to falter. Qin Yu, filled with delight, responded respectfully, I will certainly do so. Soon, the group navigated their ancient floating vessel towards Liemo City. Upon returning to Liemo City, Wu Yi and Chi first visited Qinyan Gate. During their travels across the lost continent, they had encountered numerous peculiar arrays, many of which required the destruction of their focal points to dismantle. Fengji happened to be an expert in the art of formations. Qinyan Gate was situated atop a towering mountain, in an inconspicuous corner of Liemo City. After inquiring with several deities, Wu Yi finally located the entrance to the mountain gate. As he stepped into the entrance, a formidable wave of terrifying pressure descended upon him, as if a colossal boulder weighing 10,000 tons had plummeted from the sky. Before Wu Yi could utter a word, Qin Yu appeared, extending his claws to cleave the descending boulder in half, which then fell away from the sides of the ancient vessel. The boulder crashed to the ground with a deafening roar reminiscent of a major earthquake. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Soon, disciples of Qinyan Gate rushed out to investigate, immediately spotting Wu Yi and his companions, along with Qin Yu who had split the boulder. They shouted in unison, "Who goes there? Seize them." Subsequently, one disciple soared forth, promptly signaling his fellows to apprehend Wu Yi and the others. Chapter 62 Fengji learned of an assassination plot against Wu Yi, which displeased Wu Yi. Fengji, despite his own self-respect, noted that the disciples displayed an audacity that was quite bold. He immediately adopted a commanding demeanor, declaring, "I am a friend of your sect leader." The leading disciple, skeptical, scrutinized Wu Yi from head to toe. "What nonsense! Simply summon your sect leader, and the truth shall be revealed." Wu Yi, feeling somewhat vexed, reflected on how arduous it had become to enter a mere small sect, contrasting it with his previous experiences on Blue Star, where he had traversed with ease. Our sect leader is not present, the leading disciple remarked after a thorough examination of Wu Yi. Wu Yi shot the disciple a wordless glance. Let us go? He chose not to engage further, realizing that entry today was futile. Wait, you have damaged the sect's suppression stone and expect to leave unscathed? That is impossible. The obstinate leading disciple insisted on confronting Wu Yi, rallying his fellow disciples to follow. Wu Yi, growing increasingly impatient, asserted his authority, stating, when your sect leader returns, have him send me a message. He tossed a communication talisman, which the leading disciple caught, still intent on pursuing him. However, he was swiftly repelled by Qin Yu with a firm strike, ensuring no lasting harm was done. With such an overwhelming display of power, the remaining disciples dared not act out of line, their spirits dampened and filled with trepidation. Wu Yi and Qi Qi departed from Qin Yin sect, making their way back to Yonghao Mansion. At that moment, Feng Ji, the sect leader of Qin Yin, was in the Star Gathering Pavilion, indulging in the company of beautiful women, all of whom were procured through the generous funding of Chen Bai. Naturally, he would not refuse such pleasures. Any man of sound mind would not. Chen Bai, you seem to have ample time today to lavish me with sumptuous feasts and exquisite beauties. This behavior is rather uncharacteristic of your usual indifference, Feng Ji remarked, observing Chen Bai as he poured wine. I recently eliminated several notorious assassins and earned a handsome bounty. Chen Bai replied nonchalantly. Why not indulge in such riches? After all, they are but ephemeral pleasures. Ah, so you have been hunting. Quite commendable, Feng Ji jested, relieved that the funds were not his to surrender as marital tribute. He feared the day as stunning beauty might obstruct his path, demanding an explanation. Within the private chambers of the Star Gathering Pavilion, where a score of enchanting women conjured illusions amidst a few skilled musicians, the atmosphere thrummed with delight. Once the performances concluded and the illusionists departed, Chen Bai and Feng Ji prepared to leave. Just as they were about to exit, Feng Ji overheard a conversation below. The invincible god of solitude, this feast and fine wine are at the behest of our city lord. Oh, your city lord displays commendable sincerity, a beautiful woman remarked as she savored the delicacies. Tell your city lord that when the time is ripe, I shall ensure the demise of that Wu Yi scoundrel. However, I would request the city lord's assistance in arranging some formidable allies for the assassination. That can be arranged. The man cloaked in a fiery cloak replied with obsequiousness. Rest assured, we will provide ample support for your endeavor. Feng Ji, passing by, felt a surge of shock but refrained from turning around, fearing he might attract attention. He resolved to discreetly alert Wu Yi of this plot. Exiting the Star Gathering Pavilion, Chen Bai hastily bid farewell, mentioning he needed to return home to appease his wife for his tardiness. Feng Ji, amused by his friend's departure, harbored some curiosity but dismissed it, knowing Chen Bai had been particularly busy lately, especially with his recent exploits against high-profile targets. Upon returning to Qin Yin sect, Feng Ji immediately sensed the disturbance at the suppression stone. A glance revealed that the mountain peak had been shattered, transforming from a sharp summit to a rounded dome. Nearby, two massive stones lay split apart, indicating they had been forcibly severed. Did someone intrude upon our sect? Feng Ji exclaimed, immediately on high alert. Yet, sensing no immediate threat, he felt somewhat reassured. Soon, a disciple approached, greeting him and reporting recent events. So it was that Wu Yi fellow, Feng Ji realized. Piecing together the accounts from the disciples, he promptly retrieved his communication talisman to relay the news he had overheard in the Star Gathering Pavilion. Someone wishes to assassinate me? Wu Yi's voice resonated through the talisman. However, sensing Wu Yi's nonchalance, Feng Ji raised his voice, speaking earnestly. Wu Yi, do not underestimate this. You are now a prominent figure in Liemo City. Many are eager to cause you trouble, and some may possess considerable strength. You must take this seriously. Chapter 63. The Divine Ape Defies Heaven. Wu Yi felt indifferent. His strength was unfathomable, so who could intimidate him? Nonetheless, he inquired about the identity of those who sought to assassinate him and their appearance. Dugu Qiubai, a renowned beauty assassin from Liemo City, possesses formidable power and is rumored to have extraordinary means of survival. Over the epochs, she has slain many terrifying true deities, even defeating great Luo gods. Feng Ji stated earnestly. Dugu Qiubai, huh? That individual, Wu Yi mused, having perused the bounty list numerous times, which included names like Feng Lin Shengshao and the Lord of Liemo City, Dugu Qiubai, the latter boasting a staggering bounty of 150,000 gold coins. I haven't sought her trouble, yet she desires to eliminate me. It seems I must pay her a visit for a drink, he concluded, ending the conversation with Feng Ji. Feng Ji gazed at the communication talisman, rendered speechless. Yet, concern lingered for Wu Yi. After all, Dugu Qiubai's prowess was formidable, which explained her notoriously arrogant reputation. Thus, Wu Yi located the first divine steel and continued to search for the others, intending to acquire the divine steel of Liemo City last. He was currently absorbing the vitality dispensed by the steel of the city lord, relishing the benefits without wishing to provoke the city lord at this moment. Days later, Wu Yi and Qi Qi traversed the wilderness outside Liemo City, seeking a marshland rumored to harbor ancient remnants of divine energy, potentially leading to clues about the divine steel. Song Xiong, aren't you supposed to be omniscient? How come you lack knowledge of this information? Wu Yi pretended to mock, suggesting it tarnished the reputation of an all-knowing being. I am an immortal being who has existed for countless ages. The memories of the past are too numerous to recall in their entirety. Even a mere search consumes half a day. Furthermore, many of my memories are currently awakening, and soon I shall remember even more, Song Xiong retorted, somewhat exasperated. All right, you certainly know how to make excuses, Wu Yi replied nonchalantly. Just ensure you inform me promptly of any new leads, lest I miss another opportunity. Rest assured, I will not wander aimlessly this time. Lord God, the Tinggong Marsh lies ahead. We are almost there. Accompanying Sun Bing pointed towards a thicket ahead. Understood. Wu Yi replied calmly. Xiao Dai, I sense you are on the verge of a breakthrough. You just need the right opportunity. Qi Qi teased, glancing at the nearby Xiao Dai. Shall I catch a beast for you to feast upon? It's a great demon that has nurtured a demon core. Xiao Dai, taken aback, exclaimed, really? Where is it? Not far now. Qi Qi feigned profundity, casually glancing towards a bare river bend filled with stones of various shapes. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, emanating from a mighty divine ape. Its strength was such that even a typical true body great perfection expert would find it challenging to contend with. Upon hearing the sound, Sun Bing and Xiao Dai froze. The overwhelming pressure was not characteristic of ordinary beasts, capable of easily intimidating several true deity-level beings, far beyond their reach. Sister, confronting such a powerful beast may not be wise, Xiao Dai said, her heart racing, unable to gaze in the direction of the sound. No need to worry. Such a beast does not require Wu Yi's intervention. I can handle it, Qi Qi declared, launching herself into the air. With her 9th-grade magic cube expanding into a colossal palm, she hovered above the divine ape, exuding immense divine authority. The divine ape, meditating, sensed danger and immediately stood, gazing upward as the overwhelming might of the celestial descended upon it. Roar! The divine ape struck its broad chest with golden fists, showcasing its formidable might. Despite being intimidated by the divine pressure, its pride would not allow it to retreat. A mere celestial form is insufficient to make me cower, the divine ape roared. Preparing to leap, its legs coiling as it gathered strength before launching itself, causing the ground to collapse beneath. The stones of the river bend crumbled, and the riverbanks gave way, unleashing torrents of water that surged forth, creating towering waves that startled the fish below. The divine ape soared into the air, unleashing its fists in an attempt to pierce the heavens and demolish the giant palm, akin to the hand of a divine being. The colossal golden palm shone brilliantly, radiating dazzling light as it descended, poised to flatten the divine ape entirely. The divine ape, alarmed and sensing its defeat, fled at incredible speed, unwilling to face the overwhelming might. Chapter 64. The inheritance of the divine monkey's demon core. A colossal palm plunged toward the ground, immediately magnifying several times its original size, swiftly expanding outward until it completely enveloped the divine monkey, leaving me with no avenue for escape. How could this be? The divine monkey gasped in shock. Sensing the precipice of death, reluctant to succumb, it summoned its lifelong mastery, the divine warrior's diamond technique. Instantly, the divine monkey's form enlarged, rapidly diminishing the disparity between itself and the gigantic palm. However, before long, under Qi Qi's manipulation, the palm surged once more, nearly pressing the entire expanse of land into the earth. The divine monkey's growth reached its limit. It could no longer expand. In this ebb and flow, it was once again reduced to a diminutive divine monkey beneath the palm, its size utterly insufficient to contend with such a colossal foe. The divine monkey unleashed a forbidden incantation, the invincible divine eye technique. With a mighty roar, 2 golden beams of light shot forth from its eyes, aimed at the palm, imbued with an overwhelming force capable of piercing through anything. Futile, accept your fate. To the divine monkey's dismay, Qi Qi sighed softly, murmuring as she flickered onto the palm, standing proudly in the void. Who are you, and why do you seek to take my life? The divine monkey seethed, incredulous that its executioner was a stunning beauty. Reluctance surged within it, realizing it could not best a fellow deity of similar cultivation. Today, meeting me signifies your good fortune. I shall be gentle, allowing you to die swiftly, Qi Qi consoled. Furious, the divine monkey's golden beams finally reached the palm, colliding with it in a display of terrifying might. Yet, the golden light proved utterly ineffectual, dissipating against the palm's formidable defense. Such formidable resilience. The divine monkey could scarcely believe its eyes. I have slain hundreds of deities, yet I have never encountered such a formidable artifact. To think I would meet one today, it mused, anxiety creeping into its heart. Qi Qi, uninterested in further discourse, commanded the palm to accelerate downwards, swiftly descending upon the divine monkey and transforming it into a mere pancake. In the next moment, the golden palm clenched into a fist, revealing a captured beast, the divine monkey itself. "Release me, you wretched fiend. Do you intend to make me your pet, you vile wench?" The divine monkey began to curse at Chi-Chi. "I have no time for pets. You have brought this upon yourself." Chi-Chi extended her consciousness, locating the demon core, and promptly summoned it forth. "Nay, do not take my demon core." The divine monkey roared in fury and fear, struggling in vain against its fate. In no time, a radiant golden demon core was in Chi-Chi's grasp, emanating vibrant life force and profound insight into the Tao. "I shall spare your life. You have slain hundreds of true deities, a nefarious being indeed. By seizing your demon core today, I shall redirect its power to a righteous path, alleviating some of your karmic burdens." Chi-Chi reassured the divine monkey. With the loss of its demon core's sustaining energy, the divine monkey shrank rapidly to the size of an ordinary monkey, its intellect waning. Bewildered, it looked around, eventually bounding off into the depths of the marsh. "Lord Divine," Xiao Dai gazed at Chi-Chi with gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. "This demon core is potent. You two shall share it equally." "Just right," Chi-Chi remarked with nonchalance. "Such immense grace, how could I accept it?" Sun Bing flew over, overwhelmed by the immense value of the demon core. "You have aided me greatly. Without your information, I could never have located the divine appraisal steel so swiftly. This demon core is rightfully yours. Consume it," Wu Yi urged. Before long, Sun Bing and Xiao Dai each consumed half of the demon core. The essence of the divine monkey's core, infused with a rich aura of the Tao, would significantly aid their breakthroughs. As they ingested the core, divine light erupted from within them, hundreds of beams illuminating the surroundings, dazzling like a summer sky, suffusing the wilderness with profound laws and principles. "I am here to assist you in absorbing the power of the demon core." Chi-Chi released 2 miniature worlds from the 9th tier magic cube, each evolving into a fantastical realm, one a dreamy sweet world, the other a realm of peace. Sun Bing and Xiao Dai practiced and comprehended within these divergent worlds, the core's exquisite power unfolding, revealing the divine monkey's insights. Moments later, the laws governing Sun Bing and Xiao Dai's realms began to loosen, fully releasing, enabling them to ascend into the true deity realm. Radiant hues filled the sky. Cranes sang amidst the clouds, phoenixes and golden dragons soared through the void, various auspicious beasts inhaled the essence of the sun and moon, and Shun Luan strode majestically, rendering this world akin to a divine realm. "Congratulations, Xiao Dai, you have finally broken through." Chi-Chi spoke sincerely. Chapter 65. The World of Swords. All of this is due to the immense virtue of the 2 divine lords. I, Sun Bing, shall forever be indebted to them. Filled with gratitude, Sun Bing resolved to hasten his efforts in gathering clues regarding the Divine Insight Monument, for only by doing so could he hope to repay the Divine Lord's kindness. Before long, both individuals had completely absorbed the essence of the Divine Ape's demon core. However, fully comprehending the laws contained within the core would require considerable time. Wu Yi continued to navigate the ancient floating vessel, soon arriving at the edge of a marsh, not far from the rumored abyss. According to legend, within the abyss lies the world of swords, where countless sword shadows drift through the air, concealing the 12 true principles of the sword. To comprehend even a single principle would awaken one's supreme destiny on the path of the sword, a future that transcends all beings. At that moment, a few divine lords, including Qian Mu and Dugu Qiubai, followed closely behind Wu Yi and his companions. After emerging from the star-picking tower, they had concealed themselves near the Yonghao Manor, waiting for an opportune moment to ambush Wu Yi and his group in collaboration with those sent by the city lord's manor, intent on annihilating them. Qian Mu observed Wu Yi and his companions preparing to enter the world of swords, a sense of glee swelling within him. This realm, situated near the abyss, had a grim reputation. Historically, no one who ventured within had ever returned alive. He thought to himself, those wretches are doomed. As Qian Mu reveled in his anticipated victory and the impending retribution for his nephew, Dugu Qiubai, dissatisfied with the lack of communication from the city lord's manor, fixated his gaze on Qian Mu. Initially, he believed he could single-handedly eliminate Wu Yi, but after experiencing the earlier shock, he abandoned that notion. Rest assured, the Red Shadow Legion of the City Lord's Manor is dispersed throughout the area outside Liemo City. Word will reach us shortly, Qian Mu asserted confidently. Just as Qian Mu and Dugu Qiubai trailed behind, a sudden, chilling surge of energy emanated from the direction of the world of swords, sending shivers through the air. Is someone there? Qian Mu remarked, surprised. He quickly deduced that someone must have entered the world of swords before him and had now emerged. It was said that no one could escape the world of swords. Once inside, one was surely doomed. Today's events, however, far exceeded his expectations. Cautiously, he hid behind the mountains, remaining ever vigilant. Let us proceed and see, Dugu Qiubai remarked calmly, displaying no concern for potential peril. Well, very well. Although Qian Mu had always adhered to caution, encountering Dugu Qiubai made him feel as if his days were numbered, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. He reassured himself and followed Dugachiobai, remaining alert to avoid exposure. Meanwhile, Wu Yi and his companions quietly observed the marsh's edge, aware that the terrifying energy surge had originated from that very location, necessitating careful consideration. Gradually, 5 ethereal figures, embodying the essence of sword intent, materialized in the sky. These manifestations were shaped by divine power, creating an otherworldly sight. The heavens shimmered with vibrant colors, illuminating the world. A spectacle that exuded both celestial beauty and an aura of impending conflict. Divine lords, there may be a harbinger of death ahead. We must tread carefully. Sun Bing expressed his concern. Recently ascended to true divinity, he felt an overwhelming dread emanating from the vicinity. Suddenly, a spine-chilling roar reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a dinosaur's cry. How could there be a dinosaur's roar? That beast has been extinct for millennia, Wu Yi pondered in confusion. Let us go and investigate. Wu Yi commanded, guiding the ancient vessel onward. After traveling a kilometer, Wu Yi discerned 5 figures on the ground, 5 divine lords from the Northern Dipper Sword sect, emanating the formidable energy they had felt earlier. These are the divine lords of the Northern Dipper Sword sect, Wu Yi noted. The leader, the most powerful among them, had attained the pinnacle of the great Luo divine realm, while the others were also great Luo deities, none below the 3rd tier of that realm. This formidable assembly of great Luo deities could wreak havoc on the earth, easily slaying true gods, and even the city lord's manor would treat them with due respect. Wu Yi, it seems they have been waiting specifically for us, Chi remarked, observing the 5 approaching figures with caution. Their strength was formidable, and there could be more lurking in the shadows. The leader, with half of his hair black and the other half singed away, resembling a burn, spoke up. Brother, you sent us to this world of swords in search of great opportunities, yet we have wandered for ages without encountering any special sword intent. They say there is a sword tomb buried here, yet we have sensed nothing even after days of searching. One divine lord expressed his discontent, venting his frustrations. Chapter 66. Nix do not rush. Here, only those who enter remain, and none have ever emerged. The sword intent of our ancestor undoubtedly lingers, not lost. Perhaps we must venture deeper into the marsh to search. It may lie within, speculated the leader among the Deluo gods of the Northern Dipper Sword sect. In recent days, several divine cultivators from the sect had scoured the inner regions of the marsh for half a day, yet their efforts yielded no results. They hesitated to delve too deep, fearing the lurking dangers rumored to be guarded by the descendants of dinosaurs. At that moment, 5 swords of intent coalesced in the sky, fixating ominously upon the marsh below. Echoes of unsettling dinosaur roars resonated from the depths, leading the leader to conjecture that perhaps the dinosaur descendants were on the verge of awakening. As the conversation unfolded, the ground began to tremble violently, fissures appearing rapidly, with long, sinuous tendrils emerging. One such tendril, measuring 100 meters in length and tapered like a cone, writhed nearby, striking the earth with a thunderous roar. The cracking of the land echoed incessantly, and soon a shadow emerged from a vast crevice at the marsh's edge, its girth resembling that of a black abyss. This shadow grew larger and ascended, towering to several hundred meters. As more of its form became visible, it revealed the limbs of a colossal creature. Only then did the members of the Northern Dipper Sword sect recognize the unsettling beast before them. The Nyx, a mutated dragon of ancient lineage. Is that not the beast slain by our ancestor? The leader mused in astonishment. It was rumored that this creature possessed the strength to shatter the primordial spirit, far surpassing typical primordial spirit cultivators. Our ancestor expended immense effort to vanquish it, even sacrificing part of their own essence in the process. Yet, the ancestors' foundation was irrevocably damaged, their divine heart shattered, leaving them stagnant in their pursuits of enlightenment until their eventual demise. Upon hearing the leader's words, the other Deluo gods found themselves lost in distant memories, sighing in reflection. The Nyx surveyed its surroundings and soon spotted the 5 Deluo gods of the Northern Dipper Sword sect, unleashing a furious roar. Have you come seeking the ancestral divine armor? Divine armor? What is that? The Deluo gods replied, bewildered. Realizing they were not in search of the artifact, the Nyx softened its tone. Since you seek not the divine armor, depart. This is no place for you. Depart? The leader of the Deluo gods scoffed. We have come to seek the unparalleled sword intent of our ancestor. How can we leave without it? Ancestor? The Nyx was perplexed. These individuals were clearly not descendants of dinosaurs, but humans. The ancestor they spoke of could only refer to the primordial spirit cultivator who had slain its progenitor. With this realization, the Nyx's aura surged, and it bellowed in rage. You are the descendants of the Northern Dipper Sword sect? The 5 Deluo gods felt a chill run down their spines, sensing a palpable intent to kill. Do you recognize our ancestor? They asked on high alert. It seems my words ring true. In that case, I shall take your lives to honor the spirits of my dinosaur ancestors. The Nyx roared, ceasing further dialogue. With a sudden surge, the massive creature lunged forward, its 100-meter-long tail thrashing violently, causing the ground to collapse as parts of the marsh sank, uprooting towering trees in its wake. This Nyx was the descendant of the beast slain by the primordial might of the Northern Dippersword sect, having emerged from an egg buried in the marsh for countless years until it gained enough earth energy to hatch 500 epochs ago, now possessing strength rivaling that of the ancestral gods. The 5 Deluo gods braced themselves, summoning 5 colossal swords from the heavens, each assuming various stances of attack before the Nyx. Just as it seemed a fierce battle was imminent, the Nyx sensed a terrifying wave of divine power approaching from the direction of the Northern Dipper Sword sect members. Moments later, Wu Yi and his companions arrived aboard an ancient floating vessel. To the 5 Deluo gods, their presence felt rather ordinary, merely exuding the aura of true gods. However, the Nyx, being a beast, possessed a far keener sensitivity to energy and immediately dove deep into the marsh, retreating hastily without a moment's pause. The 5 Deluo gods, expecting a fierce confrontation, were taken aback by the Nyx's sudden flight, their burdens significantly alleviated. "Have you come in search of great fortune?" Wu Yi inquired calmly, addressing the 5 Deluo gods. "Who are you to meddle in our affairs?" One of the Deluo gods retorted angrily, his eagerness for battle still simmering as he prepared to strike down Wu Yi and his companions. Chapter 67. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail unexpectedly. The leading figure of the Deluo gods immediately barred his path, preventing him from advancing any further. With a smile, he addressed Wu Yi, stating, "Young friend, this is not a realm where true gods can tread. Here lies the supreme sword tomb, concealed within, and the terrifying sword intent nurtured by our ancestors. If you recklessly enter, it may very well lead to your demise." He emphasized the word die with a notable weight. The 5 Deluo gods regarded Wu Yi and his companions with indifference. Aside from their leader, who sensed that Wu Yi might be formidable, the others dismissed the true gods entirely. After all, Wu Yi and his companions were merely true gods, and even Xiao Dai and Sun Bing were but newly ascended, posing little threat. "Boss, that fellow over there resembles the suspect who killed the young master," one of the Deluo gods inquired, pointing at Wu Yi, just as tensions escalated between the two parties. The leader paused, following the direction of his subordinate's finger, and upon seeing Wu Yi, he realized the resemblance to the figure depicted in the teachings of their sect's master. The more he observed, the more convinced he became that Wu Yi and his companions were indeed the targets ordained for elimination by their master. Their arrival in the swamp was merely a pretext to comprehend the sword intent of their ancestor before carrying out their mission against Wu Yi and his companions. "Humph, Wu Yi, I never expected you to dare to confront us. You truly seem eager for death," the leader seethed, his eyes glinting with cold fury. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Wu Yi replied, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed by the impending danger. "Indeed, you are Wu Yi, are you not?" the leader inquired blandly. Wu Yi nodded slightly. "Then it is settled. We have come forth from the Northern Dippersword sect, and aside from attending to personal matters, our primary objective is to eliminate you and your companions, avenging the young master and the elder," the leader declared coldly. As a formidable being at the pinnacle of the Deluo realm, he was the strongest among the 5. "Ah, so you truly have come seeking me," Wu Yi replied with an air of tranquility, betraying no signs of anxiety, as if he were well prepared for this confrontation. "Allow me to set a grand trap first, so that these individuals do not escape," Chi remarked, playfully toying with a 9th-tier magic cube, a faint smile gracing her lips. Sun Bing and Chi appeared tense, aware that with the addition of themselves and Xiao Dai, they were merely 5 true gods, incapable of matching the strength of the 5 Deluo gods, who were an entire realm above them in power. Yet, Wu Yi and Chi displayed a remarkable composure, seemingly dismissing the threat posed by the Deluo gods. Sun Bing recognized Wu Yi and Chi-Chi's prowess, but he could not fathom how they remained so unflustered in the face of such formidable opponents. Confusion, even trepidation, enveloped him. The leader, taken aback by their demeanor, nonetheless adhered to the belief that Deluo gods could easily crush true gods, attributing their calmness to some powerful means of survival, and thus dismissed further contemplation. "Humph. It appears today shall serve as a day of vengeance for the young master and the elder," the leader proclaimed, his cold intent saturating the air with an ominous blood-red aura. These 5 had once been formidable beings at the ancestral god level, but during an ancient ascension, they encountered an unprecedented tribulation, a calamity not easily surmountable by ordinary ancestral gods. In that fateful moment, they failed to transcend, their cultivation plummeting to the Deluo realm. Were it not for the existence of formidable secret arts within their sect, they would have perished at that time, leaving no room for their current posturing. "Qinyu," Wu Yi shouted as he brandished the star-cutting blade, preparing for battle, yet he suddenly called out Qinyu's name, leaving the opposing 5 in a state of astonishment as they realized they had been deceived. How skillful in treasure hunting! The Deluo gods scoffed among themselves, belittling Wu Yi, who they assumed was merely boasting, estimating his strength to be rather low. Soon, a young figure emerged from a rift in the void, The long-lost beast of the realm, the three-tailed cat, Qin Yu. Master, Qin Yu greeted Wu Yi respectfully, then turned to face the 5 Deluo gods, boldly advancing forward, each step covering an impressive distance. With no other choice, if he were to leap 1,000 feet, he would have reached the rear of the 5 opponents in an instant. The leader sensed no hint of fear from Qin Yu, and thus did not dare to underestimate him. He focused intently on the ground, warning the other 4 Deluo gods to remain vigilant. Ultimate ice of the extreme realm. Qin Yu unleashed his comprehension of the supreme secret art. Chapter 68. Slaying 5 great Luo gods in an instant. The surrounding marshland was enveloped by an endless expanse of ice, stretching beyond sight. With a flicker, Qin Yu unleashed another of his formidable skills. In that fleeting moment, 5 shadowy duplicates erupted from his form, each possessing a significant portion of his combat prowess. The 5 avatars swiftly engaged a respective great Luo god in battle, entangling them and swiftly establishing a dominant position. How can this be? The leader gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that this divine figure emerging from the void possessed such strength, capable of withstanding the might of his great swordsmanship. If I were to grasp the ancestral techniques from the sword realm, the true essence of the sword, do you truly believe you can suppress me? The leader felt the mounting pressure and, unwilling to be belittled by the other 4 great Luo gods, sought justification for his own standing. Defeated or not, spare us the trivialities, Wu Yi interjected, fanning the flames of the leader's agitation. Unbeknownst to them, the temperature around them plummeted. Sun Bing and Xiao Dai trembled violently, their teeth chattering as they crouched down in a futile attempt to warm themselves. Wu Yi swiftly conjured a barrier of divine power, shielding them from the frigid air, and the extreme cold was instantly repelled, restoring warmth to the area, much to the relief of Sun Bing and Xiao Dai. Meanwhile, the 5 great Luo gods were adversely affected by the biting cold, their bodies gradually stiffening, their divine abilities faltering. How can this be? I am a great Luo god of the pinnacle realm, unable to withstand a mere true god. The leader was perplexed, sensing defeat as he glanced at his fellow great Luo gods, realizing they were on the brink of collapse. Retreat at once, the leader shouted, recognizing the formidable challenge they faced today. If they did not flee, they would surely meet their demise. You wish to escape? Wu Yi replied coolly, it is too late. With the star-cutting blade in hand, Wu Yi approached the leader. Qin Yu, no longer holding back, transformed his right hand into a lethal claw, seizing the leader with an iron grip, rendering him immobile. What? The leader gasped, astonished that Qin Yu still harbored strength. What could he do now? The leader's mind raced with possibilities. Wu Yi, brandishing the star-cutting blade, stood before the leader, gripping the hilt firmly, and plunged it towards the leader's heart, piercing through. The leader fell, lifeless. Boss. The remaining great Luo gods cried out in shock, completely taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Now it is your turn. Wu Yi withdrew the star-cutting blade and nonchalantly stored the body of the great Luo god into his spatial storage. In quick succession, the other 4 avatars unleashed their power, subduing the remaining great Luo gods, rendering them helpless. Wu Yi struck down one after another, piercing the hearts of these 4 great Luo gods, ensuring their total demise. As the 4 fell, Qin Yu extended his head, transforming into a colossal 3-tailed feline, akin to a divine cat prowling the realms for sustenance. He opened his maw wide, engulfing one of the great Luo gods, absorbing their divine essence, which invigorated him as nourishment. He repeated this process, devouring the remaining 3 great Luo gods, until he arrived at the body of the leader, who too became sustenance for Qin Yu. Having completed this, Qin Yu floated back to Wu Yi's side, becoming invisible once more. Wu Yi surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, guiding the ancient vessel deeper into the marsh, a realm untouched by any who dared to venture. Even the 5 great Luo gods who had sought the primordial sword intent of the North Star Sword sect had not dared to delve further. As Wu Yi and his companions ventured deeper into the marsh, on the peaks of the mountains behind them, 2 figures emerged, Qian Mu and Dugu Qiubai. How formidable! This individual possesses an insurmountable strength, transcending several major realms. Dugu Qiubai felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he had not overestimated his capabilities by attempting to hunt Wu Yi alone. Otherwise, death would have been the best outcome. At this moment, Qian Mu was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock and trepidation. Wu Yi's strength surpassed anything he had previously witnessed, reaching unfathomable depths. I suspect that even if Lord Cheng Zhengxuan dispatched those possessing secret treasures to confront Wu Yi and his companions, they would struggle to contend with them. This is fundamentally based on Qin Yu's prowess, while Wu Yi barely lifted a finger, nor did the beautiful companions by his side. Chapter 69. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Battle of the Original God, if all 3 of them were to engage. One could only speculate the astronomical number of formidable beings required to vanquish Wu Yi and his companions. At that moment, Qian Mu was engulfed in a multitude of thoughts, unsure of how to proceed. After a prolonged silence, the 2 regained their composure, yet remained uncertain about the path ahead. Qianmu hesitated, contemplating the withdrawal of the bounty on Wu Yi's head, fearing that if Wu Yi were to discover he was the one who had issued the assassination order, he would undoubtedly come to eliminate him. Du Guqiu surveyed the surroundings, finding no signs of life, and was about to depart when a glimmer caught his peripheral vision, an artifact soaring through the sky, a precious plant known as platigo. As the platigo approached Qianmu, a deity emerged from its blossom, surveying the area and inquiring, "Where is that scoundrel Wu Yi?" "He has departed," Qianmu replied, astonishment evident in his voice. He quickly added, "You must leave. You stand no chance against him. That individual is unfathomably powerful." "Is that so?" The deity, piloting the platigo, appeared skeptical, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. With no alternative, Qianmu recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing his account, the deity remained incredulous until Du Guqiu, with a look of trepidation, nodded in affirmation, compelling the deity to accept the truth. Du Guqiu was known for his arrogance and seldom acknowledged anyone, yet this time he was evidently shaken. Thus, the plan to assassinate Wu Yi would likely need to be postponed, a sentiment echoed by one of the platigo deities, who wore a grave expression. Qianmu reported the recent developments to Zhang Shuyuan, but the transmission was met with an unsettling silence, with no response forthcoming for an extended period. Meanwhile, Wu Yi and his companions delved deeper into the marsh, sailing through the air on an ancient floating vessel. As they traversed the murky expanse, they sensed an unusual energy pulsating within the swamp. "You all stay here," Wu Yi instructed, preparing to venture alone into the depths of the marsh. "I will accompany you." Chi interjected eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "No, look how filthy this marsh is. It is not suited for a lady," Wu Yi reassured her. "Be good and remain here. Await my return." "Very well," Chi conceded, unwilling to provoke Wu Yi's displeasure. "But do be cautious. Do not let the beasts take advantage of you. Do you not see my strength? How could I be bullied by mere beasts?" Wu Yi's voice echoed as he descended into the marsh's depths. As he journeyed downward, Wu Yi became aware of a powerful divine force swirling around him. Cautious of his own strength and unwilling to draw too close, ignoring the sensation, he continued his descent until, after a brief moment, he stumbled upon an enormous skeletal structure, an ancient beast from eons past, now reduced to mere bones. This skeletal remains were colossal, comparable to a mountain, measuring no less than 5 kilometers in length and towering at least 2 kilometers high. From the structure, it was evident that it belonged to an ancient dinosaur, resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex. Numerous swords, both large and small, were embedded within the bones, indicating that a master swordsman had slain this primordial beast. Within the skeletal remains, Wu Yi sensed a resonance of sword intent, as if the sword tomb itself were responding. Soon after, a scene of battle unfolded before him. An ethereal elder wielding a sword engaged in a fierce struggle against the dinosaur, exchanging blows with extraordinary sword intent, yet failing to dispatch the creature. "Today, I shall employ the Cage 9 techniques to slay you," the elder proclaimed, conjuring countless swords from his hands, which filled the air with a flurry of deadly sword projections. "Is that all you have?" The colossal Tyrannosaurus rex scoffed, unleashing a radiance of golden light that surged around it, exuding an overwhelming divine power that caused the very space around them to tremble. A multitude of swords converged, forming a powerful strike that pierced the void and descended with ferocity, embedding many swords into the Tyrannosaurus rex's body, pinning it to the ground. The beast roared in agony, its kilometer-long tail thrashing violently, sending debris and rocks flying. As their battle raged on, an immense deluge of mud descended from the heavens, enough to fill a vast river. This colossal torrent cascaded down, enveloping both the original god and the Tyrannosaurus rex in a shroud of overwhelming force, creating an ominous atmosphere as they faced this unexpected crisis. The original god sought to resolve the conflict swiftly, yet found himself in the heart of the Tyrannosaurus rex's domain, where the creature possessed the means to turn the tide against him. Chapter 70. Deep in the swamp in an instant. The fierce battle between the two parties reached a stalemate, where neither could gain the upper hand, awaiting the descent of a great mire from the heavens to entomb the two unparalleled powers. The intense force of confinement in the void ensnared the primordial spirit, while the Cage 9 techniques employed by the primordial spirit trapped the tyrant dragon, resulting in a deadlock, utterly unsolvable. Upon witnessing this vivid scene, Wu Yi inadvertently noticed the lingering ripples of divine energy approaching from the periphery. Turning around, he discovered a significantly smaller dinosaur. Of course, this was in comparison to the colossal skeleton of the tyrant dragon spanning several kilometers. "What species are you?" Wu Yi inquired, unfamiliar with the dinosaur before him. "What species?" The young dragon, clearly still in its youth, responded in a youthful tone. "Male, seemingly at the 10th level of the great Luo divine realm." "Heh, you don't recognize me? I am Naxos, a descendant of the tyrant dragon you just saw." Noticing Wu Yi's encouraging demeanor, Naxos continued, Actually, I am a descendant of the tyrant dragon named Naxos. What do you think? Cool name, right? I found it on a piece of divine armor, presumably my ancestor's name. But who cares? I think it sounds cool. So I adopted it. I hatched from a dragon egg, and I believe the incubation temperature was around 37 degrees. After Naxos rambled on for quite some time, Wu Yi finally found an opportunity to ask, "What is this divine armor you mentioned?" Wu Yi had sensed a hint of worry and tension from Naxos, leading him to believe that the divine armor might be extraordinary. The divine armor is a large piece of golden silk soft armor, ample enough to envelop my ancestor's body. I suspect it was clothing worn by my forebear. Naxos hesitated briefly before responding. "Let us go see this divine armor," Wu Yi urged, his curiosity piqued. "You want it?" "No way. That is a treasure passed down from my ancestor to me. I cannot give it to an outsider." Naxos immediately became defensive, having sensed Wu Yi's formidable strength when he had previously slipped away outside the swamp pool. He had momentarily forgotten to flee when he became engrossed in the projection of his ancestor. "I merely wish to take a look. I have no intention of seizing your belongings. I came here seeking a divine monument, something similar to this." Wu Yi summoned a divine monument nurtured within his divine furnace. Upon seeing it, Naxos quickly replied, "Deep in this swamp lies such a divine monument. I can lead you there." After descending 10,000 meters, they finally arrived. The temperature was exceedingly high, surrounded by molten earth reaching thousands of degrees. With shimmering ores occasionally flashing their brilliance, and sometimes pink, high-temperature creatures, which were the heat-resistant beings residing deep underground. There it is. Following Naxos's indication, Wu Yi beheld a massive piece of 7-colored soft armor, shimmering in 7 hues. "This is immense," Wu Yi marveled, as it was his first encounter with such a grand scale of golden silk soft armor. He had only seen similar items on television, yet none compared to this size. This piece could indeed envelop an entire entertainment complex, presumably designed to adorn the tyrant dragon ancestor. "This is the divine armor." Naxos approached, his eyes gleaming. Wu Yi grasped it, revealing the divine monument wrapped within the golden silk soft armor. It appeared that Naxos had intentionally preserved the monument. "Do you also desire this divine monument?" Wu Yi casually asked. "Not at all. I discovered this monument lying there, encased within a wooden coffin. I picked it up, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship and divine resonance. Thus I kept it." Naxos explained earnestly, "If you want it, I shall gift it to you. But you cannot touch my divine armor. It should remain as a relic of my ancestor," Naxos added. Observing the imposing figure of Naxos, Wu Yi contemplated reminding him that the divine armor's size was far too great for him to wear. However, perhaps when this dragon cultivates to a higher realm and can transform, it may indeed don it. "Very well, I only desire the divine monument. You may keep the armor," Wu Yi replied with indifference. As he stored the divine monument, he casually examined the golden silk soft armor and discovered inscriptions upon it, which he could comprehend. "Today, I have personally crafted a garment for Naxos." This was a form of pictographic writing, translating to this meaning. Wu Yi speculated that the tyrant dragon ancestor named Naxos might have been a cherished companion of a great power. Chapter 71. Even the city lord fears the might of Wu Yi emerging from the depths of the marsh. Wu Yi presented his latest achievement to Chi, a divine steel in hand, bringing his total collection to 2. With admiration shining in the eyes of Sun Bing and Xiao Dai, the group navigated their ancient vessel back to Mo City. Meanwhile, in the Lord's Palace of Mo City, Zhang Shuiyuan sat solemnly in the main hall. Recently informed by Qian Mu of Wu Yi's party's triumph over 5 formidable beings from the Beidou Sword sect, he was profoundly shaken. Since receiving this astounding news, he remained seated in the hall, ostensibly savoring tea, yet his mind was tumultuous and unfocused, grappling with how to confront Wu Yi henceforth. He had dispatched several powerful allies, equipped with the secret treasure of the Chaqian grass, to support Dugu Qiubai, yet Wu Yi's group effortlessly vanquished 5 great Luo gods. Even with the reinforcement of his own dispatched experts and the boon of the Chaqian grass, the prospect of defeating Wu Yi seemed almost unattainable. Zhang Xuan perceived Wu Yi as an extraordinarily fearsome individual, his strength unfathomable and seemingly boundless, creating an illusion of invincibility. He resolved to reassess this figure, necessitating a closer encounter. The vitality drawn from the divine steel within his lord's palace was increasingly siphoned off to Wu Yi, leaving him with less and less. Ultimately, he would find himself in opposition to Wu Yi and his companions. However, he sensed that the present moment was not opportune. He did not yet possess the assurance to eliminate them. After reaching a decision, Zhang Shuiyuan felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. He swiftly sent a message to Qian Mu. "Do not engage Wu Yi and his companions for the time being. I suspect this individual harbors concealed depths of power, perhaps beyond our current understanding." On the other end of the communication, Qian Mu's response was prompt. "I am aware. That fellow certainly surpasses mere divine mastery. Recently, he dispatched the Grand Elder of the Beidou Sword sect, a being of the 5th realm of the Luo god. Subsequently, he eliminated Feng Lin Xingxiao. followed by 5 more from the Beidou sword sect. Thus, I surmise Wu Yi must be concealing his true strength, potentially achieving the level of a Luo god. Unquestionably, Zhang Shuiyuan countered. It is evident to any discerning eye that he conceals his prowess. Moreover, I suspect his strength transcends the pinnacle of the Luo god realm, perhaps reaching the threshold of the ancestor god level, possibly even attaining mid-ancestor god status. Qian Mu, taken aback by Zhang Shuiyuan's assertion, realized his previous estimations of Wu Yi's capabilities had been far too modest. Is it truly so? Has he reached such heights? He inquired, incredulity evident in his tone. Indeed. For now, remain hidden and abandon thoughts of avenging your great nephew. Additionally, advise Dugu Qiubai to refrain from reckless actions. Wu Yi and his companions are not adversaries she can contend with, Zhang Shuiyuan cautioned. Once he concluded his communications, Zhang Shuiyuan rose and made his way to the star-picking tower. He knew Wu Yi frequented this place, often accompanied by his companion Qi. A visit to the tower might afford him the opportunity to observe Wu Yi closely and discern the truth of his capabilities. From the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, one could gaze eastward and behold a magnificent golden sacred dragon soaring through the void. This resplendent creature emanated an imposing aura, commanding reverence and awe, accompanied by an irresistible force. On the dragon's back sat Zhang Shuiyuan, his personal mount, renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities, reportedly retrieved from the dragon domain. A sanctuary of true dragons where golden-blooded sacred dragons were born, far surpassing ordinary golden dragons in might. As Zhang Shuiyuan rode the golden dragon through the skies, he arrived directly at the apex of the star-picking tower. As the city lord, his status was exalted, incomparable to that of ordinary divine beings. Even within Liemo City, he could traverse the skies at will. Attendants at the tower's summit promptly gathered to welcome Zhang Shuiyuan, forming 2 lines and greeting him with loud salutes, accompanied by the booming of drums, a signal for the arrival of esteemed guests. Soon, the tower's mistress, Meng Yi, emerged from her private quarters, accompanied by several maidens, as she rode a phoenix carriage drawn by 8 water cheilants, exuding an extraordinary presence. Welcome, City Lord. Meng Yi respectfully greeted Zhang Shuiyuan as she alighted from her carriage. Indeed, Zhang Shuiyuan nodded slightly, surveying the gathered crowd, yet failing to spot Wu Yi and his companions. Chapter 72. It was surprising that someone knew about Dugu Qiubai's intention to eliminate Wu Yi, yet it was not entirely unexpected. After all, Wu Yi was notoriously arrogant, treating everyone with an air of equality. Zhang Shuiyuan had heard numerous accounts of Wu Yi's temperament and did not anticipate encountering him or his companions upon arrival. Under the watchful gaze of the deities, Zhang Shuiyuan leaped down from the golden sacred dragon, landing atop the star-picking tower. Surrounded by attendants, he entered the main hall. Upon entering, he spotted Feng Ji and Chun Bai, the leaders of 2 minor sects, animatedly discussing something. When they noticed Zhang Shuiyuan's presence, they immediately turned their attention to him. Ah, the city lord has arrived. How rare. Feng Ji jested with a smile, rising to greet Zhang Shuiyuan. Chun Bai also stood, offering a more subdued greeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Ji casually remarked, City Lord, the security within the city has been rather precarious lately. You should bolster the city's defenses. Zhang Shuiyuan was aware of the amicable relationship between Feng Ji and Wu Yi, but he wondered about the implications of his words. Was he suggesting that Zhang Shuiyuan strengthen the city's defenses against Wu Yi? After all, it was Wu Yi who had been stirring trouble of late. Whether it was targeting individuals from the Wuling Guild's bounty list or retaliating against assassins, or dealing with the formidable experts from the Beidou sword sect seeking revenge. As Zhang Shuiyuan pondered this, Feng Ji spoke again, his tone serious. City Lord, I have heard that Dugu Qiubai has arrived in Limoqing and intends to take action against Wu Yi. He is a notorious assassin, renowned throughout the Rain Kingdom, and his strength is formidable. This is something you must manage. Zhang Shuiyuan was taken aback. The news of Dugu Qiubai's intent to kill Wu Yi was supposed to be a secret known only to himself and Qian Mu. It seemed that Feng Ji had somehow come to know of it as well. Zhang Shuiyuan furtively glanced at Chun Bai beside Feng Ji, noticing his calm demeanor, which suggested he too was privy to the information regarding Dugu Qiubai's impending assassination attempt against Wu Yi. This could potentially become common knowledge. Zhang Shuiyuan wondered if they were aware of the extent of his involvement, having provided considerable assistance to Dugu Qiubai through Qian Mu's discreet channels. Suppressing his unease and irritation, Zhang Shuiyuan forced a smile and feigned confusion. Are you worried that Wu Yi cannot contend with Dugu Qiubai? I have heard that Wu Yi's strength is extraordinary, leaving many powerful figures at a loss, lamenting their plight. With such capabilities, could any assassin possibly match him? If anything, it is the assassins who should be concerned. As for Wu Yi, I believe he poses no real threat. Furthermore, most of the recent violent incidents have been orchestrated by goddess Qi and that god Qinyu, with Wu Yi's involvement being minimal. Feng Ji, while pleased for Wu Yi, understood the implication that the city lord's residence would not intervene in the fate of the deities. City Lord, the safety of the city is the responsibility of your office. Do you intend to remain indifferent? Feng Ji's emotions surged. haunted by the memory of his tragically lost disciple. This I know well. Rest assured, I have mobilized a significant force, and these covert units will soon return to their posts, Zhang Shuyuan replied nonchalantly. Seeing the discussion winding down, the owner of Dream, Liu, approached and courteously addressed the city lord. City lord, I have recently reached a new level of understanding regarding my new song. Might I perform for you? Zhang Shuyuan nodded slightly. Very well. The owner of Dream, Liu, is renowned for her mastery of illusions, and I wish to experience it firsthand. Numerous attendants prepared, transforming the main hall into an extraordinary atmosphere, with dragon and phoenix shadows swirling overhead, vibrant colors dancing, and the ocean of divine power bubbling with life. As the performance concluded, Wu Yi and his companions ascended to the top of the star-picking tower, entering in a steady stream. Zhang Shiyuan's gaze sharpened as he sought to gauge Wu Yi's true strength, for their paths were destined to diverge. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, silently releasing divine energy towards the city lord's mansion. Before long, the stationed divine troops in the city lord's residence received the city lord's signal. A legion soared forth, riding upon the flying treasure, the Golden Pyramid, an artifact discovered in distant ruins, boasting formidable combat capabilities, able to carry an army of 100,000. Turning to Wu Yi, Zhang Shuyuan said, Wu Yi, you have been on a rampage of late, showcasing your remarkable strength, which I greatly admire. However, the protective array of Limocheng has been inexplicably attacked twice recently. The signature of these assaults points to the forces of the Fire Nation, and I fear they may strike again soon. For the safety of Limocheng, I seek your assistance in assuming the role of temporary commander of the Legion to safeguard our city. Chapter 73. A significant bloodletting is inevitable upon finishing his words. Zhang Shuyuan fixed his gaze upon Wu Yi, patiently awaiting a response. Noticing Wu Yi's calm demeanor, he added, should the deity possess sufficient strength to contend with an entire army, I shall extend an invitation for you to join the Lord's Manor as a temporary commander, protecting the city of Limuo from the impending assault of the Fire Nation. What say you? Wu Yi listened intently until Zhang Shuyuan concluded, then casually cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly, my appearance fee is rather steep. Are you certain you can afford it? Zhang Shuyuan felt a surge of joy within, maintaining an unflappable expression as he replied, why not share your terms? Very well. It seems the Lord is a man of directness. I shall speak plainly, Wu Yi continued, seemingly unconcerned about the role of temporary commander. However, I require a payment of 1 million gold coins. What do you think? 1 million gold coins for a single appearance. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, who felt Wu Yi's demands were excessively audacious. Agreed. Surprisingly, Lord Zhang Shuyuan answered without hesitation, showing no signs of reluctance. Wu Yi, taken aback, recognized that the fee demanded was indeed considerable, yet the Lord appeared unfazed by the sum. He resolved to probe further to discern the limits of Zhang Shuyuan's willingness. In addition, I have further requests, Wu Yi stated. The crowd collectively felt a wave of frustration, perceiving Wu Yi's actions as opportunistic. Zhang Shuyuan's heart raced with annoyance. Yet he understood the importance of maintaining his word and regarded Wu Yi with an expression that urged him to continue. I require 1 ton of Ningming venom. Ningming venom? Zhang Shuyuan replied, astonished. You are aware of this rare commodity from Jingxin City. Ningming venom is extracted from the bodies of the Ningming beasts, which inhabit the depths of Jingxin City, never surfacing. These creatures are formidable, with exceptional defensive capabilities and volatile temperaments. Once captured, they struggle fiercely, with only a few surviving the ordeal. If they perish during the struggle, their venom becomes ineffective, rendering it useless. Thus, this venom is exceedingly rare, and locating a living Ningming beast is an arduous task. Zhang Xuan observed Wu Yi, anticipating more demands, but when Wu Yi remained silent, he inquired, is there anything else? Seeing Zhang Shuyuan's expression, Wu Yi could not discern the limits of his resolve. He feigned hesitation, and upon noticing Zhang Shuyuan's unwavering demeanor, he lost interest and shook his head. Zhang Xuan silently exhaled, relieved, while inwardly cursing Wu Yi repeatedly. He took a sip of tea and assumed a posture indicative of a significant concession. Very well, it is settled then. To ensure our collaboration is flawless, I challenge you. Divine Lord Wu Yi, I shall dispatch a legion to engage in a friendly contest. If you can withstand their assault for the duration of a single incense stick, you shall qualify as the temporary commander. Agreed, Wu Yi replied swiftly. Zhang Shuyuan's heart leaped. He had anticipated Wu Yi would deliberate, yet the latter's immediate acceptance took him aback. The strength of an entire legion was not to be underestimated. Clearly, he had underestimated Wu Yi's prowess. The man seemed to face the prospect of opposing a legion with apparent ease, leaving Zhang Xuan in a state of astonishment. Shortly thereafter, ominous clouds gathered above the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, swirling ominously as a colossal pyramid emerged from the mists, casting a shadow over the main hall of the tower. Please, Zhang Shuyuan gestured invitingly. Wu Yi drained his cup of exquisite wine, glanced at his companion Chi-Chi, who nodded with a smile and cast a dismissive look at Zhang Shuyuan before following Wu Yi out of the main hall. Zhang Shuyuan was once again taken aback. It appeared that Wu Yi was poised to deliver yet another surprise. As powerful divine energies surged forth from the main hall, a throng of spectators eager to witness the illusionary performance gathered, drawn by the promise of a grand spectacle. They took to the skies, eager to observe a battle of legionary proportions. Soon, high above the star-picking tower, numerous divine lords assembled as a formidable pyramid army descended, exuding an aura of dominance. Bang! Zhang Shuyuan summoned a divine artifact from within, a spherical device of power, which expanded to envelop the multitude of spectators gathered below, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Chapter 74. The inability of the Great Das artifact. This extraordinary artifact, known as the Tianyuan Wooding, was uniquely bestowed upon Zhang Shuyuan by the venerable ancestor of the Zhang family. Forged from 5 divine implements, it transcends the quality of ordinary artifacts, embodying the essence of a great Tao instrument. Upon its invocation, it reverberates with celestial power, enveloping all within its grasp, rendering them utterly unable to escape its embrace. Wu Yi gazed upon it with envy. Such a great Tao instrument is a rarity across the entire Liuli Continent, truly the sovereign of divine artifacts. At that moment, within the golden pyramid of the Tianke, a million-strong army, composed of formidable deities who have attained the true God realm, sat in meditation. Together, they unleashed their divine might, channeling it into the pyramid to sustain the operation of this mystical treasure. The commander of this artifact was General Zhu Biao, one of the 10 legions of the city lord's residence. His prowess was profound, and his divine body was exceptional. But it was his extraordinary willpower that truly set him apart. To wield such a treasure of the legion, one must possess an indomitable spirit. Defeat for Wu Yi was inevitable, without question. Amongst the crowd, some whispered slanders against him, predicting his downfall. Need it be said? General Zhu Biao is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Who could withstand the might of an entire legion when he steps forth? They exclaimed, praising Zhu Biao as formidable presence. Others rallied for Wu Yi, asserting that he would easily crush Zhu Biao, for he was a powerful figure from Limo City. As tensions escalated, the spectators inside the Tianyuan Wooding began to polarize, engaging in heated exchanges, with some even resorting to physical confrontations to defend their chosen champion. Meanwhile, Wu Yi emerged from the ancient floating vessel, treading the air with an aura of invincibility, each step covering vast distances. He stretched and prepared his body, the sound of cracking bones resonating as he assumed a stance indicative of imminent combat. Zhu Biao, stationed at the forefront of the Tianke, observed Wu Yi with a bemused expression, eagerly anticipating the confrontation. At last, Wu Yi concluded his warm-up and summoned the star-cutting blade, focusing intently on his opponent. Zhu Biao glanced at Zhang Shuyuan, who gave a slight nod, prompting Zhu Biao to turn his gaze back to Wu Yi and scoff. Prepare to witness the might of the Legion's treasure. The Tianke possesses numerous secret techniques. Once unleashed, its power is unfathomable. Watch closely, lest you find yourself weeping in defeat. Wu Yi remained silent, merely observing Zhu Biao as bravado, seemingly unimpressed as he fixed his gaze upon the pyramid. Soon, the million-strong army began to channel their divine energy into the Tianke, which transformed dramatically, emitting 12 streams of energy, the pathways of divine power. In a flash, 12 deities wielding sickles materialized around the treasure, assuming a peculiar formation reminiscent of the 12 vital points in the human body, poised to unleash a terrifying hunt that would rend their prey to shreds. The army released their divine might, rapidly amplifying the attack range, soon ensnaring Wu Yi within their fold. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shadows descended, entering the energy pathways, encircling Wu Yi, their sickles rasping ominously, akin to the grinding wheels of a rice mill, intent on stripping Wu Yi of his very essence. Unfazed, Wu Yi conjured an impenetrable barrier of divine energy, deflecting all assaults effortlessly. 9-flame talisman, he declared, unleashing his first grand technique, igniting the void with a conflagration of celestial flames, capable of reducing the very stars to ashes. The inferno engulfed the front of the Tianke, enveloping Zhu Biao and a multitude of nearby deities in a wave of searing heat. What an unbearable temperature! It's scorching, many deities exclaimed, drenched in sweat as their strength waned and tempers flared. Yet, the celestial flames continued to spread, soon engulfing the entire Tianke in an inferno that tormented the legion, the oppressive heat shattering the resolve of numerous divine beings. Spirit binding eye technique. Wu Yi followed up with another demonstration of his divine power. A colossal eye materialized in the void, shimmering with a blood-golden hue. As it surveyed the battlefield, an aura of overwhelming deterrence radiated forth, seeking its quarry. Upon locking onto Zhu Biao, the fearsome power of soul binding surged forth, stirring tumultuous waves within Zhu Biao's consciousness, plunging him into chaos as his mental fortitude crumbled under the pressure. Chapter 75. Zhang Shuyuan was greatly alarmed and urgently called for a halt. How can this be so powerful? What kind of secret technique is this? Zhu Biao was taken aback, quickly focusing his mind to resist the mental attack. This distraction caused the Tianke pyramid he controlled to display signs of instability. Coupled with the surrounding Jiuyan Lu, the ceaseless flames of countless stars scorched the land, thoroughly incinerating the entire Shadow Legion. Those divine beings under the mental assault were entirely unable to unleash their full strength, failing to mount the most effective resistance, and were being seared by the extreme flames, with many already in disarray. Now was the moment. Wu Yi gripped the star-cutting blade, standing in midair, his figure expanding as the blade followed suit, resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce on its prey, ready to sever the Tianke pyramid. With a resounding whoosh, the star-cutting blade loomed above, Wu Yi grasping the hilt. He swung downwards with a merciless intent, exuding an overwhelming aura of divinity, the essence of unparalleled power surging from above and below. This is bad. Zhang Shuiyuan sensed the impending doom. He did not wish for his treasured artifact to be cleaved in twain. He immediately flew forward, positioning himself beside Wu Yi, and shouted, "That's enough. Divine Lord Wu Yi, please halt." Wu Yi did not immediately ease his strength, turning to Zhang Shuiyuan with uncertainty. "Is this sufficient? Do I not need to strike down to test its effectiveness?" "Do not. Please stop now," Zhang Shuiyuan hastily reiterated. "But I have yet to complete a full cycle of the attack. I have not struck down even once, and it feels unfinished, somewhat uncomfortable," Wu Yi replied candidly. Zhang Shuiyuan was taken aback, not anticipating Wu Yi's seriousness. He quickly moderated his tone. "That's enough, really. If you strike down with that blade, my treasured artifact will be destroyed. Please, halt at once." Zhang Shuiyuan's mind raced, and he suddenly recalled Wu Yi's earlier request for the Ningming poison liquid. He promptly added, "The Ningming poison liquid has arrived. Divine Lord may partake of it now." Wu Yi acknowledged with a gleam of joy in his heart. This exquisite poison possessed remarkable properties for refining willpower, a rare find indeed. He swiftly sheathed his blade, his form returning to its normal size, and with a flicker, he appeared before Zhang Shuiyuan. "Where is it?" Zhang Shuiyuan, without other options, summoned his divine power, and soon, a large blue-black vat floated up, racing toward them. Passing through the Tianyuan 5 tripods, the vat arrived before Wu Yi, who immediately sensed the overwhelming and destructive essence of the Ningming poison liquid. Indeed, it was authentic. "Thank you." Wu Yi stored it in his spatial storage and returned to the floating ancient vessel. "Let us depart." In the astonished and respectful gazes of the onlookers, Wu Yi and his companions left, attracting the attention of countless young women, many elder divine beings feeling an impulse to offer themselves, and several older men envying the prospect of taking Wu Yi as their master. This battle had established Wu Yi's renown and dominance, solidifying his reputation and prestige, while simultaneously exposing the frailty of the city Lord's Legion. Zhang Xian watched Wu Yi depart, gritting his teeth in frustration, increasingly wary of this individual's strength. Yet feeling powerless, for the protective formations of Li Mo City still relied on Wu Yi's prowess. It seemed that eliminating this individual in the short term was improbable. He needed him. Of course, he could confidently eliminate Wu Yi overtly, given his 10 legions, but such actions would undoubtedly destabilize the morale of Li Mo City's citizens. If news spread that the city lord's estate turned against its own people, who would wish to remain in the city. This time, Sun Bing and Xiao Dai also gained a renewed understanding of Wu Yi. They had been aboard the floating ancient vessel, witnessing clearly that Wu Yi's strength far exceeded their estimations of Qi and Qinyu. They did not accompany Wu Yi in his departure, after all. They were employees of the Zhaixing Tower. Their break time had concluded, and they were obliged to return to their duties. Upon entering the kitchen of the Zhaixing Tower, they quickly drew the attention of many, with numerous former colleagues gathering around, inquiring with curiosity. Many aware that Sun Bing and Xiao Dai had a good relationship with Qi. However, more were uninformed, but after this encounter, the previously oblivious now recognized the connection between Sun Bing and Wu Yi. "Xiao Dai, I never expected you to sit alongside Divine Lord Wu Yi. Traveling together on the floating ancient vessel, you seem quite familiar with each other." Other maidservants inquired warmly, their eyes filled with admiration. In the kitchen, a similar scene unfolded, as many assisting divine beings gravitated towards Sun Bing, eager to forge closer ties. For knowing a powerful divine being significantly reduced their own probabilities of demise. Feng Ji and Chun Bai also witnessed Wu Yi's astounding display of strength in its entirety, equally shocked, realizing that Wu Yi's might far surpass their initial estimations. Chapter 76. The decision to act at this moment. Feng Ji glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Wu Yi, a paragon of justice, stood resolutely against tyranny, protecting the weak and upholding righteousness. With Wu Yi in Li Mo City, the instances of injustice would surely diminish, and a wave of fairness would inevitably follow. Though it might arrive belatedly, it would undoubtedly come in due course. Chun Bai, lost in thought, gazed intently in the direction where Wu Yi and his companions had departed, his eyes lingering long after their figures had vanished. Deep within his gaze, there seemed to flicker an emotion, subtle yet perceptible. Finally, as Wu Yi's silhouette faded entirely, Chunbai withdrew his gaze and remarked coolly, "They are gone." Feng Ji turned to observe the already departed Chunbai, rendered speechless. This fellow always wore a nonchalant demeanor, provoking a desire to provoke him. Yet, that was simply his nature, and what could he do about it? Sighing, he resolved to return to Qing Yin Gate. 1 month later, in the evening, 100 kilometers from the city walls of Liemo, beneath an abandoned temple, a mass of white flames flickered gently, exuding a profound and rich aura. It was Yin Luo, the notorious antagonist of the Fire Nation, who had long remained in the shadows. Before Yin Luo stood the Red Ling, who had come to assist, alongside the undying Taoist. The two conspired with Yin Luo, carefully isolating their plans from the outside world, gathering all their energies within the circle of flames. Tonight, we shall act. Capture all the core array masters in Liemo City and subject them to rigorous interrogation to extract the secrets of the protective formations. Ensuring we ascertain the location of the formation's core, Yin Luo declared, his voice imbued with authority. Are we certain about tonight? Red Ling inquired. According to our investigations, there are 30 array masters in Liemo City, most of whom possess divine-level prowess. Capturing them shouldn't be too challenging. However, my informants have revealed that 2 array masters are currently absent from the city, having ventured outside to seek rare treasures, and may return late. Will that hinder our plans? Red Ling pressed. Not at all. A few days ago, I clandestinely contacted Du Guqiu Bai, who has been vigilantly monitoring the movements outside the city, particularly those of the departing array masters, Yin Luo replied, exuding an air of calm assurance as if all was under his command. As they conversed, a communication talisman beside them began to flicker, its light fluctuating. Yin Luo activated it, invoking a divine power signal. A melodious female voice emanated from the talisman. Yin Luo. The 2 array masters who were outside the city have returned. We can proceed. Excellent. Yin Luo responded coolly. Red Ling gazed at Yin Luo with a hint of skepticism. Du Guqiu Bai is a notorious assassin. Can her word truly be trusted? I have my doubts. It is absolutely trustworthy. I have just established a collaboration with Du Guqiu Bai. She assists me in monitoring the movements of the array masters outside the city, and in return, I compensate her with a substantial sum of gold. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, Yin Luo reassured her. The conversation chiefly involved Red Ling and Yin Luo deliberating further precautions, while the undying Taoist remained a silent observer. Once their plans were finalized, the 3 departed, cloaking their forms as they stealthily made their way back to Liemo City. At the stroke of midnight, the clandestine forces already positioned within Liemo City swiftly assembled into 30 small groups, each led by a respective leader, making their way toward the residences of the 30 array masters. This time, Yin Luo directly engaged in the operation to ensure its success. He felt it imperative to take matters into his own hands. The following morning, one of the 7 Red Shadows entered the Lord's mansion to report urgent military developments. Lord, we have grave news. Last night, all our core array masters vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of their whereabouts. Vanished? Zheng Shuyuan exclaimed, staring at one of the 7 leaders concealed within the Red Shadows. Are you certain they are all missing? Indeed, all are missing. None remain, the leader replied respectfully. Zheng Shuyuan furrowed his brow. The disappearance of 30 array masters could only be the work of the Fire Nation, which likely sought to uncover the array formations of Liemo City and break through using the knowledge of the masters. The array masters possessed divine-level strength, with some being exceedingly rare divine bodies and others equipped with secret treasures for protection. Yet, even so, they had been effortlessly captured by the forces of the Fire Nation, without a single one escaping. It seemed that the enemies dispatched by the Fire Nation were formidable and not to be underestimated. Zheng Shuyuan felt the situation was becoming increasingly precarious and turned to the leader of the Red Shadows. Return and mobilize our personnel to search for the whereabouts of the missing array masters. We must act swiftly. Yes, the leader of the 7 Red Shadows responded immediately. Zheng Shuyuan quickly mobilized 2 military regiments within the city to scour for the array masters' whereabouts, while simultaneously summoning the heads of all major gold and silver mines in the city to convene at the Lord's mansion. Chapter 77. Who captured the 30 masters of array formation? Qian Mu received a message from the city lord, which left him in a quandary. He had been in hiding, wary of being discovered and killed by Wu Yi. However, the tone of the city lord was exceedingly firm. If he did not reveal himself soon, it was likely that the ownership of the Lushan gold mine would change hands. Reluctantly, he donned his flame cloak, disguised himself as an elderly woman, and with a cane in hand, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, ensuring there were no flaws that might attract attention. Satisfied, he cautiously ventured out toward the city lord's mansion. Upon arriving, Qian Mu found that the other mine owners had already gathered, all anxiously awaiting the city lord's decision. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, akin to that of individuals awaiting punishment. At last, City Lord Zheng Shuyuan emerged from the secret chamber on the upper floor and swiftly made his way to the council hall. The crowd rose in respect, greeting him warmly, though some inquired about the matter at hand. Zhang Shuiyuan did not respond immediately, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. Once the tension in the room began to ease, he spoke slowly. Last night, 30 masters of array formation vanished from Limo City, their whereabouts unknown. Initial suspicions point to agents from the Fire Kingdom. A murmur of concern rippled through the assembly. Such a grave matter. To capture 30 masters at once indicates formidable enemy strength. We may be at a severe disadvantage. One mine owner voiced his apprehension. Could it be the work of Yin Luo? A gold mine owner ventured, noting that the individual had been missing for several epochs and could very well re-emerge with such a grand gesture. Indeed, that individual has such proclivities. It might indeed be his doing, many mine owners agreed. Zhang Shuiyuan analyzed. We cannot dismiss this possibility. However, Yin Luo has been a solitary operator for epochs. This incident does not align with his usual modus operandi. Perhaps there is another involved. He continued, moreover. Reports from the Legion commander indicated that remnants of fragrant flowers were found at the homes of the missing masters. These flowers possess divine properties related to the 5 elements thunder. Isn't that the renowned technique of the undying Taoist? Could it truly be his doing? A mine owner couldn't help but speculate, disbelief etched across his face. There exists that possibility, but the undying Taoist was recently within the borders of the Fire Kingdom. How could he have arrived in Limo City so swiftly? It seems improbable that he would take an interest in our territory, another suggested, presenting evidence that perhaps the undying Taoist was not involved, and that the enemy might be someone else entirely. After some deliberation, the assembly found themselves fixated on the undying Taoist and Yin Luo, though some speculated that it could be Hong Ling's doing, as there were eyewitnesses who claimed to have seen serpent folk. While it was true that serpent folk belonged to the Fire Kingdom, they were not solely from the Shifeng family. Other families also descended from serpent lineages. After lengthy discussion, they remained unable to pinpoint the enemy's identity. Zhang Shuiyuan called for silence and proclaimed, the primary reason for gathering you here is to discuss the minting of currency. The atmosphere within and outside Limo City is tense, and numerous signs indicate that the Fire Kingdom has dispatched increasing forces into our city. To maintain order, I have decided to intensify the currency collection efforts. Upon hearing this, many mine owners' expressions soured. Zhang Shuiyuan had already increased the currency collection twice within the past year. Further augmentation would mean diminishing profits for the mine owners. City Lord, this may not be prudent. Our expenditures this year have been substantial. If this continues, one mine owner began to voice his discontent. However, before he could finish, Zhang Shuiyuan shot him a frigid glare and coldly retorted, if you find it burdensome, perhaps you should let others take over. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension. No, that is not the case. As long as the City Lord requires it, we can indeed increase our currency output and return more coins to you without issue. Many quickly shifted their stance, expressing their willingness. Seeing the majority acquiescing, Zhang Shuiyuan allowed a satisfied expression to surface. He turned to Qianmu, aware that he had been closely associated with Dugu Qiubai of late, and inquired with a smile, Qianmu, during this period, remain vigilant in monitoring Dugu Qiubai's movements. Ensure this formidable assassin does not depart from Limo City. Qianmu, bewildered by the directive, finally asked, City Lord, do you wish for me to surveil Dugu Qiubai's whereabouts? Indeed, Zhang Shuiyuan nodded slightly. Limo City is on the brink of chaos. I sense that the deity dispatched by the Fire Kingdom possesses immense strength. Should we find ourselves unable to withstand it, we must seek assistance from the god of Wuyi. His strength is, as you all know, unfathomable. Chapter 78. Another night of joy. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Shuiyuan finally articulated his intentions. Dugu Qiubai has declared his intent to eliminate the god of Martial One. In order to unite with the god of Martial One, we must eliminate his potential adversaries to demonstrate our loyalty, thereby facilitating a closer alliance with him. Qianmu immediately comprehended the implication, yet he realized that such actions would leave him isolated once more. Without the restraint imposed by Dugu Qiubai, it would become significantly easier for the god of Martial One to target him. Nevertheless, the Lord's directive was not to be disregarded. Ultimately, Qianmu had no choice but to align himself with the Lord, resolving to remain more discreet in the future. Understood, my lord, Qianmu replied with alacrity, before promptly reporting Dugu Qiubai's latest concealed location. When shall we proceed? He inquired, making a gesture across his throat. Patience. When the opportune moment arises, I shall notify you. Zhang Shuiyuan responded, visibly pleased with Qianmu's demeanor. He offered a slight nod and a hearty pat on Qianmu's shoulder, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Well done, young man. You've performed admirably. Turning to the other mine owners, Zhang Shuiyuan proclaimed, this time, I shall not increase the tribute from Qianmu's Lushan gold mine. It will maintain its previous contribution level. Many mine owners immediately cast envious glances at Qianmu, showering him with congratulations. Qianmu, understanding the sentiment, respectfully flattered the Lord, attributing all success to his wise guidance. Thus, aside from Qianmu's Lushan gold mine, the remaining mine owners were compelled to augment their monetary contributions. Zhang Shuyuan intended to utilize these funds to fortify the defenses of Limo City and to increase the hiring of divine beings fleeing from various nations. Meanwhile, Wu Yi and Qi Qi had spent a languorous night together, rising late into the day. As the sun reached its zenith, they finally emerged. Wu Yi gazed at Qi Qi's exposed back, her skin radiant and translucent, as pure as freshly fallen snow. The delicate touch elicited an urge within him to recline alongside her once more. What is it? Qi Qi playfully chided, slightly displeased. Is one night of revelry not sufficient? Do you wish to continue? How brazen, she added, swiftly rising and fastening her sheer garment, securing the buttons as she turned away, concealing her alabaster skin within the fabric. You shan't gaze upon me, she declared with a teasing pout, quickly descending from the bed to don her cherished lavender shoes. Once more, Wu Yi's heart raced at the sight of Qi Qi's delicate back, and he instinctively reached out toward her chest. Master, the god of Feng Ji has arrived. At that moment, Wu Yi received a telepathic message from Qin Yu. His hand halted mid-motion, a hint of frustration flickering within him as he responded to Qin Yu's message. Understood. Turning back to Qi Qi's exquisite back, he chuckled. For today, I shall spare you. Come nightfall, however, I shall rectify this. Before long, Qi Qi had adorned herself and accompanied Wu Yi to the reception hall of Yonghao Mansion. Upon encountering Feng Ji, Wu Yi was taken aback by his visibly anxious demeanor. He was fidgeting incessantly, as if he were facing a grave predicament. What troubles you? You appear utterly disconcerted, Wu Yi inquired, perplexed. Alas, my esteemed friends, the array masters, have gone missing. I visited several colleagues, only to discover that these divine beings vanished overnight, and their families remain oblivious, Feng Ji exclaimed, his complexion pale. Such a development. Wu Yi recognized the gravity of the situation. The ability to abduct all the array masters in a single night indicated a formidable adversary. Which array masters did you visit? Wu Yi pressed for clarity. I learned from my colleagues that shortly after midnight, a dozen array masters disappeared. Less than an hour later, another dozen vanished. Bringing the total to 30 missing array masters thus far, Feng Ji recounted, reflecting on the details. 30 array masters gone. Wu Yi was astounded. This figure exceeded his expectations. The capacity to stealthily abduct 30 array masters in a single night suggested premeditation and remarkable strength, far surpassing that of ordinary true gods, Wu Yi concluded. Chapter 79. Acquiring the latest intelligence, Kiki was taken aback upon hearing the news. Utilizing her spiritual awareness to remotely probe the Five Ridges Guild, she sought to uncover some clues and discovered that the information regarding the disappearance of the array master required a staggering sum of 1,000 gold coins. Such an exorbitant price startled her. She promptly relayed her findings to Wu Yi and Feng Ji. Has it increased again? Feng Ji exclaimed in astonishment. I passed by the Five Ridges Guild not long ago and purchased related information for merely 50 gold coins. How could it have surged 20-fold in such a brief span? It appeared that the case of the missing array master had become the focal point of concern in the entire Limo City, Wu Yi deduced. Feng Ji felt a heavy weight in his heart, anxious as he gazed at Wu Yi, and said gravely, among those missing array masters, 7 are my friends. They have also been captured, residing in the southern, northern, and eastern parts of the city. The enemy must exert considerable effort to apprehend them all. Furthermore, I live in the eastern district, close to my friend who has been taken. Yet, the hidden enemy did not capture me. I suspect it is because they fear your power, brother Wu Yi, and refrained from taking me as well. Otherwise, Feng Ji elaborated. Wu Yi acknowledged the validity of Feng Ji's analysis and remarked, since my arrival in Limo City several years ago, I have indeed crossed paths with various factions. However, it seems that only the North Star Sword sect belongs to the Fire Kingdom. Yet, the North Star Sword sect should not harbor ill will towards the array masters. The only plausible adversary is the Fire Kingdom's officials. Perhaps they gleaned information about me from the North Star Sword sect, realizing you are my friend, and chose not to capture you, instead targeting your friends. Feng Ji nodded in agreement. Feng Ji turned to Kiki, expressing deep concern with a serious tone. You just mentioned that acquiring intelligence requires 1,000 gold coins. I have decided to purchase it, yet I cannot probe so far with my spiritual awareness. I implore you, Divine Kiki, to make the purchase on my behalf, and I shall provide you with the gold. Done. Kiki quickly procured the information without burdening Feng Ji with expenses, asserting, we can afford this amount ourselves. That will not do. This matter pertains to me. I cannot let you bear the cost. I must cover these gold coins myself. As he spoke, Feng Ji retrieved 1,000 gold coins from his storage space and handed them to Kiki. Wu Yi examined the lead and confirmed that the entity behind it was indeed affiliated with the Fire Kingdom's officials. However, the specifics remained elusive, as the Five Ridges Guild explained that a particularly formidable causal severance technique had been employed, rendering them unable to trace the culprit. The intelligence concluded with additional explanatory information. The Five Ridges Guild possessed exclusive tracking methods and would soon utilize them to identify the mastermind. It appears I must personally pay a visit, Wu Yi declared, preparing to head to the Five Ridges Guild. Upon hearing this, Feng Ji harbored unsettling suspicions, fearing that the long-missing Yen Luo might have returned to Liemo City. If that were the case, his fellow friends would likely be beyond saving. Wu, this situation has arisen because of me. You should not involve yourself, Feng Ji said, his tone filled with sorrow and resignation. Wu was taken aback by Feng Ji's words, turning in surprise. I fear that the mastermind may be an exceptionally formidable character from the Fire Kingdom. One you cannot contend with, lest you fall into peril, Feng Ji added. I appreciate your concern, but I must face what lies ahead alone, Feng Ji concluded, casting one last glance at Wu Yi and Kiki before soaring into the sky. Feng Ji, no one in Liemo City can harm me. You need not worry about that, Wu Yi called out, watching Feng Ji's retreating figure. Yet, Feng Ji continued onward, flying eastward. Wu Yi, what shall we do next? Kiki sensed the gravity of the situation, apprehensive that mishandling it could lead to the demise of numerous divine beings. Let us head to the City Lord's manor, Wu Yi replied, his expression icy. Given the severity of the situation in Liemo City, the City Lord's manor bore responsibility and must provide the citizens with an explanation. They made their way toward the City Lord's manor. After leaving Yonghao Manor, Feng Ji returned to the Tiangang sect. Previously, he had been informed by the disciples that the sect master was absent and had not returned since the night before. The disciples were unaware of the sect master's whereabouts. Recently, the sect master had been elusive, leaving the disciples perplexed. Feng Ji felt a sense of frustration, aware that Chunbai would likely disregard his plight. As the man had always been so nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to everything, even life itself. He recalled a time when Chunbai was not like this. The former sect master of Tiangang had not been particularly warm or righteous, but at least he had exhibited some semblance of humanity. Chapter 80. How Chunbai has changed so much over the past 5 epochs. This individual has remained enigmatic. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck Feng Ji as he recalled every encounter with Chunbai throughout these epochs. He realized that Chunbai's transformation was indeed profound, rendering him unrecognizable compared to the person he once knew. Could it be that he had fallen under the coercion of some powerful force, or perhaps been poisoned, leading to this drastic change in temperament? Alternatively, at that moment, Feng Ji entertained numerous thoughts, yet lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate any of them. He cast a few glances at the Tiangang sect, shaking his head in resignation, and resolved to seek his fortune at the Star-Gathering Tower. Upon arriving at the main hall of the tower, he still did not find Chunbai. A maid approached, inquiring if he was searching for Chunbai. Mentioning that he was in the side hall, Feng Ji's eyes brightened as he hurried towards the hall where Chunbai was located. Upon encountering Chunbai, he discovered him leisurely sipping an exquisite brew, a special concoction from the Star-Gathering Tower, reserved for its most valued patrons. You seem quite relaxed, hiding here to indulge, Feng Ji remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, observing Chunbai surrounded by attendants and illusionists performing in the side hall. His tone then grew serious. A significant incident has transpired in Liemo City. 30 masters of formations have vanished overnight without a trace. I suspect it is the work of powerful figures sent by the Fire Nation. Is that so? Chunbai responded with his usual indifference. No wonder I sensed something amiss while walking through the city earlier. Feng Ji anticipated this reaction, feeling a mix of exasperation and anger. Do you not care about Liemo City, the place where you have lived for countless epochs? Why should I concern myself with it? As long as no one poses a threat to me, Chunbai replied, maintaining his calm demeanor, indifferent to the plight of others. Chunbai, you have changed. I remember you were not always like this. You used to at least show concern for the lives of the common folk, a semblance of compassion for the vulnerable. Yet now, you seem devoid of even that. Feng Ji sighed, feeling helpless. Is that so? Chunbai casually retorted, continuing to savor the special brew. Observing Chunbai's nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to either the world or Liemo City, Feng Ji took a sip of the brew before departing the Star-Gathering Tower, intent on locating his friend. Returning to Qin Yen Gate, Feng Ji entered his secret chamber, where he had developed a causal array. Utilizing the paths of causality he had gleaned, he sought to uncover the possible whereabouts of his adversaries. Previously, he had attempted to deduce his own causal connections, but yielded little result, likely due to a lack of recent encounters with hidden enemies. However, having just met with Chunbai, who mentioned sensing an odd atmosphere while wandering in Liemo City that morning, Feng Ji thought perhaps he could glean some clues through Chunbai's causal paths. He activated the causal array once more, using himself as a medium, and conducted 2 tracking attempts. Through the connection between himself and Chunbai, he ventured into the second tier of causality, seeking the potential masterminds behind the abductions of the formation masters. Suddenly, the once stable array reacted. The peculiar symbols representing causal paths within the formation began to shift. These symbols floated out from the array's core, directly heading towards Chunbai's location. This indicated that the individual with a clear causal link to him was indeed Chunbai, and that he was the mastermind behind the capture of the formation masters. How can this be? How is this even possible? Feng Ji exclaimed, utterly bewildered, questioning whether his causal path array had malfunctioned or contained flaws. Yet, The results of his deductions remained unchanged. He inspected the causal array he had constructed multiple times and found no errors, confirming that the mastermind behind the abductions was indeed Chun Bai, the leader of the Tiangang sect. Wait a moment, the leader of the Tiangang sect was not like this before. Such a marked change had only manifested in the past few epochs. Could it be that the Chun Bai he once knew was no longer the same person? Feng Ji pondered deeply, tracing Chun Bai's transformation back further, at least over 10 epochs, when he had already begun to diverge from the familiar figure. However, the most pronounced alterations had occurred in the last 5 epochs. Was it possible that the leader of the Tiangang sect had been replaced, no longer the Chun Bai he once recognized? Or was it that Chun Bai, under the threat of dark forces, had undergone a drastic personality shift? Perhaps the Chun Bai he once knew had perished many epochs ago, even replaced by an imposter. The more Feng Ji contemplated, the more unsettling his thoughts became. The present Chun Bai felt increasingly alien to him. It seemed imperative to ascertain the truth. He still held confidence in the accuracy of his causal path array, but to ensure complete certainty, he needed to verify matters personally. Chapter 81. As if preparing for a final farewell, picking up the communication order, Feng Ji instructed, "Uncle Shan, please come in. I have matters to discuss with you." Feng Ji was concerned that he might not have the opportunity to relay the truth back to the Qingyan sect and expose the true mastermind behind the capture of the Formation Master. Although he was reluctant to take risks, he could not ignore the disappearance of his friend. Moreover, many families of his fellow formation practitioners had been apprehended, likely in an attempt to decipher the layout of the city defense formation of Liuli City and to uncover the locations of all the formation nodes. If that were the case, the perpetrator would inevitably come after him, leaving his own family in peril. It was better to identify the mastermind first. Soon, a white-bearded elder flew in, his demeanor solemn. He approached Feng Ji respectfully and inquired, "Sect Master, is there anything I can assist you with? I have told you countless times not to refer to yourself as an old servant, yet you persist," Feng Ji chided. Though he wasted no time and continued with his instructions. "I need to step out for a while. Remember what I am about to say? If I have not returned within 3 days, disband the Qingyan sect. Inform all disciples that those who wish to leave may do so, and those who wish to stay may remain. Observe whether anyone volunteers. Furthermore, gather all the funds the sect has accumulated over the ages and distribute them among the disciples, rewarding them according to their contributions and efforts. Lastly, if I do not return, you should also depart. Do not seek revenge for me, nor mourn my absence. Go to Yonghao Mansion and inform Lord Wu Yishan that I have stored the remaining wealth and my instructions at the Wooling Guild. If I do not come back, you must seek out Lord Wu Yishan. Remember, he is a good man and will look after you to the best of his abilities, but do not overburden him." Listening to Feng Ji's words, Uncle Shan felt as though he were hearing a final will, his heart growing heavier with each passing moment. Once Feng Ji finished speaking, Uncle Shan interjected, "Sect Master, what is it that you intend to do? Are you heading to a perilous place? Do not inquire further. After I leave, follow my instructions. Have you understood?" Feng Ji gazed at Uncle Shan with lingering affection and concern. "I shall remember, Master." Uncle Shan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, understanding that the sect master must be facing an extremely dangerous situation, or he would not behave this way. Once the matters were settled, Feng Ji departed from the Qingyan sect. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, a menacing message arrived from the mastermind, demanding that the city lord surrender the defense formation diagram of Liuli City. Naturally, Zhang Xuan could not acquiesce to such a demand. Shortly thereafter, a divine being dropped a large package from the skies. A divine soldier retrieved it and opened it, revealing 3 severed heads and their corresponding headless corpses, belonging to 3 of the 30 captured formation masters. One was Feng Ji's close friend, tragically fallen. Inside the package was also a communication order. Zhang Xuan extracted it and initiated contact, quickly connecting with a cold voice from the other end. "Zhang Xuan, surrender the defense formation diagram of Liuli City, or I will kill 10 more formation masters. You have 2 hours to comply, or..." The voice trailed off abruptly as the communication was severed. Zhang Xuan's face hardened, his chest heaving with tension. If this matter reached the higher-ups, the officials of Yu country would undoubtedly hold him accountable. And perhaps even the Zhang family would replace him as the city lord of Liuli City. At that point, he would lose his power, becoming a target for blame, and would quickly fall from grace. He could not allow the situation to deteriorate further, yet he could not surrender the city defense formation either. At that moment, the leader of the Red Shadow 7 hurried in, respectfully reporting to Zhang Xin, "City Lord, we have traced the mastermind to a location by the border river, but we have been unable to pinpoint it due to the vast mountain ranges." Useless. Zhang Xuan erupted in anger, ordering him to leave. The member of the Red Shadow 7 fled in a panic, relieved to escape with his life. Not long after, 10 severed heads fell from the sky, landing at the city lord's mansion along with their corresponding corpses. Zhang Xuan, furious, felt utterly humiliated, manipulated by the mastermind. Yet he found himself powerless to change the course of events. At this point, Zhang Xuan could only dread the worst. whether any of the 30 captured formation masters had succumbed to torture and revealed information regarding the defense formation of Liamo City. It seemed he could only prepare for the most dire outcome. Chapter 82. Testing the true self in person should the defensive formation of Limoching be compromised. The Fire Nation would undoubtedly mobilize its entire strength to assault Limoching. This city stands as the foremost line of defense for the Rain Country, and it is of utmost significance. If Limoching were to fall, the nation's protective array would serve as the second line of interception. It is imperative to swiftly organize 10 legions, ensuring they are battle-ready without delay. However, if the defense map of Limoching is revealed, the enemy could easily inflict substantial damage, resulting in the demise of numerous deities and suffering for countless citizens. It is essential to notify Wu Yi at once. Otherwise, if he is absent from the city, finding him would prove difficult. Moreover, one must prepare for the possibility that he may be reluctant to cooperate. The last gift of a ton of enmity poison was evidently insufficient. Therefore, it is crucial to eliminate Dugu Qiubai swiftly, as he is privy to secrets that must remain undisclosed to Wu Yi, at least for the time being. He sent a message to Qianmu, instructing him to remain vigilant and report Dugu Qiubai's precise location at all times. Meanwhile, Feng Ji returned to the star-picking tower, surprised to find Chun Bai still present. Having not returned to the Tiangang sect, Chun Bai, have you truly spent an entire day and night here without going back? Feng Ji inquired, astonished and bracing himself for the worst. Indeed, I have remained, Chun Bai replied casually. Are you not concerned about the Tiangang sect? Is this not somewhat excessive? Feng Ji pressed, his tone colder, laced with reproach. Chun Bai, taken aback, scrutinized Feng Ji, sensing an unusual shift in the deity's demeanor. What do you mean by that? He responded, his own tone growing icy. Surely my sect is not within your purview to manage. It seems that it is not for me to oversee. Feng Ji retorted with a smile. Yet, it appears that it is equally not within your jurisdiction, is it? A flicker of confusion crossed Chun Bai's features as he gazed at Feng Ji. What do you imply? In that moment, Chun Bai became wary, suspecting Feng Ji might have uncovered some truth, for it was inconceivable that he would seek him out repeatedly and display such a demeanor, which deviated from his usual gentleness. What do I imply? Feng Ji echoed, a chill in his voice. Should I address you as Chun Bai, or shall I refer to you as a certain deity? Instantly, Chun Bai realized his facade had been shattered. Despite believing his disguise to be flawless, he had been exposed. With no time to ponder, his heart of life swiftly retreated, leaving only his physical form at the table, continuing to drink heartily. Indeed, there was something amiss. Feng Ji had now conclusively determined that this Chun Bai was not the original from the Tiangang sect. He was no longer the sect leader. Brother Feng Ji, your words today are rather peculiar. The physical form of Chun Bai remained composed, sipping his fine brew, seemingly unfazed. Peculiar? If you had no guilt, why then would you flee? Feng Ji continued. Chun Bai recognized that he had been completely exposed, his heart racing at the realization that his concealment techniques, perfected to a high degree, had been seen through. Since you are already aware, I shall no longer pretend. The voice of Chun Bai echoed from outside the side hall, as if traversing an endless void. Assuming the guise of Chun Bai is rather exhausting, Feng Ji demanded, who are you truly, and why did you kill Chun Bai? Who am I? A distant voice reverberated from beyond the side hall. Do you not know? Feng Ji, I am indeed curious about how you discovered my identity. Can you enlighten me on how I was exposed? I believed I had concealed myself exceptionally well. It should have been impossible to reveal my true self. Chun Bai's voice returned, now imbued with an even greater chill. This individual was not a master of formations and could not comprehend their intricacies. Otherwise, he would not realize that all interactions leave traces of cause and effect. As long as there exists a connection, one can utilize specific methods to unmask the puppeteer behind the scenes. Although Feng Ji had seen through the imposter, he still did not know the true identity of this individual. He stepped forward, employing the entirety of his learning. Fragmentation symbol. Feng Ji bellowed, a golden talisman erupting from his being. This was his self-created apocalyptic spell, possessing the power of extraordinary explosive potential, capable of quintupled combat strength. Instantly, Feng Ji's aura surged, divine power igniting, his blood boiling. The golden talisman transformed into myriad threads, enveloping him entirely, forming an unparalleled weapon of destruction. Super divine forbidden spell, one fist shattering the heavens. Feng Ji unleashed his utmost power, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear before the imposter of Chun Bai, delivering a punch imbued with apocalyptic force. The imposter of Chun Bai was taken aback, unprepared for such a display of strength from Feng Ji. Instinctively, he raised his hand to counter, his palms swelling instantaneously, resembling a colossal divine hand, completely encapsulating Feng Ji's golden fist. Chapter 83. The fall of Feng Ji. Chun Bai's golden fist wind transformed into a vast expanse of white flames, engulfing his very being as he ascended beyond the realm of true gods, reaching the exalted level of Great Luo. You are Yen Luo. In this moment of revelation, Feng Ji finally comprehended that the one masquerading as the sect leader of Tian Gang was none other than Yen Luo, who had vanished for countless epochs. This truth was one Feng Ji had never anticipated. Now that you know my identity, there is no need for you to continue living. Perish. Yen Luo concealed all divine power within the white flames, along with his own primordial spirit. Instantly, the white fire surged in intensity, completely enveloping Feng Ji. As a ring of flames nullified Feng Ji's supreme killing move, dissolving even the might of his earth-shattering punch into nothingness. Feng Ji felt his corporeal form being consumed, his very heart of life igniting and turning to ash in an instant. So powerful. In his final moments, Feng Ji was taken aback by the enemy's strength. Although a sense of unwillingness lingered, he ultimately confirmed the identity of his foe. His family would likely be safe now. He communicated telepathically to Uncle Shan. Uncle Shan, I have identified the mastermind behind the capture of the Formation Master from Liemo City. It is the long-lost Yen Luo, who has been hiding in Liemo City under the guise of the Tian Gang sect leader for several epochs. Please convey this message to Divine Lord Wu Yi, and also inform the city lord's residents and the Five Ridge Guild. At that moment, Uncle Shan, stationed at Qingyan Gate, received the message from the communication talisman, grasping the truth of the situation. However, before he could revel in the revelation, the talisman symbolizing Feng Ji's life flickered out, marking the complete extinguishment of Feng Ji's essence. He was dead. Lord of the Gate. Uncle Shan's heart ached as he called out, but alas, Feng Ji could no longer hear him. Without delay, Uncle Shan hurriedly grasped Feng Ji's letter and made his way to the residence of Wu Yi. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber atop the star-gathering tower, Lord Meng had learned of Chun Bai's true identity and the demise of Feng Ji. A tinge of sorrow washed over her. Among the divine beings she had grown familiar with over the epochs, Feng Ji's fall weighed heavily on her heart. The revelation that Chun Bai was an impersonation of Yen Luo sent a chill down her spine, for Yen Luo was the most formidable assassin lurking within the Rain Kingdom, possessing immense strength. Before long, the news of Chun Bai's true identity spread widely throughout Liemo City, while tales of Yen Luo's return to the divine realm circulated fervently. At that moment, 1,000 meters beneath the temple, located 100 kilometers outside Liemo City, Hong Ling and the Undying Taoist were collaborating with Yen Luo, continuously receiving his directives via communication talismans. However, the failure to acquire the city's defensive formation map, coupled with the exposure of their mastermind, left Hong Ling and the Undying Taoist at a loss for words, even incensed. Particularly the Undying Taoist, who had long disdained Yen Luo's aloof demeanor, now found himself even less inclined to regard him with respect. What shall we do now, Ancestor Yen Luo? Hong Ling inquired through the talisman. Eliminate them all. Leave no one behind. Unexpectedly, Yen Luo's voice resonated directly in Hong Ling's ear, rather than through the talisman. Yen Luo's speed was astounding. He had already arrived at the temple's depths. Shortly thereafter, several large bags were dropped from above the city lord's residence, containing the severed heads of over 20 formation masters. Along with their corresponding corpses, none were spared. Yen Luo. Zhang Xuan gazed upon the nearly complete carnage of Liemo City's formation masters, his voice cold as ice, brimming with unrestrained murderous intent. Now, as long as the enemy launched a brute force assault on Liemo City's grand formation, should the formation falter, they would be able to breach the city. Although the enemy would suffer considerable losses, they lacked sufficient formation masters to repair the defenses. Eventually, the grand formation would be compromised. City Lord, what should we do? A battalion commander urgently sought guidance. A great battle is inevitable. You must remain vigilant against enemy ambushes on the formation, Zhang Xuan replied gravely. From this moment forth, 10 battalions will take turns guarding several city gates. Should the enemy attempt a surprise attack, engage them at once. After arranging the battle plans, Zhang Xuan notified Qian Mu to mobilize personnel to assassinate the legendary Du Guqiu Bai and to retrieve his corpse, a grand tribute intended for Wu Yi. This would serve as Zhang Shuiyuan's gesture of goodwill towards Wu Yi. Not long after, Wu Yi learned of Feng Ji's demise, astonished beyond measure, struggling to believe it until Uncle Shan presented Feng Ji's handwritten letter. Only then was Wu Yi compelled to accept the grim reality. A profound shock seized Wu Yi's heart, and sorrow enveloped him. Feng Ji had been the first divine being he had connected with in Liemo City, a true friend. Chapter 84. Consolation for the wife and daughter of Feng Ji. Yet now, this dear friend has fallen, and vengeance must be exacted, regardless of the strength of the adversary. I must ensure his demise, subjected to 1,000 tortures until his very soul is obliterated, never to be reborn. Master, shall I go forth and slay Yen Luo to avenge the divine Lord Feng Ji? Qin Yu revealed himself, his emotions tumultuous. Chi rarely witnessed Wu Yi's anger, but today she did, understanding that he was deeply grieved. Despite his seemingly calm demeanor, he cared profoundly for his friends, especially those with whom he shared a bond. Wu Yi, do not be sorrowful. The paramount task at hand is to avenge brother Feng Ji, to utterly eliminate that scoundrel Yen Luo. Chi stepped forward to comfort Wu Yi, her delicate hand resting on his chest, gently caressing. Let us proceed to annihilate that fiend Yin Luo. Wu Yi reigned in his fury and sadness. Can you ascertain Yin Luo's location? I have sensed his aura before, if he is not too distant. I can approximate his whereabouts, Qin Yu replied respectfully. That is splendid. Let us move, Wu Yi commanded. Yin Luo had slain Feng Ji at the star-picking tower, and it seemed he might still linger in the vicinity of Mo City, a place teeming with billions of inhabitants, where he could evade the military's pursuit most effectively. Wu Yi reasoned. Soon, they arrived at the star-picking tower, but Qin Yu could not detect Yin Luo's presence. It appears he has fled Mo City. Qin Yu expressed his disappointment. How exceedingly cautious. Wu Yi's countenance darkened, his murderous intent palpable. They sped onward to Qin Yin Gate, where a multitude of disciples were departing, each seeking their own paths. Many recognized Wu Yi and approached him, urging him to avenge their master. Wu Yi, resolute, declared, fellow disciples of Qin Yin Gate, I assure you today that I will seek vengeance for our master Feng Ji. You may rest assured. However, do not entertain notions of avenging Feng Ji yourselves, for your strength is insufficient to confront the enemy. To act rashly would only lead to needless demise. It would be far wiser to diligently hone your skills, enhancing your strength, so that when you are sufficiently powerful, you may seek retribution against Yin Luo's progeny. At that time, your strength will bring you closer to vengeance, and you shall not perish in vain. The Divine Lord speaks wisely. The disciples of Qin Yin Gate chorused, complying with Wu Yi's command and departing. Some, however, wished to remain within Qin Yin Gate to mourn their master, longing for one last glimpse of their home and to pay their respects. Subsequently, Wu Yi visited Feng Ji's household, a place he had frequented before. Upon seeing Feng Ji's wife, he discovered that she was his only spouse, with no concubines, and she had a daughter not yet 3 years old. Madam, I implore you to find solace. The divine cannot be resurrected. Wu Yi spoke softly, offering comfort to Feng Ji's wife. That fool Feng Ji was so naive. Why didn't he just flee instead of seeking death? What a simpleton. Feng Ji's wife lamented, tears streaming down her face, her grief palpable. In truth, I bear some blame. Feng Ji must have worried about my confrontation with Yin Luo and sought to ascertain the identity of that scoundrel Chun Bai, which ultimately led to this tragedy. Wu Yi admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. No, how could one lay blame upon the Divine Lord? The true villain is that rascal Yin Luo, who unnecessarily provoked those masters of formations. Feng Ji's wife sobbed, her 3-year-old daughter weeping alongside her, attempting to wipe her mother's tears in a display of innocence. Mother, do not cry. When I grow up, I will avenge Daddy and slay all his foes. Do not weep, or I shall be unable to stop, Wu Wu. The little girl wept in her mother's embrace, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching sorrow. After bidding farewell to Feng Ji's mother and daughter, Wu Yi proceeded to the Wuling Guild, retrieving the belongings Feng Ji had left there: 50 million gold coins, 90 million silver coins, various cultivation materials, and a magical bracelet. Upon examining the bracelet with his divine sense, he discovered it contained numerous rare cultivation materials and several scrolls of formations understood by Feng Ji, filling hundreds of cubic meters. It seemed these treasures were intended for his 3-year-old daughter, but it was not appropriate to bestow them upon her just yet. They must wait until she matured. Wu Yi initially intended to give the remaining materials to Feng Ji's wife, but the wise lady declined, stating that they could not accept them currently. With the impending war between the Rain Nation and the Fire Nation, many assassins coveted wealth and cultivation materials. Possessing such treasures would undoubtedly shorten their lives. While she herself was unafraid of death, her daughter was still young, merely 3 years old. She could not allow her daughter to bear the consequences. Chapter 85. The possible demise of Dugu Qiubai in truth. Wu Yi had intended to wait until the other party agreed to accept the items before appealing to reason and emotion, but it seemed that such measures were unnecessary now. Rest assured, my lady, I shall return all these belongings to you when you require them, Wu Yi assured Feng Ji's wife. Initially, Feng Ji had planned for Uncle Shan to depart alone, as he had offended Yin Luo. Having Uncle Shan accompany him might bring about repercussions. However, Uncle Shan chose to remain, stating he would look after the master's wife and daughter. Subsequently, the owner of the Wuling Guild, Chun Jiao, arrived as well. Being a good friend of Feng Ji, he felt compelled to attend to his friend's affairs. He intended to leverage the influence and formidable position of his Chun family in the imperial lineage of Xiangangju to escort Feng Ji's wife and daughter there, allowing them to cultivate their strength. Naturally, Wu Yi was filled with heartfelt congratulations at this prospect. Following this, Wu Yi and his companions scoured the vicinity of Limu City in search of Yin Luo's whereabouts, but it was as if he had vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind. The duo of Hong Ling and the undying Taoist, who had stealthily approached Limu City, also concealed themselves, seemingly departing alongside Yin Luo. Meanwhile, the city lord's residence was under strict surveillance. Zhang Xuyan deduced that Yin Luo and his group were plotting in secrecy. As the 10 military legions stationed at the city gates remained vigilant, unwilling to let their guard down for a moment. 5 days later, Qianmu deceived Dugu Qiubai, claiming that Dugu Qiubai had rendered assistance to the city lord, who was exceedingly pleased and wished to reward him privately. Qianmu urged Dugu Qiubai to accompany him to a dilapidated temple outside Limu City, where the city lord would personally meet him. Dugu Qiubai felt a tinge of apprehension, aware that he was a notorious assassin wanted by the Rain Kingdom. However, meeting at a location outside the city posed no significant risk. As long as the city's defenses did not suppress him, escaping would be a trivial matter given his skills. As they traversed the outskirts of Limu City, they soon arrived at a dense forest atop a steep mountain path, thick with thorns and occasionally disturbed by the flurry of feral birds and beasts, which seemed intent on endangering their lives. Yet, just as these creatures were about to launch themselves at the two deities, strange spider silk emerged from the woods, ensnaring the beasts and preventing them from causing harm to Qianmu and Dugu Qiubai. What lies hidden within? Dugu Qiubai discerned a clue and inquired of Qianmu, who stood beside him. Fear not. Those are merely the Red Shadow Legion raised by the city lord. Qianmu responded without trepidation, whistling towards the source of the spider silk. At the sound of his whistle, a commotion arose from that direction, the forest quivering as thorns parted to reveal a large spider crawling toward them. This spider was peculiar, possessing a single large, blood-red eye that evoked a sense of dread. It emitted a shrill sound towards Qianmu, seemingly greeting him. Shortly thereafter, a smaller blood-red eye, adorned with tentacles, floated over from the distance, appearing to have shrunk several dozen times in size. This diminutive orb approached Qianmu, emanating a string of unusual runes that radiated a unique aura, as if conveying some form of information. Qianmu recited the corresponding incantation, and the floating runes began to shift, rearranging into a comprehensible message that materialized before him. Meanwhile, the tentacled blood-red eye climbed onto the large spider, traversing its leg to reach its back, eventually positioning itself near the giant spider's head. The two blood-red eyes exchanged glances, seemingly in communication, before the smaller eye sought an entrance into the larger one, eventually penetrating the pupil and entering its interior. Dugu Qiubai stood in stunned silence, astonished that the tentacled eye had merged with the giant spider's eye, as if the smaller orb were a parasite of the larger spider. Have you seen enough? Suddenly, a voice emanated from within the giant spider, as if speaking directly to Dugu Qiubai. Who speaks? Dugu Qiubai exclaimed, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, scanning his surroundings for any sign of life. Do not search, for it is I who addresses you. The voice echoed again from the depths of the large spider. Dugu Qiubai confirmed that the earlier utterance had indeed originated from the creature before him, as the spider's mouth had moved slightly. Chapter 86. Deception at the Temple. Is it you speaking? Dugu Qiubai exclaimed, astonished. Only then did he realize that the enormous spider might very well be a beast with awakened intelligence. Immediately, he became vigilant, prepared to counterattack at any moment. Do not be alarmed. We are allies, the spider unexpectedly responded. Worry not. That fellow can be regarded as a person rather than a beast. At this moment, Qianmu spoke soothingly to Dugu Qiubai and affectionately patted the spider's head a few times. The scene before him expanded Dugu Qiubai's understanding further, prompting him to tentatively inquire, is this a divine being in the form of a spider, or rather, a spider that has become host to a human soul? One could say that this spider is a member of the Crimson Shadow Legion, an underground force nurtured by the city lord. Their primary responsibility is to monitor new entrants to Limu City. Qianmu elucidated, but after a few words, he ceased to elaborate. Understanding that Qianmu preferred to keep certain matters undisclosed, Dugu Qiubai continued to press for answers. Qianmu stored away the illuminated symbols he had conjured and murmured. The city lord mentioned that we should wait for him at the temple atop the mountain. He has been delayed by other matters, but he will arrive shortly. Dugu Qiubai had already noticed the temple situated not far away on the mountaintop. Acknowledging the situation, he began to sit cross-legged and meditate. Meanwhile, Qianmu surveyed the surroundings, ultimately selecting a spot and gradually moving away from Dugu Qiubai, seemingly venturing deeper into the distant woods. Glancing at Qianmu, Dugu Qiubai paid him little mind, assuming he merely sought a private moment. However, after a while, as Qianmu failed to return, a sense of curiosity arose within her. She glanced in the direction he had departed, only to find no sign of him. Could it be that he had not gone for a brief respite, but rather succumbed to an upset stomach? In that instant, Dugu Qiubai considered this possibility, recalling that she too occasionally suffered from similar ailments. Yet, a sudden shift in the atmosphere surrounded her, a subtle tension that seemed to grow imperceptibly, easily overlooked if one was not attentive. Danger? Dugu Qiubai refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe the unfolding changes around her. Suddenly, she noticed a shift in the shadow at her feet, cast by the distant woods, reflecting the sunlight filtering through the trees. The shadow was moving, and its speed appeared abnormal, markedly faster than the usual sway of tree shadows. Something felt amiss. Dugu Qiubai recognized the discrepancy, abandoning her meditative posture and rising to stand alertly, scanning her surroundings. To her shock, she discovered a peculiar grass growing not far from the temple, a plant known as plantago, which was rapidly expanding, its presence increasingly dense and heavy, exuding a palpable aura of tension and foreboding, hinting at concealed malice. This was an intent to kill, an ambush. The realization struck Donggu Xiubai with sudden clarity. Peril loomed nearby. She turned her gaze again, attempting to locate Qianmu. But disappointment washed over her as she found him still absent. It appeared that Qianmu was up to no good, harboring intentions against her. Qianmu, what is the meaning of this? Donggu Xiubai declared coldly, dismissing him as a threat, for his cultivation was nothing more than that of a true god, hardly formidable. Forgive me, my dear beauty, but the city lord fears you may divulge crucial information, and thus, I must eliminate you, came Qianmu's voice from deep within the thicket. Divulge crucial information? Donggu Xiubai pondered, perplexed. Originally, your desire to slay Wu Yi and seize his star-cutting blade is your own affair, and I would not interfere. However, your recent collaboration with the city lord and your knowledge of his intentions towards Wu Yi constitute a significant secret that must not reach Wu Yi, that scoundrel. Particularly with a formidable enemy lurking beyond Limu City, it is imperative that Wu Yi remains unaware. The city lord still hopes to recruit him to fend off external threats. Should Wu Yi learn of the city lord's past intentions to eliminate him, he would undoubtedly oppose the city lord, forsaking any chance of safeguarding against outside incursions. Therefore, you must die. Only the dead are incapable of leaking secrets. Upon hearing Qianmu's explanation, Donggu Xiubai comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet she merely chuckled nonchalantly. Do you truly believe that with your meager strength, you can contend with me? Such delusions of grandeur are laughable. You have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. Unexpectedly, a foreign male voice echoed from atop the mountain. Chapter 87. The boundless cleave of the 10 directions. The plant known as platago, which had previously caught the eye, underwent a remarkable transformation. It grew rapidly, blossoming into flower buds that expanded swiftly, revealing the delicate stamens within, where shadows of figures began to materialize. The platago had grown to an immense size, resembling a colossal tree, with flowers as large as small boats, from which divine beings emerged, suggesting they had long resided within. To his astonishment, Donggu Xiubai recognized this extraordinary platago as a rare treasure. Moments ago, he had encountered it. At that instant, a divine figure emerged from one of the flower buds, gracefully descending before Donggu Xiubai. This was a man with flowing white hair, meticulously styled into a ponytail, exuding an ethereal elegance. Soon after, several other divine beings floated down from the remaining buds, each possessing an extraordinary presence and formidable power. Once all the divine beings had assembled, Donggu Xiubai discerned that they formed a coalition, with a large character in clerical script floating before each of them, spelling out boundless cleave of the 10 directions. With a disdainful smile, Donggu Xiubai scoffed at the coalition, his laughter resonating with a sense of indomitable arrogance. Suddenly, a striking woman, with an air of superiority, incited the fury of the boundless cleave coalition. In a simultaneous burst of motion, 5 figures surrounded Donggu Xiubai, one even positioning itself directly beside him, forming a cross-shaped configuration. Donggu Xiubai merely smirked and summoned his trusty steed, the fire bee. Instantly, a massive fire bee appeared in the void, with Donggu Xiubai perched upon its back, casting a cold gaze upon the nearest member of the coalition before unleashing a chilling breath. The frigid air rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire mountainous region and transforming it into an expansive sea of fog. Countless flora and fauna succumbed to the cold, rendered unconscious, while many plants wilted under the harsh frost. What a terrifying chill, one divine being thought, feeling a lingering dread, relieved to have narrowly escaped the icy fate. Don't let her escape, shouted the leader of the Boundless Cleave Coalition. At that moment, the leader bellowed, summoning the combined might of the 5, a formidable strike born from their shared understanding of life and death. Almost simultaneously, the 5 divine beings, wielding sharp swords, soared through the air, swiftly positioning themselves above Donggu Xiubai. They aimed their blades downward, while 4 others descended from various directions, converging to create an intense binding force that ensnared Donggu Xiubai in their midst, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Meanwhile, one divine figure hovered above, sword in hand, diving headfirst with remarkable speed to join the fray. The 5 swords fell in unison, generating a terrifying onslaught that surrounded Donggu Xiubai, leaving him trapped. However, Donggu Xiubai appeared unfazed, letting out a soft snort as the cold air he exhaled rapidly rebounded, contracting the encirclement to envelop the approaching divine beings. The mist morphed once more, crystallizing into an extreme cold, shrouding the 5 in an icy grip that sent shivers through their bodies. This is a powerful technique of extreme cold, the leader of the Boundless Cleave noted, yet he seemed unperturbed. Reverse cross cleave, he shouted, prompting the 5 to pivot simultaneously, brandishing their swords in a dance that conjured a fierce wind, forming a tornado that surged outward, banishing the icy rain from their encirclement. Let me show you this technique, Donggu Xiubai thought, sensing the strength of his adversaries while knowing he still had hidden cards to play. The expelled ice quickly coalesced, shrinking into blocks that surrounded Bai, creating an impenetrable barrier that thwarted all attacks. Not only was he shielded from all sides, but the swirling blocks also encircled him above and below, forming an absolute defense through the intertwining of two grand formations. For a moment, the Boundless Cleave Coalition found themselves at a standstill. Despite their combined strength exceeding that of Bai, they could not breach his formidable defenses. Second, the leader barked. Understanding the command, the second member promptly summoned his secret treasure, a large bowl that ascended into the heavens, then cascaded downwards, unleashing a torrent of flames that resembled a fiery rain from the galaxy, descending mercilessly with a destructive aura. This treasure possessed a powerful counteractive effect. Instantly, the endless blocks of ice began to melt under the fiery onslaught, transforming into a dense steam that dissipated into the void. Bai was taken aback, having not anticipated such a countermeasure from his opponents. He realized the need to adopt a more serious demeanor. Chapter 88. The poisonous insect divine body in the icy sea of toxins. The formidable Bai let out a thunderous roar, causing the countless swirling vapors to rapidly converge, enveloping the entirety of the cross infinity / formation once more. At this moment, the pure water, which had transformed into mist, suddenly became infused with an extreme venom. This was the second effect of Bai's treasured pure water, which not only could alter its form, but also refine an unparalleled poison. Once inhaled, even a powerful deity at the pinnacle of their strength would meet their demise in the desolate northwestern wilderness. Beware, hold your breath, and concentrate. The leader of the cross infinity / sensed the impending danger and exclaimed in alarm. The 5 members wielding sharp swords promptly retreated, employing their internal breathing techniques to shield themselves from the toxic fumes. Seeing that he could not swiftly subdue Bai, the leader immediately unleashed his trump card. He released a viscous nectar from the plant known as the plantain lily, saturating the battlefield with an abundance of honey, rendering Bai's toxic gas ineffective. The venom was completely absorbed by the sugary liquid, losing its lethal potency. Such a troublesome foe, Bai felt a weight in his heart. This type of treasure typically possessed formidable area of effect capabilities and should not be underestimated. He resolved to escape. Bai quickly retracted the endless toxic gas, drawing it into his body, while countless droplets of pure water dispersed throughout, entering a state of dormancy. Let me show you this technique. He decided to utilize the ultimate escape method, swiftly disintegrating his form into myriad poisonous insects and fire bees. This secret technique, gleaned from his flying mount, allowed him to realize the divine body he had created, the poisonous insect divine body. In an instant, countless fire bees scattered, each seeking refuge, while simultaneously, his mount shrank in size, blending in with the swarm of poisonous insects, preparing to make its escape. Thinking of fleeing? The leader of the cross infinity / scoffed. Too late. The fragrant aroma of the plantain lily wafted through the air, emanating from numerous flower buds, a natural allure provided by the plant-based treasure, which served to lure enemies effectively. Immediately, the multitude of fire bee insects was drawn to the floral scent, converging upon the buds, including the now diminutive mount, which returned alongside another fire bee insect, the true form of Bai. Oh my dear. Bai felt a surge of anger, helplessly watching as his true form approached the flower buds, ensnared by the unique effect of the plantain lily treasure. Even with rational resistance, it proved futile. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai. Why not turn the tables and allow the enemy to capture him entirely? After all, they could not kill him. So be it. In the blink of an eye, the alluring fragrance released by the plantain lily drew all the fire bee insects back, including Bai's true form. Soon after, all the insect bodies congregated, subsequently ensnared by the sticky substance emitted by the plantain lily, suffocating them due to lack of oxygen. Finally dealt with. The leader of the cross infinity / sighed in relief. Qianmu arrived belatedly and gazed at the fallen Bai, now a mere insect body, feeling a pang of regret. Such beauty, lost so tragically. That's not right. To his astonishment, the leader of the cross infinity / exclaimed. Her heart of life has not extinguished. She still lives. The group began to search, yet they could not locate the heart of Bai's life. They quickly employed their divine senses to scan the area, but within a radius of several dozen kilometers, they sensed nothing. Nothing. Qianmu utilized his divine senses, yielding no results. It seems that the heart of Bai's life is not within her divine body. The leader of the cross infinity / remarked with a hint of frustration. What a powerful means of self-preservation. What should we do now? Qianmu felt overwhelmed, glancing at the deceased fire bee mount. At least it isn't a total loss, he said with resignation. We'll have to take Bai's true form and this mount back for a report. The group began to clean the battlefield, collecting Bai's insect body and the fire bee mount into their storage space, and commanded the plantain lily treasure to depart from the city of Limo. Soon after, Qianmu returned to Limo City with Duga Qiu Bai's true form and the fire beam mount. Zhang Shuyan looked upon the deceased Duga Qiu Bai and her mount with satisfaction, patting Qianmu on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. Well done, young man. Chapter 89. Qianmu was harshly kicked, yet he managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears and awkwardly remarked, City Lord, Dugu Qiu Bai is still alive. What? Zhang Shuyan was taken aback, puzzled by the implication. Qianmu then recounted the events in broad strokes. Enraged, Zhang Shuyan lifted a foot and struck Qianmu in the abdomen, sending him hurtling several hundred kilometers. The path of Qianmu's flight wreaked havoc, demolishing countless palaces and leaving a trail of shattered remnants in his wake. In the next instant, Zhang Shuyan vanished from sight, reappearing beside Qianmu. He seized Qianmu by the collar, his fury palpable as he exclaimed, "Are you truly this foolish? Allowing Duga Qiu Bai to escape alive only exposes my scheme. Do you wish to die?" Qianmu, still reeling from the shock, was acutely aware of the tremendous force behind that kick, which had nearly sent him to meet his demise. It won't happen. Duga Qiu Bai didn't disclose your plans to Wu Yi. He hasn't had the chance. Qianmu hastily defended himself. Before he could finish, Zhang Shuyan bellowed, "Imbecile. Dugu Qiu Bai has now fled and will undoubtedly align with our adversaries, soon revealing our intentions to Wu Yi. Wu Yi will certainly become aware of our desire to eliminate him." Zhang Shuyan's chest heaved with visible anger as he released Qianmu's collar, regretting his partnership with someone so evidently lacking in intellect. Terrified, Qianmu dared not move a muscle, recognizing that the city lord could extinguish his life as easily as one would crush an ant. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Shuyan exhaled in resignation and said, "Enough. Dwelling on this is futile. Our immediate task is to swiftly deliver Dugu Qiu Bai's remains and the fire beast steed. At the very least, to demonstrate my sincerity." Qianmu's eyes brightened. The city lord had shifted the topic. There was hope. Eagerly, he began to flatter, "City lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. I shall deliver Dugu Qiu Bai's remains and the fire beast steed to that scoundrel Wu Yi at once." "Come back." To Qianmu's dismay, Zhang Shuyan shouted again, looking at him with exasperation. "Are you truly this dim-witted? Have you forgotten the last time you offended Wu Yi? Do you think he has forgotten you? You intend to personally deliver his head?" Truly, Qianmu was once more shocked, breaking into a cold sweat as he felt a wave of embarrassment and even shame for his actions, unable to refrain from slapping himself several times. Fortunately, a bit of self-flagellation to demonstrate his remorse to the city lord was better than facing execution. Qianmu felt a sense of satisfaction with his cleverness. At least he was not beyond redemption. "Prepare yourself. We are going to Yonghao Manor." Zhang Shuyan instructed his guards outside, casting a stern glance at Qianmu. Qianmu, frightened, remained silent, waiting like an obedient grandson, his head bowed, genuinely worried that Zhang Shuyan might strike him dead with a single blow. At this moment, within the borders of the Fire Nation, atop a great spiritual vein near the Boundary River, stood an ancient sect, the Big Dipper Sword Sect. At the highest peak of the Big Dipper Sword Sect, amidst ancestral lands, high-voltage lightning swirled above, a portent of the impending divine tribulation. Soon, the divine calamity would descend. At that moment, an ancestral god of the Big Dipper Sword Sect lay within a coffin, preparing to undergo the tribulation's tempering. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, the ancestral god's vitality would wane, and his lifespan would draw to a close. At this juncture, he could only rest within the coffin, sent by his kin to the ancestral forest to absorb the ancient ancestor's corpse energy, transforming it into a fraction of divine power to sustain the ancestral god's existence. To survive the divine tribulation, there were numerous methods available to the mighty ancestral gods, each distinct, but for the historically rich Big Dipper Sword Sect, the best approach was undoubtedly to immerse oneself in the ancestral forest. This forest was the resting place for many ancestors, whose ceaseless corpse energy would nourish the ancestral god, allowing for the maximal absorption of divine power lingering in the void, combined with the divine power refined from corpse energy to significantly extend one's lifespan. This particular ancestral god of the Big Dipper Sword Sect had awaited this day for several centuries, lying in the coffin much like a living corpse, anticipating the arrival of the divine tribulation. Outside the ancestral forest, a throng of clansmen had gathered, divided into 9 distinct factions. Although they belonged to the same clan, they had branched into 9 separate lineages. Among them was a faction belonging to the direct descendants of this ancestral god, who had been waiting here for several years. Unfortunately, the most significant figure among these descendants had perished, compelling them to seek the ancestral god's return to avenge their fallen noble kin. This fallen noble was none other than the young master of the Big Dipper Sword Sect, slain by Wu Yi that day. His lineage was that of the current sect master. Regrettably, although the sect master wielded immense power and considerable strength, not long ago, 5 powerful beings sent to Limo City to seek vengeance on Wu Yi had inexplicably perished, and it was Wu Yi and his associates who had delivered their demise. Chapter 90. Is the ancestor god about to successfully transcend the divine tribulation? This prospect weighed heavily on the sovereign's mind, casting a shadow over his once unyielding spirit. The fervor for vengeance on behalf of his own flesh and blood began to wane, for in the realm of divine cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Today, the sovereign had personally arrived, awaiting the ancestor god's successful transcendence of the tribulation. Should he succeed, the ancestor god would emerge to vanquish the wretch known as Wui. No, it was not merely the ancestor god. Upon successfully overcoming the tribulation, he would ascend to the rank of a primordial deity, at which point he would be referred to as the primordial overlord. At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously, lightning crackled, and the heavens darkened with tumultuous clouds. Yet, from the east, a radiant purple glow began to emerge, heralding auspicious tidings and signaling the ancestor god's impending success. "Hasten, the purple glow shines forth," cried a clan member, brimming with excitement. Indeed, the appearance of the purple radiance foretold the ancestor god's imminent triumph, a sentiment echoed by the throngs of clan members. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the sky, striking the vicinity above the ancestral grounds, drawing closer to the initial point of thunderous commotion. "Quickly, open the ancestor god's coffin," the sovereign urgently commanded his disciples. "Yes, sovereign," responded the 12 disciples, darting forth with remarkable speed toward the sacred grove. They aimed to unlock the coffin of the great perfected ancestor before the next bolt of lightning descended. The coffin was secured with a total of 81 nails, symbolizing the need to endure 81 tribulations, a sacred practice recorded in the distant reaches of the blue planet in the Milky Way. It was said that Sun Wukong accompanied Tang Sung on their westward journey precisely by overcoming 81 trials, ultimately achieving transcendence. The 12 disciples drew forth their divine artifacts and, harnessing their celestial power, began to remove the nails one by one. They needed to depart before the next heavenly tribulation, for with their current capabilities, they could not withstand the divine calamity meant for a perfected ancestor god. Even a supreme being at the pinnacle of the Tao would be powerless against it, merely witnessing their own demise. After a tense period of labor, the 12 disciples finally extracted the last nail just as the divine tribulation loomed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck without warning, landing squarely upon the perfected ancestor god. As the lightning coursed through him, a portion was inexplicably drawn away, flowing into one of the departing disciples. In the blinding brilliance of the lightning, it appeared as though someone collapsed silently, without a sound. Following the flash, a charred scent wafted through the air, prompting one of the returning disciples to cry out, "Bear!" Soon, the other disciples turned back, realizing that one of their own had not retreated in time. They rushed toward the ancestor god's coffin, yet it was too late. The disciple named Bear had already been struck by the lightning. Even a fraction of its might was beyond his capacity to endure. The sovereign sighed silently, mourning the loss of another disciple and the toll it took on the sect. "Return swiftly. Do not approach any closer. This divine tribulation is unlike any before. We must exercise utmost caution," he urged, watching as they hurried back. Within moments, several disciples reappeared, carrying the charred form of Bear, who had been stripped of all vitality. Just then, a second bolt of lightning fell, aimed at the heel of the last disciple. This time, it came without a sound, entirely unforeseen. The disciple felt a tremor beneath his feet and leaped forward just in time to evade the strike. The onlookers witnessed yet another harrowing moment, yet this time, fortune favored the brave, as the disciple narrowly escaped with his life. From that moment on, no one dared approach the ancestor god's coffin. They remained at a distance, spectating the unfolding tribulation. After enduring 49 strikes of divine calamity, an acrid scent began to emanate from the coffin, faint yet unmistakable. The sovereign, sensing the gravity of the moment, sent a mental message to the ancestor god. "Ancestor god, how fare you? Can you withstand this tempest?" After a brief pause, silence reigned from within the coffin, igniting a sense of foreboding within the sovereign. He contemplated risking a closer inspection, only to be forcibly restrained by his wife, who admonished him fiercely. "Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 91. The flames of war blaze continuously. After a brief pause, the master of the sect felt an intense anxiety, fearing that the ancestral deity might perish, as this was the only ancestral deity of their lineage, a loss that could not be tolerated. Finally, after a tense minute, the ancestral deity within the coffin stirred, the sound of an arm brushing against the coffin lid echoing in the silence. Crack! Divine thunder struck once more, followed by a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel, plunging directly into the coffin. The once palpable presence of the ancestral deity faded again, silencing even its echoes. Would it not withstand the onslaught this time? There were still over 20 trials ahead. The sect master broke into a cold sweat for the ancestral deity, yearning to summon the ancestral ground formation to counter the divine tribulation, thus alleviating the burden on the deity. However, such interference was strictly forbidden. Any external disruption would double the intensity of the next divine trial, or even more. Thus, The divine tribulations within the ancestral ground of the Northern Dipper Sword sect surged one after another, each wave more intense than the last, threatening to uproot the entire ancestral forest. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers east of Limuo City, a vast assembly of divine lords was gathering, all from the Fire Nation. Having received the attack orders issued by Yanluo, crossing the boundary river en masse. By the riverbank outside Limuo City, numerous divine lords lay fallen, ambushed while hunting demon beasts, most of whom were local divine lords from the Rain Nation, having been annihilated in an instant by the Fire Nation's divine lords. The conflict between the Rain Nation and the Fire Nation was long-standing, escalating with each passing year, resulting in increasing casualties, with even high-ranking deities sometimes falling, let alone ordinary true gods. Yanluo collected the fallen Rain Nation divine lords, placing them in his storage space for future use. However, not all the divine lords by the riverbank were eliminated. Many managed to escape, certain to inform the Rain Nation's defensive cities of Yanluo's impending assault. Hongling, you shall lead the first legion to attack the Lingluo Gate, Yanluo commanded. Understood, Ancestor Yanluo, Hongling replied respectfully. Bushi Daoist, you shall lead the second legion to assault the Iyuan Gate, Yanluo continued. Very well, Bushi Daoist responded nonchalantly. As for myself, I shall proceed to the Yongding Gate, the most heavily guarded location of Limuo City. I must personally breach a path to allow our million-strong army to enter. Having spoken, Yanluo's flickering white flames surged forth, leading 3 legions of the Fire Nation, each aboard their respective flying artifacts, towards 3 major gates at the Limuo City border, all aligned along the riverbank, a distance not too far apart. Before long, Hongling's first legion arrived at the Lingluo Gate, where the defending forces were somewhat weaker. Manned by the 3rd Legion of the Rain Nation, led by the formidable Min Gao, a deity of the 4th realm, reputed for possessing remarkable earth-evading artifacts. Swiftly, the defenders of the Lingluo Gate detected the arrival of the Fire Nation's divine lords, hastily sounding the war drums, smoke billowing from the beacon towers, the tense atmosphere of battle enveloping the entire army. Upon hearing the drums, the citizens of Limuo City trembled, many of whom were enjoying an illusionary performance at the star-picking tower. Suddenly alert, they rushed to the tower's pinnacle to assess the situation. Not good. Smoke signals are rising from the Lingluo Gate. A great battle is about to commence, a divine lord exclaimed, having spotted the smoke emanating from the Lingluo Gate. It appears the Fire Nation is upon us. These fiends could not contain their impatience, striking at this critical moment. Another divine lord, having just emerged from a fierce battle, was still recovering. At that moment, Zheng Shuyuan was at Yonghao Mansion, bearing an abundance of gifts, intending to invite Wu Yi to take up the position of the border army commander. Wu Yi, the city lord has arrived, a sentinel announced as they entered Yonghao Mansion to relay the news. Wu Yi was taken aback. The timing was rather opportune. Approaching the entrance, he was astonished to find the city lord laden with gifts, including millennium fruit, 10,000-year ice flowers, 9,000-year heart of the core dragon fruit, and exquisite refining materials such as the scales of the essence dragon, enough to fill several floors. City lord, what is the meaning of this? Surely, you are not presenting all these to me. Wu Yi inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, all of these are for the divine lord. Zheng Xuan replied with a warm smile, his sincerity evident. These rare treasures were gifted to me by various friends, which I deemed unnecessary for my use. As Wu Yi is about to exert effort for the benefit of the citizens of Limuo City, I thought it fitting to present these items to you. Wu Yi pondered. Are you suggesting that I take on the role of the border army commander for Limuo City?